I'm live. Hey, sorry guys. It's been a fun morning. Uh, I hung out for a little bit here, and that's why I'm just starting showing I'm by myself. I've been in a meeting with Memnock, a music artist from Norway, and we were having a great chat, and it was just so much fun. And I'm like, well, you better go. I have to go do a show. And I forgot to send the links to everybody to join me, so they're probably going to be late. I don't care. It's Saturday morning. We're having fun. What a great day so far. And Memnock, the reason I'm talking with Memnock is because Ivan Ortega, Memnock, and Jace is included in that. We're going to be doing a new show on Pop Culture Minefield called Action Movie Breakdown, I think is the name of it. We're all of us who studied martial arts all our lives are going to talk about our favorite action scenes and martial arts fight scenes and shows and movies and what our favorite films are. And we're also going to talk about bad ones. A lot of shit in the late 80s going into the 90s were some really bad, even in the mid 80s, the ninja movies. Some of the fight scenes were just fucking awful. And these are some great martial artists. They're just doing really bad choreography. And so we'll be making fun of some stuff. But we're going to talk about the films that just really had impressive fight scenes, very well choreographed. So, but let's say hi to all you guys here. Hey Pat, how you doing, buddy? Let's see. That's me. Pat again. And Pacific 414, how you doing, man? And the lovely Sherry, how you doing, sweetheart? God, you're such a filthy person in private. You really are, but you cracked me up. There is my good friend Brandon. How was your show this morning?
How you doing, Gary?
Doing pretty good. I just got out of a meeting. I didn't get to watch your show at all because I was in a meeting with Memnock, a Norwegian music artist, very popular artist. And he and I had a private chat because he's going to be joining us on the show that I was telling everybody about. That those who have said are serious martial artists. I grew up in martial arts, and starting with judo, then I got into Isshinryu karate, and then that's judo and karate are gateway martial arts like Taekwondo. They get you into the real heavier, more dangerous martial arts. And I ended up getting into Aikido for a short period of time, but I was like, no, this is not what I want. And I found a Kajin Kimbo school when I was in the Army, and I started studying Kajin Kimbo. And my sifu, my main sifu is Terry Faircloth, an amazing man, still a good friend of mine to this day. And Al DeCoscos, Mark DeCoscos' dad. And Mark, of course, from the Crow TV series, the movie Brotherhood of the Wolf, and he's the host of Iron Chef or whatever that show is called now.
Okay.
And he did an amazing documentary on Miyamoto Musashi, going over to Japan to research his life on a show, and it's great documentary. And Miyamoto Musashi, who wrote the Book of Five Rings, of which, there were two books that changed my life. The first one being William Marshall book, The Flower of Chivalry was the name of the book. I read it when I was 16. And when I was 16, I read the Book of Five Rings. And those two books changed my life and put me in a direction that I'm still in to this day. They absolutely directed my life. But I want to get back to the chat here. Deleted Scenes, what's up, my friend?
Heyo.
And let's see. Keely Chow is here. What is up, Baron? What is up, Baron? Hey, Baron, if you guys want to join me, you're more than welcome. I'm going to put it in the chat, an invitation. Any of you guys that want to join me, the invitation to StreamYard is right here. Boom, baby. Boom. Boom. And how much do I like boom? Because I like that a lot. Here, this is how much I like it.
And boom goes the dynamite.
There you go.
And boom goes the dynamite.
I didn't get enough of it yet.
And boom goes the dynamite.
One more time.
And boom goes the dynamite.
Fucking love that thing.
Oh,
I never want to have a show that feels like this.
Neat, fun, good times.
That was ASMR before anybody knew what ASMR was. And it was NPR for the people with supposed brains who like to flex their superiority and make everybody else feel stupid.
It's the whole elitist thing, you know.
Yes, it is.
I sit there and this is a sad truth. I've gone to many intellectual party and sat there and realized, oh my God, I'm the smartest person in the room.
Yeah,
and it's so shameful that
It really
it's happened. It frustrates me because I don't want to be the smartest person in the room. I want to learn from people. I like learning from people, new things, new ways of thinking, new philosophy. But you know, a lot of the people I met at this party were so phony. They were fake people, and their ways of thinking was so pretentious that you can't glean anything from pretension. You can't. It's fake. It's all plastic.
very true.
But Baron, all you guys, anybody wants to join me, you're more than welcome. Click that link.
Yeah.
And Jacob is here. Deleted scene. Oh, hey, and there's Baron. Woohoo. My partner's not here. Let's call him.
Steve.
Hello.
We're going to call my partner. 7, 2, 3, 2.
You know, I just have this to say. Whenever I'm the smartest man in the room, it's a pretty bad room.
Yeah, I feel that way too. Now, agreed. Look, I've been having IQ tests since I was a kid, and because I didn't even know it. I thought I was an idiot when I was a kid. What I didn't understand is I was ahead of the curve, and you get so far ahead of the curve, sometimes you think you're behind everybody, and that's where I was. I thought I was dumb, and then I found out, like, thanks to the director of nursing when I went into nursing school. College. She says, "Do you know your test scores?" And I'm like, "No." She goes, "You're in the top 3 percentile of your school." And then I got this look on my face. This really happened. I went, you sure you got my test results? Can I see that? And I looked, and it's my name, and I'm like, oh my God, did they put somebody else's? I was really just like floored. And found out that my score was like 154 on IQ. Hi, sweetheart. Yes, I'm doing the morning show. Thank you. That looks delicious.
David did it.
It's hot. David did it. David did it.
I'm in the same boat. There are certain things that I'm really, really good at, and certain things I'm not. When it goes to math, pretty much once you started throwing in the letters into the math equations, that's when my brain stopped. But my focus and study has always been in English, and it's always been in public speaking and in rhetoric and the ability to argue. I did a test, and it said that for me, roughly 135 IQ or that. My problem is especially when I was younger, I was lazy, and I openly admit I'm a lazy bastard.
No, I've said that many a time, but I had no idea you really were. I just said that about you.
Oh yeah. Well, now that it is known,
I'm like, have you ever watched his show? God, he's so fucking lazy.
He is.
Speaking of
medium
real
lazy?
quick, there was a video clip that I showed that's an AMV compilation for a show called Ranma 1/2. It's hilarious. It's funny as hell, and it's not copyrighted. And I showed it on the show today, and it encapsulates the show perfectly. So if we have time, I'd like to show it because I think it's funny as hell.
By the way, I want to read this. It's Courtney says, "I am far from elite. I like NPR more than most." Actually, I got to tell you, I've listened to NPR because when they got a good program on, I'm going to listen to it.
Yeah.
But over the last decade, though, it's become harder and harder to listen to. Yeah, seriously, dude, just play drums while I'm on here. Thanks.
Baron, your microphone movement.
Yeah, you were just
causing
banging the
massive
shit out of
Yeah,
your mic.
sorry about that.
Oh, don't mind me.
Oh, that's hard on the ears.
It wasn't me for once.
Yeah, it wasn't you with your fucking fan. Yeah, I joked one time. I said it sounds like the fucking
Enough
Millennium
about the
Falcon
fucking
when it
fan.
wouldn't start.
And
But I like
now,
NPR. I like I used to watch the shows, listen to them. In the last decade, their political stance. News shouldn't have a political stance. News
No, it
is
shouldn't.
supposed to be straight down the middle. And when people started showing their lines of where they stood, I stopped getting interested in them. I won't listen to overly conservative news. I just want the news. Give me the fucking news, not your goddamn opinion. I don't fucking care what you think.
yeah,
I'll
if I want
form my
opinion, I'll
own
go to an
fucking
opinion
opinion.
show. Yeah.
Yeah.
If I
Or
want the
if
news,
I-
I just want
If I
the
want your
news.
opinion, I'll shove my fist up your ass and work your mouth like a puppet. like snow.
Talk to me,
Well, I
puppet
mean-
boy.
I mean, it went from all things considered to one thing considered.
Yeah, it just I just can't handle it. But I've got a lot of friends in journalism, and they get my opinion. I always find it funny because when they start to go, well, and I said, wait a minute, what's your political affiliation personally? What is it? Well, I don't need to. I said, you're liberal. I get it. You're hiding it. That's okay. And I don't have a problem. Democrats in particular. I love Democrats. My family's Democrat. I was an Irish Catholic Democrat growing up, but something happened in the 80s and everything changed. And my dad, diehard fucking Democrat. I'm a Hubert Humphrey conservative is what I joke and refer to myself as, because I loved Hubert Humphrey. I would have voted for him anytime, if he had run for president, I would have voted for him when I was 18. But today's political parties are just so radicalized, and it's impossible to do that. I always vote for middle of the road. I often vote off ticket. Ross Perot, I voted for that fucker twice. I love that guy. Fucking Ross Perot, crazy.
Now, see here. Take a look at this chart back here. I tell you. See here. Take a look
Can I
at the chart.
finish? Can I finish? I love that man. He was a true patriot, and we need less lawyers running the country and more
You're damn right.
businessmen.
That's the biggest problem we've got right
Yeah.
now is almost every single person back there in DC is a fucking lawyer. And part of my
well,
language, I
anybody
don't normally
who
like to
has
go
a
that hard,
political
but they
career,
suck.
political careers, it's about you. It's
Right.
not about the people. It's about you, your
Yep.
career, and that should be a thing of the past. We need to get term limits. We need to be done with these fucking lifers.
I
in
mean,
the
I
Senate
go
and Congress.
so far to say get rid of the go back to the original stance where the senator was appointed by the state, not by election,
That's right.
like they did originally with the Constitution.
Yeah.
And of
I
course,
That's
think-
changed everything with how
Yeah.
the Senate's
You know.
supposed to work. The Senate is supposed to represent the states within the federal government.
I'm not judging you, Keely or Courtney. I listen to NPR
Yeah.
every once in a while. But
We don't judge you here based
no,
upon
we're not
that.
going to
I
judge
am.
you. We love you.
No, I'm kidding.
Well,
I'm kidding.
Here's the thing from NPR. The funniest thing that I ever heard from them was from Garrison Keillor, and we know how he is. But on his show,
He's
I
funny,
remember
though.
as a
I love
kid-
his stories.
I remember as a kid with my grandfather. My grandfather was a diehard right winger, and he started off as a massive lefty because he came from the era where you were an FDR Democrat. Well, when he started working, that changed. But back to the point, there was one, I don't remember the whole setup about it, but Garrison Keillor once said, "Yeah, the guy was so bad, he even thought harass was 2 words."
I like that one.
See, unfortunately, here in for me, Garrison Keillor gives me a bad taste, and it goes back to the 1980s because when he was going, he was big time. He threatened to leave unless they revamped the St. Paul Theater. He would threaten to leave, so they dumped all this money in. He got this big contract with the Disney Channel back when you actually had to pay for the Disney Channel on cable. Only did a few shows and said, "That's it. I'm out of here. I'm going to Sweden with my Swedish wife," which was a lie. He ran off to New York to try to become a big time, and he realized he was a big fish in a small pond, and now he's the little fish in a giant ocean.
Yeah.
And then he came back, and instead of coming back with hat in hand, everybody said, "Hey, we'll take you back." It's like, no, you just screwed us out of millions of dollars to build a theater, and then you still ran off to try to be a big shot. And I guess that's the big thing I have with him.
Yeah, I didn't know that. You pay way too much attention to Garrison Keillor, buddy.
Well, I live in Minnesota.
he's from
That's where he's
Minnesota,
from.
don't you know?
Oh, yeah, he's
Minnesota.
from Minnesota, then don't you know? So,
Yeah,
of
you
course, that was
betcha,
all part of
yeah.
the big news
You
there.
got to have your Mayo sandwiches, man.
Fucking accent in the United States.
Whoa. What's wrong with that accent there, don't
Because
you know?
it is directly connected to Chicago's accent, but in a bad way. Because that there is how we talk there in Chicago, don't you know? Yeah.
Don't you know?
The Bears.
The Bears.
The Bulls.
Then you
The
move a little
Bulls.
further up, and then you start getting there in the Fargo. Yeah, it's the Swedish takes over.
Yeah.
And
Well, you got the Yuppers up there. The Yuppers.
yeah, and so it gets thicker, and it's like I've said many a time. I hate saying this in public, but what's her name that ran for vice president a few years back? What's her
Palin.
name?
Sarah Palin.
I made the joke. I said I totally wanted to fuck her until she started talking. Then I'm like, oh my god, I can't. Oh no, that Minnesota accent was fucking killing me. Oh no.
And I don't think she even set foot in Minnesota until she was running. That's the thing.
Where'd the accent come from? I'm like, wow.
I don't know.
Look, I love the Minnesota people, but you have the ugliest fucking accent in the United States. I swear to God. Going into the Dakotas, that fucking Swedish accent. Jesus Christ.
I won. No, that's Lawrence Welk. A 1 and a 2 and a 3 because he was from South Dakota.
Yeah.
Or North Dakota, maybe. North Dakota.
Well, I'd much rather listen and talk to people from the Dakotas and from Minnesota than I would from the from Washington or Oregon or almost all of California.
Well, they're really very accent neutral. It's more pacing. Like my brother Michael, God rest his soul, he was an Arizonan, it fucking through and through.
Yep.
And I hate it when you see Westerns and people from Arizona being given Southern accent, talking like this, and it's like that's not how Arizonans talk. Arizonans talk fast. They're fast talkers, and they get to the point. And
that must be the Spanish influence on them.
I don't know. And my brother, by the way, was fluent. I still talk about him in present tense, but he was fluent in Spanish. And fuck, man, he could yik yak with the Hispanic so well. And I envied that because I wanted to learn. I'm like going, Dad taught me German. What the fucking good did that do me? And I took a little French.
You know why you learned German? They figured World War III would be started by them, not the Ukrainians.
Well, it's like every time you turn around, Germany starts a war.
Yeah.
This
time they're going, it's not our fault.
Norm Macdonald was so funny. God rest his soul. He did a whole routine on fucking Germans. He goes, who that was? Germans. Every war was started by Germans. You're looking at Russia? You're looking at China? No, look at the Germans. They'll be the ones to start the war. Fucking Norm Macdonald.
He was great.
Let me get back into the chat. I've already said hi to everybody except Awesome One is here. What did I miss? Pacific 414. I don't know if I said hi to you, buddy, but welcome to the show again as usual. I actually stopped in and watched Courtney last night. And I also watched another one of our friends. I forget who it was. I've slept, and so I forget shit from the previous night. But let's see who's in the chat. I hate politics because it's all bull honky doo doo. Yeah, what I'm interested in is government. I'm not interested in politics. I'm interested in government, what works and what doesn't. I actually am not. I only became affiliated with one group one time, and that was Republican, solely because I wanted to vote what's his name out that died. What's his name ran for president with Palin. Fucking hate that guy.
John Kerry?
McCain.
Yeah, McCain. Oh, McCain.
I said, how can you preside over a state that has, as a military veteran, that has the worst VA in the U.S. and fucking hold your head up because you're a crook. He's a crook.
Yeah.
He's got a memorial in Vietnam too. What the hell?
Yeah, I'm not going to get into his stories of what he
No.
did when he was in the military, but he was a shitty fucking soldier.
Mhm.
He was a better prisoner of war than he was a soldier.
No, that explains everything. That's all we need to say about the warmonger.
Well, I won't
Well,
talk
I don't
shit
like
about
him.
any soldier. I won't.
Manchurian
But I'm going to
candidate.
tell you, I get irritated when people, because look, I appreciate it when they thank me for my service, but I tell them, I said, you have no idea if I was a Blue Falcon.
Mhm.
And they don't know what a Blue Falcon is. A Blue Falcon is the military slang for a buddy fucker. There are tons of buddy fuckers in the military. These are guys that are out for themselves. They're individuals. And the last thing you want to be when you're in a fucking military branch of the military is be an individual, because it will get you beat the fuck up by somebody or kick the fuck out.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. If that's what Blue Falcon means, why the hell were they using that in Scooby-Doo?
We used to laugh about that in the army. It's like
The
oh
Blue
my God,
Falcon.
the Blue Falcon was a great character. And yeah, it's like, but oh well, there it is.
I think in Vietnam they're Garrett
What's
troopers.
that about?
What's what?
I said, but why is he
I
Mark
missed that.
Wahlberg? What's that about? What do you say?
I just watched the trailer for
You're a
his new
dog.
movie.
What's that about?
I'm sorry. Hey,
I'm
say
sorry,
hello
I
to your mother.
derailed that. Say hello
I
to your
just saw
mom.
his trailer, by the way, Father Stu. I've been waiting for this story to be finally told, and I'm so looking forward to watching this movie. Mel Gibson, Mark Wahlberg. Mark Wahlberg playing an actual character who matters, and I love Mark Wahlberg. Don't get me wrong. I like all the Wahlbergs. Donnie is the actor in the family, not Mark. Donnie can fucking act. Mark, on the other hand, he's himself. When you watch his movie, you're watching Mark Wahlberg pretending to be somebody. That's all it is. But I will watch it because the character of Father Stu is an amazing person. What he went through, meets a girl, wants to bang her, but she won't have sex with him or have a relationship with him unless he's baptized Catholic. And so he becomes Catholic. And then he has a motorcycle accident that nearly kills him. And he has a vision. And he breaks up with her to become a priest. And then finds out that he's got a disease very similar to Lou Gehrig's disease. It's going to kill him. And he becomes this uplifting, proactive person, changing people's lives and helping people. Unfucking believable movie. Unfucking believable. Hey.
Hey, that
Mark
sounds
Wahlberg.
like an uplifting
fucked
movie.
him.
We need some uplifting movies.
We do.
Yeah, I don't think Keith's coming, man. He was talking to me this morning, and then all of a sudden he's not here. I don't know what's up. I hope
Wait a
it's
minute.
nothing serious. I love him.
Who's SpongeBob? Who is this SpongeBob with the rainbow?
That is Pat. That's our producer.
I know it's Pat. I'm just giving him shit.
Oh, okay.
Hi, Pat.
You like that? That's for my nephews. Like, I give a fuck what you guys think of my icon. I don't give a crap. The only person on that whole panel I give a crap about is Baron Ormantag, because he's the only guy that shows up on time every Sunday for the third best YouTube show on television, Primetime Kings, run by 24/7 Fusion Media. You might know him also on The Scoop Zone.
This commercial is brought to you by Pat S.
I got that 20 cents to you now, Pat. So thank you.
Thank you. Pat.
I am going to go ahead and show this clip. I was laughing when I made this last night. Let me find it. Who's playing music? Turn that fucking shit off, bitch.
No, I think the dog opened the door and my wife's got the TV cranked. I'll be right back.
Let me get to videos. Let me get to my videos. There we go. Where's it at? That is not it.
Oh, I hope we get to see Baron's wife slap him live on camera. I have a feeling she knocks him around.
Okay, here we go. I'm going to open this shit. Get ready for it, everybody.
Oh.
This is me fucking with Ivan Ortega. It's time for Pop Culture Minefield Shorties. Your edit's still the subject of a lot of discussion. I know that it comes up with me at least once or twice a month.
Nice.
When I'm talking to people. Of course, they're usually at a funeral, and I'm just standing there going, hey, did you see Ivan Ortega's at fan edit of last year? Oh, yes, I'm going to miss your husband, too. Yes.
Nice.
Fucking hell, Gary.
I left that in there because I thought that was funny. Him saying, fucking hell, Gary. But we were talking, of course, Ivan Ortega made the famous fucking fan edit of The Last Jedi that made it watchable. And he got a lot of blowback about it, but I'm like going, look at where you are now. People still talk about what you did, and all those people that gave you shit, nobody knows who they are. Ivan Ortega, you're well known within our community, very well. And we're going to do a show together, like I was saying, that show Action Theater Breakdown, where we're going to talk about great martial arts fight scenes in film, and at least one stinker. Like Billy Blank's movies are going to be funny as hell to watch. And
Gary will not stop until he has done more shows weekly than Culture.
Well, I want to do things that I enjoy. And I like
might as well,
down,
brother. If you're going to live here, you might as well have a good time. So,
well, I tell people, like, when I write a script, when I am making a comic book, when I'm doing a show, I'm doing something that I want to talk about and enjoy, and the odds are other people are going to like it too and enjoy it. And so, because I'm pretty general when it comes to my tastes, and at least I think so. I'm not a connoisseur of amazing cinema, even though I've seen a lot of great films. I prefer the movies that go straight down the middle and tell a good story. That's all I care about. Tell me a good story. Give me a good fight scene. Because as much as I shit on the Batman, I still give it kudos for some amazing cinematography, shitty writing, but amazing cinematography, great acting. Everybody did a great job in their roles. And I love the brutal fight scenes and the chase scene. Good action scenes. Past that, I gave it between a 6 and a 7, like a 6.5. But when it came to the writing, I gave it a 2 because it's just crap writing. I'm like, what the? Did you not read any Batman? Did you not watch any of the previous films to make sure you didn't replicate what they did? But oh well.
Gary, you must have really liked the Daredevil series on Netflix, huh?
Fuck yeah, I did. Even though it's still not comic Daredevil, it came close. It was the Frank Miller Daredevil, which is my favorite Catholic. He's Catholic fodder. I love that, and but I had problems with some of the non-comic stuff that they did on it, and I'm like, I know that's what Feige says he's going to fix. I know that, but Feige's got some shitty taste in comics. I mean, he
does.
He keeps going to the comics that didn't sell, that nobody wanted to read.
Yep. All of the wanker bullshit stuff that's come out within the past 10 years that you're right, that doesn't sell, no one gives a shit about, or if they do give a shit about, not enough shits to be able to keep the thing going.
Yeah, and so I'm worried, but at the same time, I'm trusting. It's like I'm cautiously trusting with Feige.
Right.
But I've absolutely called him out for shitting the bed with Phase 4. Yeah. Everything was crap in that until the end. No Way Home is the first thing he did that was absolutely not crap.
Yep.
It was brilliant. It was fucking awesome. It had just enough callbacks, nostalgic callbacks to not annoy me. Because as much as I loved Afterlife, there were way too many callbacks, and it kind of messed with the storytelling. When you play too much with nostalgia, it can cause problems. But Afterlife, still, I love that movie. I put it as my second favorite Ghostbuster film because I do love it more than Ghostbusters 2. Because I was annoyed with Ghostbusters 2 because it was more about the cartoon series than it was the original film. And because a lot of the plot points that were brought into the film by Aykroyd, because for some reason he fucking loves that cartoon. I'm not a big fan of the cartoon. It's okay.
Well, Gary,
you don't like the
real
real Ghostbusters?
No. What, Baron?
Oh, I didn't say anything was bad.
Oh, go ahead.
I didn't say anything.
What did you say, Pat?
Well,
No, I actually stepped on Brandon's line. I said, do you know why they were pushing that so heavily? Like what the connection was between why the cartoon was getting that kind of love and affirmation and everything in that movie, right?
I don't know.
Probably to sell toys.
Keith
It's
is
actually it's actually very basic. I think when I tell it to you, you'll probably be like, I've heard this before. That's true. At the time, and they're really still to this day isn't. They're doing a lot better job of it now. But at the time, there was no real Ghostbusters movie merchandise. But the real Ghostbusters merchandise, dude, was selling like hotcakes. If you were a kid in the late 80s and early 90s, you know what I'm talking about. That stuff, they are so many. Go look at those things. And even to this day, you want to buy an Ecto-1 from the real Ghostbusters, it's about $100 if it's in good shape. If it's in a box, you're talking well over $2. So that's why. That was where the merchandise sales was coming from.
Like in Spaceballs.
Well, yeah, I get it, because merch is what a lot of this is about with Hollywood. I mean, that's why Tim Burton got fired from Batman, because McDonald's was getting a lot of blowback about the toys. And so, he gets fired, and they bring in Joel Schumacher, who was a great director at the time. But Jesus Christ, what he did to Batman.
Yeah.
He tried to bring in this same kind of cheeky humor that was in the original series, but it worked with the series because it was for kids, with jokes for the adults that were sitting there with their kids. We would get the jokes as the adults, while the kid would just enjoy the Batman aspect of it, which was based off the serials in the 1950s comics, the way it looked and was drawn, and even some of the dialogue. And it was played straight. Whereas the movie was just fucking goofy. Both of them. I got so irritated with it. Jason,
you and me both.
Jason in the chat. I love you too, Gary.
I think that's kind of the important thing when they do these comedies and these satires and these spoofs and they play them straight. That was what's so great about Airplane. That was so great about the Police Squad TV show. Of course, the Batman series from 1966 is like, they're going out there, they're busting their acting chops, but they know with a wink and a nod to you that we're having fun.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, there are two new people that jumped into the chat. Magitech Mags is here. We've been talking on Twitter. Very nice person. She's from Virginia.
Yep.
And we were talking about because that's where I'm from, and of course I'm accent neutral until I'm tired. And then I say tired. I'm tired. Things like, how y'all doing? It'll come out when I'm very exhausted. I'll start sounding Southern, and it's kind of annoys me, but I'm like, fuck it. What are you going to do? I was in the Army, and on the weekend, I had to help my brother-in-law because he owned several Mexican restaurants, Jose. And he was, what do you call it when you serve food at parties? What's it called? Catered. And he was catering a VFW event. And so I'm in there with all of these great war vets and their families, and we're serving Mexican food. And I was making sure there were chips and salts. And it was at the end of it. I was already exhausted from a long week of Army shit. And I finally turned to this one family, and they're sitting there, this old master sergeant and his wife. And I said, y'all want anything else? And the woman eyes got huge. She goes, oh my God, what a quaint accent. Where are you from? I'm from Virginia, ma'am. Oh, say something else. Now, would you fucking like something else, ma'am? And the master sergeant started laughing, and he knew there was nothing fucking quaint about me. I'm a giant fucking man. I look like a Wookiee in real life. I'm just fucking giant. And I'm big, broad-shouldered. And I'm like, lady, don't fucking say quaint to me. So I said, you fucking want something else? And he started laughing, and I got him some more chips and salsa. And of course, we got a new person.
When you were doing that catering gig, was that still when you were kind of like eating without any impunity? Because you must have put away.
I had a 3,000 calorie a day diet. Yeah, because I ran all the time. We were always doing because as a combat medic, whenever we do FTX or anything like that, I burn double the calories. of other
you need the calories
because
if you're doing
when
that.
we're marching, I actually am not part of the formation. I stand outside of it, walking forward. I have to walk faster than everybody, and then I got to walk back and checking on everybody, make sure everybody's drinking, staying hydrated, shit like that. So I was always putting in way too much more effort than everybody, and I forget to hydrate more myself sometimes, and I can feel it coming on, and you can check your own skin turgor, it actually shows up on the back of your hands if you're dehydrated. And so I would, I'd be exhausted by the end of the fucking week. And when you got guys flopping their dick in front of your face and you're not gay, it's exhausting. And because I'm always having to check everybody's junk in the barracks. And I get to that fucking weekend, and my brother-in-law Joe's like, "Hey Gary, man, we got to do a VFW. You and your brother want to help?" And my brother Steve and I jumped in and helped, and that incident happened, and it was funny. And I don't take it back. I'm glad I said that to her. You fucking want something else? But I want to welcome Wonder Julie. I don't know you. You are new to our chat. Welcome. Hope you enjoy the show.
Wonder Julie currently has my Saturday morning co-host Matt Allen hostage, and I am to leave a suitcase full of money next to a fountain somewhere in the downtown area.
Take me hostage. I want a basket full of money
to acquire his safe return. Please, Julie, do not injure him too badly. I need him to eventually come back and do the show. Okay. No.
Oh, Monkey Jeebus is here. Hey, Monkey.
Oh, Jesus. Monkey Jeebus is here.
Shut the monkey.
Jeebus.
So he says, Gary now runs to the bathroom or the fridge. Let me tell you something, dude. I don't fucking run anywhere. I'm fucking Michael Myers now. I walk everywhere. Although I've always suspected that Michael Myers only walks when the camera's on him. When it looks to the other person, he's running. He jogs between shots.
It's hard to run with that mask on, that William Shatner mask.
Yeah, and I still say William Shatner has the scariest face in horror movie history.
He does.
But it's really funny. Because I've actually run a few times since I've lost the weight, and I'll go, I ran. I know, I ran. People are like, no fucking way. I'm really worried. I don't know where Keith is. He's not answering his phone. He was talking earlier. I get worried. I'm a mother hen. It's the medic in me. It's like I always worry about people, but not their penises anymore. That was only in the Army.
I know. I don't want you guys to talk about this stuff until Keith comes on anyway with your main topic of the day. That was sad. I found out from your card that happened. So
yeah,
I was bummed, bro. I grew up on that show. That was like
I did too. I remember the first episode, and I found it so insulting when they were released on Blu-ray that it was given a PG rating. I'm like, fuck you, man. Sesame Street back then was better than what they have today, and it's shameful that they did that.
Well, about 10 years ago, I was watching one of these old Western channels, or on cable, some obscure one that they had on cable, and the Lone Ranger came up, and they gave that a PG. It's like, this is Clayton Moore, right? Crying out loud! How can you give this a PG rating?
Well, Baron, to be fair, some people did die on the Lone Ranger. Believe it or not, it was never the Lone Ranger or Tonto that killed them though. Like they would fall off of a train, or a bad guy would kill somebody at the beginning of the show. You remember that? That might be why.
Well, do you remember? Fair. Well, did you know that the Star Trek The Motion Picture, when it first came out, before they did the re-edits, the director cut, that was G-rated? And how many people died in there? And not a pleasant death.
Well, that's true. Yeah, did they kill like the people that came on before Dr. McCoy? Like, the transporter. That was actually pretty grim, dude. I remember being scared by that as a little kid. So yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they sent full Spock over, and he got just turned into a blob.
It's amazing how the rating the rating stuff has changed, and it's also amazing how certain ratings are never used anymore and never sought after. You don't see a G-rated cartoon for kids. It's all PG bullshit.
Right.
And then the stuff that is PG, that's live action, it probably should be G because it really can't,
Well, they don't want to give a G rating because they think that's the kiss of death. Oh, it's a kiddie film. And no, it's not a kiddie film because it's rated G. It just means
that's something that Pixar need. That's something that Disney and Pixar need to have their asses kicked for.
Yeah.
All of their animation stuff has been getting rated PG, and I can tell you right now, all the stuff that was rated G before they made this switch, vastly superior in their storytelling compared to what bullshit they're putting out now.
Right.
Vastly
Was
superior.
Disney's first PG movie The Black Hole or The Sword
Hi,
of
honey.
Stone?
My
Or
wife is in the chat.
Black Hole. Black Hole was their first
Black Hole
PG
was?
movie.
Okay. I didn't know if Black Hole was PG or not. I knew it came out before Sword of the Stone did.
Yeah,
but-
Black Hole was. God, people talk shit about that film. I fucking love that movie.
I
That
did too.
movie's
Black
awesome,
Hole?
dude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I love
Disney's
the
Black Hole. It was a great film.
Yeah, that's a great one.
It was a
it's
big
silly,
film.
but
Yeah.
I fucking love it. The thing I poked fun at was Bob, the Cowboy Bob robot. I was like,
Oh yeah, Slim
really?
Pickens.
But I love Slim Pickens' name.
Oh.
I mean, he picked that as his name, Slim Pickens. I mean, come on, man. What a joke for a name. Great name.
How great he was in Blazing Saddles. But
What in the wide world of sports?
What
But
in
yeah,
the
I mean-
wide world of sports is it going on here?
But you know, that's the thing about Black Hole. It's almost like a throwback to those 50 films where it's like, throw out science. This is just a space story. Have fun, enjoy.
Well, it's still genius what they did with the creating the whirlpool. Even though that's not what a black hole looks like, that was so fucking cool to look at. And and it was genius what they did. So I really liked the film. I loved. What was the name of the ship? I forgot the name.
The Cygnus.
The Cygnus. What a great name.
Yeah.
And their ship was the Palomino.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and the Palomino, of course.
And the
perfect
music.
name for Oh,
yeah,
my
the
God.
music really makes that movie.
You know,
that, and I love Vincent. I love Vincent.
Who was voiced by Roddy McDowell.
And Max, fuck, that robot scared the shit out of me.
It still scares the shit out of me. Yeah, that's one movie robot you don't fuck with in any stretch of the word.
So anyway, Deanna's in the chat, guys.
Heyo.
Hi.
Hi.
Does that mean we have to behave?
No.
Okay.
Well, I behave all the time, badly.
I was gonna say if I have to
I used
behave,
to say that
I've
to my
already blown it.
grandmother when I was a kid. She goes, "Now you behave now, Gary." And I went, "I will, Grandma, badly. That's a guarantee. I will be awful." And I was such a dutiful kid. You know, I really loved my grandmother, and I obeyed my dad to the teeth. But that didn't mean I wasn't a sarcastic little prick to my dad. Because, after an incident that happened, and I lost a lot of respect for my dad over it, and it had to do with alcoholism. And I would start fucking with my dad to get back at him for some of the shit that he did. And because he was disabled, he was on those arm crutches. So he couldn't catch me anymore. And I would just fuck with him. And I would just say fucked up things like, like one time he was chasing me, chink, 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 walking through the house after me with his crutches. And as I'm running, and I was just going in circles through the kitchen, in one door and out the door and into the hallway, back around, just going around in a circle. He's laughing, but he's really fucking red in the face, angry. But I'm making him laugh. And what really ended it was when I had to turn and mock him. And I said, "Oh, I'm sorry, Dad. I'm getting too far ahead of you. I might catch you before you catch me." I said, "Here, I'll slow down for you." And I started imitating his walk with the crutches and making the noise,
boy.
ching, ching, ching. And he fucking took one of the crutches and threw it like a spear in between my legs, and I fell to the floor. And I rolled. Right when I rolled, he was on me like stink on shit, and I'm like, "Ah!" I let out a loud scream. I went, "Ah!"
You found the step too far.
Yeah, I went one step too far. I left, and I went to his best friend's house, who's still a friend of mine to this day. I love that man. And I said, "Mind if I stay here for a while? I think Dad wants to kill me." And he would talk to my dad to calm him down. He's like, you got to know, Gary, because I'm a junior. My dad's name was Gary. And he's like, Gary, you got to understand that he's a funny kid. Funny, weird, and funny. You know, just, you got to take it easy on him.
Learn to roll with the punches. Yeah.
So after he promised not to knock the shit out of me, I got to go home.
Speaking of having the shit knocked out of you, I don't want to change subjects too hard, but let me ask you, Gary, have you heard of an anime called Ranma 1/2?
I don't think so.
Okay, I have a video clip that was put together that's that pretty much encapsulates the show in its entirety. And if it's okay with you, I'd like to share it because I think it's funny as hell. And it's there's no, as far as I know, there is no copyright problems with it.
Well, you get that with some of the foreign shows. So, yeah, I won't worry about it. I'm adding it to the stream now. Hi, Courtney.
Hi, Courtney.
Hi, Courtney.
No, she's leaving.
Oh, yep. Bye, Courtney.
Bye, Courtney.
Fucking read, dude. Jesus.
I'm sorry. I don't have that up. I just heard bye or hi. It's something like hi. Okay, I got hearing aids.
Yeah, you get your hearing aids fixed, buddy.
I need them. I need them. Oh God, please.
I get asked that. Why the hell would I get you somebody like you? It's a weird, funny, late 80s, early 90s show. It's hilarious, but it's almost, let's see, we're about halfway through here. Almost done. What the hell was that?
Looks like I picked a bad day to stop sniffing glue.
That reminds me of the time I licked that stamp in high school and woke up next November.
Oh, hey, Baron, you became a member. Thanks, man.
Now you can drop those groovy emojis.
Ooh, that's what I wanted it for. Screw Gary. I wanted the emojis.
Well, right. Once we get to a certain number, I'll get to add more. And one of the emojis I designed is a bag of dicks. Oh. Okay, Keith. Our shows on Fridays are at 2:00, not 3. And our Saturday morning Funtime show is noon, not 2.
Well, you got the 2-part right.
Now I heard blinkers, so I'm assuming. Are you in the car, Keith?
Yes, I'm in the car. I'm headed home.
Well, that's dedication, if you ask me. He's calling from the car. That doesn't sound like somebody that's slack, and that sounds to me like somebody who's making.
I'm relieved because I got worried. You know how I worried? I'm like, okay, he's not responding to me. I'm getting concerned, but okay, good. You're on the way.
This is like when Vigilante Williamson started his show with the show in the airport, said sentient dildo, and had people looking at him.
Okay, read Deanna's comment here.
I am. Oh wow! I having to read this on the phone.
It says, she says, I am looking for gummy bags dicks so people can order them from us.
Oh my goodness!
There we go.
Pop Culture Minefield bag of dicks to check on.
Get that.
Wow.
Get the Dork Night to add that.
Oh
website,
man!
Gary.
And with an asterisk down below, please don't actually choke on these.
Wow!
I think someone has made gummy dicks. Not
Yes,
that I've
they
been
are
looking.
out there. And I want to
they do
get some
exist.
that you're able to put your own, I want to get some made so I can put our logo on it and sell it through the website because Dork Night and Deanna have been working on the website. Actually, I worked with him the other night to get some stuff going on the website and stayed up till 1, 2 o'clock in the morning working on it with him. And so our website is popcultureminefield.com. Go check it out so far. You get to see my rant about the Batman, as well as other shit that I talk about. If I'm not getting banned on Facebook for calling a guy a mentally handicapped cunt, I'm writing blogs. Yeah, I really did. I did call him that. I didn't say the R word. I wanted to, but I went with the technical term they seem to like because handicapped, which actually means broken, and retarded just means slow, but handicapped is better. It's not. Learn language, motherfuckers.
Yeah.
Know the
It's
fucking
still
words you're
vicious,
using
bro.
and what they actually fucking mean.
I hear you.
But anyway,
Well, Gary, let me do this, buddy, before you get started. Now that Keith's here, if you wouldn't mind, is it okay if I bring up our friend so that people know about it? And I can put the link in the chat real quick, and then I'll hop
yes,
on.
yes. And I know.
I know you want to.
yes,
Yeah, I
go
know
for
you
it.
wanted to wait till it got
think
rolling
it's-
and everything and all. But I've done the spiel a couple of times, so if you don't mind, I'll hop on because I know a lot of you guys know him and everything. But Gary and I talked, and Gary definitely wanted the Saturday show to be the show that kind of helped out with this. Brandon already did it on his show this morning, and 24 is going to mention it tomorrow afternoon. But we're really helping out our pal who you probably got to meet at least through our Band of Brothers thing that we were doing. He was the same week as Gary, and he actually stepped in and did a couple of guest spots too. But Ramblin' Canuck from Valhalla, good friend of Loki's and Mary's Game Room and everything.
Yeah.
Has been in the houses for a couple years now. And his son turned 18, and after he's done with high school, he's going to age out, and it's going to hurt Canuck's income through his disability. And it's a real shame. So we're trying to get ahead of that right now. And GoFundMe is so hinky that they actually started with a new thing. Mary found a thing. I think it's called Go.
I just added
share,
it to the
right.
chat, by the
Go.
way.
Yeah. Thank you, buddy.
Yeah,
And,
give, send, go. Yeah.
Give, send, go. Thank you, Brandon. I was eluding me there for a minute, but it's just enough. They're just trying to raise a few $1,000s just to kind of help him out, let him get ahead of the game, make sure he's got
it gets
food in
really
the house
rough
and stuff. And
when you're disabled, because like my dad ran into this, and it's part of why I left home at 17, was that he was losing Social Security coverage for me. And he was raising me by himself, and so therefore I just went off and started my own life because I knew he couldn't afford to take care of me anymore.
Right. And I'm proud of this kid because he played ball and he could do that. He's a capable young man, but Canucks insistent he stays home and finishes school at the very least. and does that, and that's what you're supposed to do as a parent. So if you can actually, if you're not hard-headed like Gary and will actually listen to your dad like Canucks kid is, you will stay there and finish your school and you know, get yourself a little bit stable before you hop off in life. But you know, it's important. And one of the good things about us in YouTube, we're a small group, but we really do look out for each other. And like I said, he's just a good guy, and the people behind us are good people. So if you could do anything, guys, just a couple bucks. If you don't have anyone,
give him a
share
hand,
out, send
because
people.
Unlike my dad, I will say this. I said I left of my own volition. It's not true. My dad booted me because he couldn't afford me. Tried to get me to join the army. I was too young. I wasn't ready for it. And Canuck, on the other hand, is a good dad. And he wants his kid to stay home. So we're trying to do something to help him be the good dad he is, and so he can take care of his kid while he's still in school.
That's great.
Yeah, he's a good guy. Good guy. Well, thank you, Gary, and thank you, Brandon, and thank you ahead of time, Baron, because you'll be part of it tomorrow. I really do appreciate it. I'm going to go ahead and hop off, guys, but I'm going to hang and chat and
all right, Pat,
do some wrenching and stuff and everything. But I'm on this stupid phone and I can hear it.
Yeah, if you guys refresh the YouTube channel, it is in the video description. The link.
Yes, and I'll put it in chat a couple more times, guys, so you'll see it. But I really do appreciate it, and as much as I hate to say this, I'm looking forward to hear your discussion on the main topic. But it's also very depressing, so I'm really interested to hear Keith's take on it. But I'll be in the chat, guys. Thanks again.
Thank you, Pat.
Hey, thanks, Pat.
Yeah.
All right. So,
wow.
Our main subject today is, of course, this.
No. The sad
That was
reality
just heartbreaking.
that we have to face.
You all get older, or heroes go.
You know, the thing about it is, and personally, it's not something that I really thought about until I saw the documentary about Sesame Street, was that everybody was really actors. Really, they were playing parts. But that's the power of what they were able to accomplish when they were on the air, was that, you know, unless you were old enough to realize that, you just believed it was this actual place, that these people were who they said that they were, and you went with it.
Yep. I believed it was real as a kid. Absolutely did.
It was natural. You thought these people were these people coming down to the show and being them, with interacting with the Muppets out there. And, and of course, you know, the first tragedy that we had as kids watching was Mr. Hooper dying.
Yeah.
So we were faced with that inevitable death of when people come. Now we have Luis. I mean, how long was he with that show? I mean, when I think
45
of the show,
years.
Yeah. When I think of one of the men that was on the show, that's the first image that comes to my mind is him.
Really? Because I think of everybody, really. I can't think of individual people. Well, that's not true.
Well, I'm talking about man.
I think of Maria.
Yeah. Well, I was before women.
Individual men.
Yeah, I'm an individual male person on the show, male figure.
Yeah.
And he was like a dad figure to a lot of us that watched the show. Luis.
Well, they all were. I mean, it was great watching all of them, but Luis was different because he came on as the neighborhood Mr. Fix-It, meaning, you know, he was the prototypical guy that could basically do everything. And I think his relationship with Maria was the first one that you saw that they wrote into, that they developed all the way into a marriage and having kids. So we got to grow up with the two of them as these normal people and living their lives on top of everything else that they were doing on the show. So that's
and you thought that was their kids. I mean, let's put it this way. What great actors and actresses they were, because they were so natural in that part. They get looked over because they're just so naturally flowing in there.
Yeah. And it was just, again, I would highly, highly recommend. There are 2 documentaries about Sesame Street, and both of them, I think, will open your eyes as to how all of this came together. and the people that really bent over backwards to make sure that this would be something that, first of all, successfully, at least as far as I think people in that first, second, and third generation of kids that was raised once it hit the air, just how well it did in doing its job in first educating kids, and second, I think in a way getting them to be excited about who they are as individuals and a love for the arts, music and performance. When you think about all of the various people that have guest starred on that show, just the litany of major names, both in terms of acting and in terms of musicians and music and all of the different stuff that it would expose you to. To me, while it was something that was initially created for NH30 kids, it ended up going beyond its original mission and really being educational to any kids that were allowed to sit down and actually watch it. And again, I think I was telling somebody this yesterday, I really cannot differentiate my early education that I received of going to school. I can't differentiate that or separate that from what I was able to get from Sesame Street. That's how good it was.
I want to show something real quick, Keith. This is the other thing I liked, is his singing on the show.
Mm-hmm.
Check out that 70s hairdo, man.
It needs to come back, Gary. Hey, they dance like me.
If you notice,
like
no one is pointing out anything else about the other. They're all just kids. There's no separation.
There's no identity politics.
Damn right there's not.
That was what was really interesting about the two documentaries that I've seen. This was done strictly on the basis of teaching kids. There was nothing else to it, and if they needed to have someone in there, it was really to highlight something that you would see if you were living in any particular neighborhood, any place, mainly in the United States, but literally around the world. Mm-hmm. And it isn't, at least at that time, growing up between 1969 and at least 1975, 76, there is really just an emphasis on just making sure that we could, first of all, educate and entertain children. And also, if we could show kids from different areas and different backgrounds, different ethnicities, that is great. And that's all it was. Nothing else. You didn't need anything else. And
my growing up in Arizona for the first 8 years of my life, it was so normal because so many of my friends were, Hispanic. Latino, and so I got to see other people because, like I told you, growing up, I didn't meet anybody black until I moved to Virginia, and when I was 8. But I got exposed to it thanks to TV shows like Sesame Street.
Yep.
Well, growing up, I've never said this before. This is the first time I ever say this, but, the love of expanded music, just not one genre or whatever. It started with the Kingston Trio, where technically they're world music because they were pulling music from all over the world. The second one was Sesame Street. I mean, just watching Luis there, you had all that different styles of different instruments. You start seeing what the different cultures give you for music. And it's not appropriation, it's appreciation.
That's
that
it.
Appropriation crap.
Yep.
That's
guys,
it.
I want to welcome War Monkey to the chat.
War Monkey.
What's up, man?
Hello.
That, and he could play an instrument.
Yeah.
That's something that's sorely lacking with a lot of modern stuff.
And I remember because there was the other guy. What was his name? Not Mr. Hooper, but Bob. Or what was his name?
Bob. Yeah, Bob.
Yeah, Bob. Yeah. You had these male figures that really stood out. I mean, the women always stood out on the show, but they had male role models for us boys on the show, and that was really great.
Yeah.
And we did have, I always did look up to guys like Bob, Mr. Hooper, and Luis as male role models. Dad, this is something that they've shied away from nowadays, and that's why I love what they did when we were kids on this show and Electric Company.
Well, also on other shows that it was able to highlight
Zoom.
because and Zoom, you were able to become interested in other things. There was a period of time when PBS really got into allowing us to see other cultures without having to leave our homes. Shows like Viva Alegre that celebrated Latin culture. That's stuff that I never would have learned. And it made you want to learn that stuff, not to be forced into it, but to, hey, this is something interesting. This is something completely different than what maybe a lot of you out there that are experiencing. Come and enjoy and learn and have fun with it the same way we do. And that was it. There was nothing more to it. Having all of that stuff.
Want to buy the Muppet when they were made available back in the
Oh, geez. Everybody did. Everybody wanted Muppets.
Like
Muppet
1970, I think 1969, 1970, when they released the first Muppets. Bert, Ernie, Oscar the Grouch, and Big Bird.
And if you were lucky enough to see them in concert, when the actual, they were like they were everything to every child. I don't care anything that you can name now. Sesame Street was bigger back in the day because it was everything. The album that they had, that first album that you can find on eBay if you're lucky enough, that was, I think, a double album of just basically every song they had on the show.
Yeah, here I want to play a little bit of this one because I remember this when it aired. Let me pop this up. I'll put us at the bottom. No, I'll put us at the side. There we go.
Do you know when you're feeling something, it shows on your face?
That's true.
Do you know
I
that?
just take a ribbon and she smiles.
That's right. See, she's feeling funny.
You have, huh?
What'd you do? Leave your face at home? Huh?
Hey, you want to play a face game? Yeah. Come on, let's do it. It's fun. Okay, you ready?
And now to keep us from getting claimed,
I'm
pausing. And give it a few seconds. Whoop, 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 whoop. There we go.
Oh, he's ready. Let's make a face, make a happy face. That's a happy face. Shine up your eyes, make your eyes shine all over the place. Slap on a smile where you think a smile should be. That's a happy, happy face, the nicest face to see.
Let's make a face, make an angry face.
God, I fucking remember this one.
Well, now one of the two documentaries I'm talking about is available right now on HBO Max. And I'm telling you right now, if you did not know how they put that entire show together, what was going on behind the scenes, and all the hoops that everyone had to jump through just to get this show made, I'm telling you, it goes beyond many of the performers that we saw on the show when I say that I owe them everything, because these people fought hard to just bring us this show. And again, unfortunately, because of the time period, there were certain types of parents, certain parent groups that tried to even get this version of the show pulled off the air. They didn't like it. They didn't like certain things about it. Again,
Lord.
This particular segment that Gary just showed was probably from about 1975 or 6.
Look, 70s, yeah. Definitely.
Okay, so you're only just a few years removed from, say, the first interracial kiss from Star Trek was 67, and then MASH, when the MASH series finally did make it to air, even after all of the hoops they jumped through to re-envision the movie for television, and they still had certain stations in the South that didn't like it. So yeah, they had a lot of problems, mainly in the South, because of what they were showing. And certain areas of the country that still hadn't integrated to show kids of different races sitting together was too much for them.
It was breaking their fragile little minds.
And that's the one thing about the old Sesame Street there. They didn't rely on the Muppets for everything.
That's right.
They relied on the humans, and that's where you could do something like that, where, you have Louise with a young black kid on there, you have an Asian kid, you have all of them around there, and it doesn't mean anything. They don't have the little, the Post-it note on their forehead, like from, what is it, The Office, describing who I am. It was natural. You didn't think anything of it other fact. There's a bunch of guys together. A couple guys and a bunch of kids. They're having a good time singing his song, very 70-ish. But, you can't do that with the Muppets.
That would look really suspicious today. Too grown.
Yeah, I saw that. And the thing is, you can't do that with the Muppets. You can't do that type of imagery with those puppets because they're surreal. Whether you like it or not, they're surreal. This is real when you see that.
Well, one of the genius things behind the Muppets is they're multicultural without throwing it in your face.
Right.
It was one of the subtle ways of doing what they were doing. But the other thing is when they do introduce race, instead of segregating and making it stand out, they instead put them together.
Right.
The opposite of what they do today. The very fucking opposite. It's not about everybody is a part of one thing. It's like, let's make this one stand out. This one needs to go back.
Yeah.
Right. It's like, it's the very opposite of what Sesame Street taught us when we were kids. And that's why I said, to Keith one time live on our show, I said, all the hard work guys like you and I have done in helping bridge that gap, whatever gap there was, is being not just retarded to something, it's actually being turned backward.
Yes.
It's not being slowed, it's being turned backward. And people today that are woke don't understand how fucking racist they really are.
Well, yeah, I mean, in the 80s, we still had our issues. And, race and all that will never go away, sadly. But the thing is, Eddie Murphy was the top draw in the theater. You had Bill Cosby, of course, we know what he is now, but he was the top draw on TV and also with comedy. And we didn't think anything of it. And I mean, I said it before with the guys on 24/7. It's like, I grew up in the suburbs. We weren't heavily integrated. I knew people of different ethnicities. Wasn't, friends. I'm not going to go, well, I knew this. No, but the thing is we busted each other chops. And I tell you, some of the words we sat back and forth with each other would send us to PC camp like you can't believe. But we didn't mean anything by it. It was just busting chops. And how much that has changed now.
Mm-hmm.
I think one of the funniest things I've ever heard is my gay son saying, "Oh, that's gay."
It's bad when that happens.
Yeah.
Well, my son is you've met him. Some of you have met him. He's not PC. Mm-hmm. He is not PC. He may be a little woke, but he is not PC. Because he knows when I call him on it when he does it on Facebook. I'll go up there and I'll make fun of something he said. And he just goes, "Dad."
One of the most heartwarming moments I had is when I was working for a company, and the lady I was working with was lesbian. Is lesbian. She hasn't changed. And we'd be together alone with each other. And you should have heard the stuff that we threw back at each other back and forth. And it's like, this is like the old days. It doesn't mean anything because we're friends. We respect each other. We're busting each other's chops. What does it mean? And it's like, this is like a flashback to when I was growing up. And
I'm sorry, I'm laughing at Monkey Jeeves.
Yeah, I know. Also, the Grouch normalizes homelessness.
I actually have a clip from Sesame Street that's one of my favorites. It's only a minute long, but it's, to me...
we got to pause it every few seconds. I don't want to get us pulled down.
Yeah, you don't want to get smashed,
what you doing, Brandon?
All right. This one's one of my favorites. Here we go.
Can you sing the alphabet, Julie?
Yes, I could.
Just to make sure you can hear, right?
Kermit the Frog here.
Okay.
So you sing the alphabet.
A, B, C, D, E, F, G, Cookie
She cracks me up to this day still.
You're not singing the alphabet. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S.
And of course, it's Jim Henson doing Kermit's voice back when he still had control over it.
Mm-hmm.
Cookie Monster isn't the letter of the alphabet. It goes Q, R, S, T, U, V. You're just teasing me.
Yeah, she was teasing.
Isn't it amazing how Jim Henson was able to get those expressions on Kermit, a puppet, and made it him so realistic that he's a real, true living.
Well, he was a master puppeteer.
He was.
Yes.
And everybody they hired. The thing about the again, I know I keep going back to this documentary, but it was a very incredible documentary in documenting and talking about how everything was done, including how the Muppets were brought into it, what it meant to them, really to a lot of the people that worked with the Muppets, to see them behind the scenes and to learn how the Muppets actually worked back then. Certain puppets that required 2 or even 3 people to operate one. And how they were able to make things like Big Bird, which again, to a child, Big Bird is Big Bird. You don't think anything of it. You don't, it doesn't seem like it, but it is actually someone inside of a costume where they are operating parts of it and other parts of it are done by someone else. I mean, Snuffleupagus, to me, Oscar the Grouch is the one character that I probably, now that I'm older, identify and understand more of. I think a lot of us can at least acknowledge that there are moments in our lives where you're thinking, he was right.
Off my lawn.
And when it comes around the Big Bird, it's like I was only a couple years ago old when I realized that his one arm never moved because that arm was up here and the other arm was being there. And you never thought about it, never noticed that at all.
Yeah. If you notice how she was interacting with Kermit, you would never have guessed that Kermit wasn't real. They worked it to where they believed and that it was real, and they treated it that way, and it worked.
Yeah.
Early Sesame Street, even back in the 80s and most parts of the 90s it was really good. It really hurts me to see the direction that they've gone with it, and
I would never let any of my kids watch, if I had kids or when I have grandkids, watch the new iteration of Socialist Street. And that's what I've started calling it. Is like, this is just indoctrination. This isn't education. This isn't fun. This is, this is how you goose step kids. Now do it properly.
And it sucks. It really does.
A lot of it has to do with the fact that a lot of the people that helped to create the show are no longer there. And the professionalism, well, I can't say the professionalism, but I mean, everything from the original concept for the show and the people that championed that, all the way down to finding someone who was able to compose all of those songs. I mean, that's another thing you don't think about. Somebody had to make those songs for them to sing.
Yeah, it's not like Dora the Explorer. It doesn't even fucking rhyme. Dora the Explorer. Where they have songs like, I'm the map, I'm the map, I'm the map, I'm the map, I'm the map. It's like, that's shitty songwriting.
Careful there.
Sesame
They
Street
could
had these nice little jingles.
It wouldn't be surprising to me if they were to resurrect Dora, and instead of it being the map, I'm the man. I'm the man. I'm the man.
I'm the man.
Well, and even that clip that Brandon was showing there, a song that already existed, the ABC song, and look what they did to it. Having fun and changing things around is, you still need someone to do that.
Yeah.
AB Cookie Monster.
It was
the next time Cookie Monster can sing that with you. I'm leaving. I love you. I love you too.
It is just to me, that was magic in front of us. What they were able to do. And again, like I
Big
began,
Bird was like a real person to us when we were kids.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. It
Oscar,
was all
we believed he lived in a trash can.
Yeah. It was just all magical. It was magic, pure magic playing out right in front of our eyes. And
how many of us actually went and started looking in garbage cans, hoping to see Oscar?
Oh,
I'm surprised they haven't moved him over to a recycle bin.
I never did that, but I will tell you, every time I saw that kind of trash can, I thought of Oscar. But to look in the trash can is just fucking weird, dude.
I am. I know. When have I said I wasn't? Thank you. It's a compliment, especially from you, Gary.
I did not promote the show, so we don't have very many people watching. I had a meeting this morning, Keith, with Memnock, the guy that Jason T-shirt talks about all the time, the musician, Norwegian. I had a great conversation because I'm wanting to start that show, Action Theater Breakdown, where we talk about martial arts films. And I didn't get to promote the show, so if I'm quiet and you see me doing stuff, I'm promoting the show because we hardly have anybody watching right now. It's annoying.
Very quiet?
Because we're talking about stuff that I think is important. So
the name of the documentary that I ended up watching was called Street Gang, and you can find that on HBO Max, and it gives it's a really incredible behind the scenes of how everything worked. And let me just say, this was not a small group of people. Initially, it started out that way. But the actual show, the number of people that it took to pull off one episode, even today, is amazing. And again, the great thing about it is everyone that worked on the show, with the exception of a lot of the younger people that we're bringing in, because at the time they weren't really parents, but they were all parents themselves. And they cared about content. They cared about what their children were watching. And they cared that on top of being educated, that, children were also being entertained. And to pull off that level of entertainment where all just seemed effortless and they scored on every one of those points. You don't see that with other programs, especially other programs that have lasted this long.
Well, the problem with educational shows today they're not educational; they're indoctrinational, and it's a problem. And we don't get quality shows like what we had as kids that were educational shows that didn't focus on identity but focused on learning.
Well, I mean, I remember growing up, of course, we had Sesame Street. I wasn't a big Electric Company guy. I watched it now and then, but I wasn't a big fan of it. I loved 321 Contact in their PBS show, great science show. That was one I especially liked. And then, when it came around, I think one of the last great shows that they put out there for kids to watch science-wise was Beakman's World. I'm not even going to go with Bill Nye. I never liked Bill Nye, even back then. I loved Beakman's World. I said, okay, this is, it's hyper.
It was a good show.
But it's very science and all that. And of course, that wasn't PBS. But now what we got, that's about the last vestiges. It starts going into Wokeville after that.
I remember Mr. Wizard on Nickelodeon.
Mr. Wizard, yeah.
See, that was a good show too. But I actually watched science shows when I was a kid. I watched things like Cosmos. I watched Connections. Two of my favorite shows as a kid on PBS. And we just lost somebody who left.
Steven.
Oh, he'll be back. Okay. Oh, did he leave a message?
Not that
He'll be
I'm
back.
seeing.
Yeah.
There's nothing.
James Burke is a mastermind when it comes to that. I love him.
Now, my wife wrote this, and it's true. I fell for it too. Big Bird had a 6th birthday every year. So it's like South Park, they don't get older. And yet there are jokes within South Park talking about the fact that they're not getting older. It's like really weird. It's very meta for me. This is an important discussion. We're teaching our kids a lot of the wrong lessons, like how to be selfish. And totally correct, War Monkey.
Yeah.
Educational shows are garbage today, in my opinion.
Oh yeah, they're complete and utter trash.
Right.
I think again, as I said towards the beginning, the important thing is to celebrate who you are and your culture, to allow people to see what it is that makes it what it is and its unique aspects, and to, maybe interest them in wanting to learn more about it. That was Sesame Street on top of everything else. Nowadays, it's more or less like, well, you can't do that because you're not, versus, hey, today we're going to celebrate Native American culture. We're going to have someone on here that's going to explain it in a way that kids can understand and teach us a few things. I mean, it's everything that we saw, not just in Sesame Street, but in Mr. Rogers.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Rogers.
Yeah, I miss Mr. Rogers.
Oh, television misses Mr. Rogers.
My God, I love Mr. Rogers, dude. I wanted to go there. I wanted to go to the land of make believe so much. Meow. King, all of those fucking characters. I was, to go slightly derail and come right back quickly. When I learned that Michael Keaton had worked there, I thought it was like one of the things about him I loved most was learning that he was worked on that show.
Yeah.
I think one of the things also these shows also taught us, where everybody now has a participation trophy. Back then, they taught us that, hey, you're going to lose sometimes, but you got to pick yourself up, brush yourself off. Just because you lost doesn't make you a loser. Just keep going.
Right, it doesn't.
Quitting makes you a loser.
That's right. Quitting makes you a loser.
And now it's like you don't have that. It's like everybody's the same. So we all get a trophy. We all whatever you want to be.
But also, the clip that we showed, the singing clip, today they run away from talking to kids about being sad. It's all right to be sad. Everybody's sad. The thing about it is that let's look at why you're sad. And if I can, I'll try to help you to go beyond that. Nowadays, we either don't talk about it or we act like it doesn't happen.
Or we try to medicate you to death.
Right.
Yeah. And again, I'm not saying that there aren't problems. What I am saying is that I think it's kind of interesting that we started out celebrating the breadth and width of the human experience, but just making sure that it was something that kids can understand.
Right.
And now we don't do that. We try to hide things from them. We try to push things off like either it's not that important or it doesn't happen. So we did that for a few years, and look what it got us.
Over sheltering. Yeah.
Right. And didn't they have a song about being sad on Sesame Street? I know they had the song "Sing," where they sing when you're happy, sing when you're sad. But didn't they have a song about being sad? And,
probably with dealing with Mr. Hooper's death. And I'm really glad that they didn't try to replace him.
I am too. That they actually dealt with it on the show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Basically,
because back then they didn't hide stuff from kids and mask it.
They didn't.
Right.
Basically, back then, even with all the issues coming out of the civil rights era and moving into the 70s and 80s, people were acting more like adults about it, realizing that there were issues, but not ignoring them, but actually dealing with them and showing the world how we should treat each other. There's the old saying, it doesn't matter what your melatonin is. We all bleed red. We're all human.
Right.
Or at least I think we're all human. Are we all human?
I'm not.
I am totally human.
Watch me drink some water. I will prove that I am human.
Wait a minute. Now you're acting
there
like
was
board.
an educational program that we haven't brought up that was popular in the 70s. Had opening animation by Chuck Jones. and it was called The Curiosity Shop.
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah.
And I don't want us to forget this, because they had science on here. There was a lot of really cool stuff on this show, and we watched it religiously. I loved that show because, like Sesame Street, there was a mild focus on being nice to each other, no matter your race, no matter your
it's not
sex.
hard to be nice.
None of it. It really wasn't like a major thing that they made a big deal out of. They just showed you how to act with one another, and by working together. And on this show, they did a lot of that too. And so therefore it was ingrained in us as kids from a very young age to be nice to each other, that, it's okay to be different, that you don't have to make a big fucking deal about being different, which is so different from today, which is let's make a big deal about how different I am.
Right.
And how dare you dare make me feel different because I am different. And I'm proudly saying I'm different. It's like, what the fuck are you even saying? You're crazy.
It's like I associated when all the girls started getting those tattoos, those barbed wire tattoos. And I want to express my individuality by getting a barbed wire tattoo like everybody else.
It's the old saying, once everybody's special, nobody's special. Once everybody does the one thing, then nobody can differentiate themselves in that fashion. And I do want to say this real quick about me and about where I live. I'm from Idaho. When you think of Idaho, do you think of a lot of people
potatoes.
other than
I just
white
think
people?
Potatoes. No, I just think potatoes.
Taters.
Where I
potatoes.
lived, the neighborhood that I lived in when I was between 7 and 12, the school I went to, I had friends quite literally of almost every ethnicity. We had some people that were black. We had some people that were from Mexico and South America. Idaho being a farm place, we have a larger Hispanic population than I think most people realize. But we also have a very heavy Japanese and Chinese population. And I had friends from all walks of life at this school, and none of us gave a flying shit about any of that crap. We all gave each other shit, but we didn't go into the mean, nasty side of it. We knew where to draw the lines with everybody, and we all got along, and we all didn't get along. And there were times when,
but it was personal reasons why you didn't get along.
Yeah, it wasn't because of how we looked; it was because personality conflicts. But you know what?
Yeah.
Even with some of them that I started off really, really not liking, a year or two later, we were chums. We were buds. We went and did things.
Yeah, there comes a time it's like you're oil, I'm water. We're not going to mix. So and that's the individual level of it all.
And
it's like
if
our
a person understands that, you can get along with them well enough to be able to function.
It's like the town I live in here, Chaska, in Minnesota. And Chaska always has had a migrant Mexican population. And what I mean by migrant is that every summer they would come up, work the sugar fields of sugar beets, because we had crystal sugar here. They'd work with we had bricks, so they had the brick yard, so they're making bricks and all the other stuff. And then when the season was over, they went back home. So there was always a influx of that population coming up and out, assisting, not being a crutch, just assisting the local farmers and all that, to such a point you could go places in Mexico, bring up the name Chaska, they know exactly what you're talking about.
I wanted to point out something that Steven mentioned here, deleted scene, Powerhouse. I don't fucking remember this show, dude. I just had to look it up and Powerhouse. I don't remember.
Yeah, it was a Nickelodeon series that was that was aimed at older.
What year did it come out?
I remember watching it in the 80s.
Yeah, see, I was already past that. In the 80s, like Pee-wee was brought up. I watched things with my kids, and I tended to get them to watch Sesame Street. So I've never heard of Powerhouse. I found it right here. Hold on a second. Let me share my screen here. There we go.
It's all about sharing and caring, folks. And Carrie's so sharing.
There we go.
Dawood's mother was murdered by terrorists in my country.
We're all under stress sometimes.
I don't know what the hell I just watched, dude.
It went into some darker subject matter.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Yeah.
Good grief.
Yeah,
Well,
like I said,
that sounds like a traumatizing show for you.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that it was a show that had a message to it, and there was always a moral, and it wasn't what is now considered woke. It had this a multiracial cast, and nobody ever brought it up. They were just people.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah, and we've lost that.
Well, just like the song says, people are people, so why shouldn't we be?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
God, I missed the Depeche Mode at times.
I thought that was Aristotle.
People
That might be.
Get along so awfully.
You know, one what you would call like a children's, I suppose, preteen, early teen show I remember was on Nickelodeon, was Lights, Camera, Action with Leonard Nimoy. And looking back at that show, I get the biggest fun laugh now because I remember they were showing how they were doing the big dance scene in the Meaning of Life. There's the song "Every Sperm is Sacred," and it's like now you know. Yeah, and here they're showing this incredibly
if the
almost
sperm gets wasted, God gets quite irate.
Mm-hmm.
Let the heathen spill this on the dusty ground. God will make them
face
pay
palm.
for every sperm that can't be found.
I hear that that like R-rated song. They're showing the kids how they made it, and an R-rated film for that matter.
Yeah, look, when that baby fucking falls out of her vagina in that scene, played by Terry Jones, is the oh dear, would you get that where you love?
What show was this?
The Meaning of Life. Monty Python.
That was in The Meaning of Life.
Yeah,
Meaning of Life.
The hell have I been? I don't remember seeing that.
Oh, you gotta watch it again, man.
Damn, I guess I gotta go on a Monty Python binge.
The chapter, Death.
I mean, it's been a while since I've seen Holy Grail. I got to pop Holy Grail and watch that again.
I watched that yesterday.
Oh,
speaking of
my daughter was raised on Monty Python.
Speaking of non sequiturs, I think we need a non sequitur.
Oh, okay, yeah, I could do that. I could go a non sequitur. I could do that at any moment when I get to it, any second. Yeah, it's happening. I'm eventually going to get there. Did I find it? I found it.
And here is the neighbor who told us where they were. And now for something completely different.
There you go.
Oh, yes.
And boom goes the dynamite.
Have you guys ever seen the pre-Monty Python shows, like It's 1948 show, or It's Finally the 1948
I've
show?
watched stuff like with Marty Feldman, too.
Yeah, Marty's in that one.
I watched a lot of that old English stuff. When he has that fight with whatever the fuck was in his hamper at the pet doctor, I fucking lost my mind laughing at that, going, that's some crazy shit right there, my friend.
That's why I have BritBox, because they got a lot of those shows. Please Stand By, I think, was the name of the other one. I think that had Eric Idle and a few of the others in there. So it's funny to see that evolution from those shows onto the Monty Python, and also listening to the old Goon Show and seeing how that is.
Show, yep.
All right, I have to confess this. My favorite show on Nickelodeon from the early days was you can't do that.
Do
on
that
television.
on television.
That was fucked up shit, and it was hilarious as hell.
When I came home, that was my go-to show when I came home from school. Is you can't do that.
Yep.
That was absolutely. You know what? I have to say this. I had a crush on Moose. I mean, I did.
Who?
Moose, the main, the main girl that was presenting the show.
Yeah,
that was Moose.
That was Moose.
Yeah,
you don't remember Moose?
Oh, her.
Yeah.
The frizzy hair.
Her. Yeah.
Oh, she had frizzy hair, but then it looks like it got straightened out. Yeah, I can see that. Okay.
I had a crush on her. I have to admit that.
I think
I'd go up to Canada for that.
Yeah, why do you think we watched? There were cute girls on that show. Yeah. And then they slimed people. And
and then Alanis Morissette came at the end. And it's like, okay, we're gone.
Yeah.
Oh, bless Canada for that one. That's one thing I will say that they did do right.
Yeah, they put Laugh-In in Monty Python and mixed it together with there's a touch of SNL.
Well, Canada gave us Lauren Green.
Yep.
And they also gave us William Shatner. And
yep.
Michael J. Fox.
Michael J. Fox.
Oh, who was Shatner's contemporary that played General Chang? I can see him, but the name is escaping me at the moment.
Oh, thank you for
that was actor.
Pat Morita.
Chris. No. Christopher Plummer.
That's right, Chris Plummer.
One of those plumbers.
Yeah.
Well, Shatner understudied him, which is the thing about Shatner. But people need to really, if you consider yourself a big Shatner fan, you need to start watching a lot of his early pre-Star Trek work because his stuff, like in The Brothers Karamazov and in other movies like that, The World of C.Z. Wong, he does not get enough credit for how good of an actor he was. And again, this, Shatner and Nimoy and the rest of that cast from Star Trek, also, I got to give them credit for helping my parents raise me, because watching those shows and how they were written and how those characters all interacted with one another, very important, very, very good stuff for young kids to watch, unlike the stuff that passes for Trek.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I'm going to share this real quick here, because this film is a very good film. It's not as good as the original Japanese film, Rashomon. But this is the American remake of Rashomon, and it's got Paul Newman, Lawrence Harvey, Claire Bloom, Edward G. Robinson, and William Shatner right in there. Great cast.
Great cast.
Ooh.
What? Howard D'Souza?
Wow.
Oh, my word. They got a great cast in that one.
Yeah, this is a very good film. Original screenplay by Akira Kurosawa with Rashomon. But it didn't do very well in the theater. So it's not as well known, but it is a very good Western.
2 years
tells
before
the same
he did
story.
Star Trek. 2 years before he did Star Trek.
I always said, if I could have an interview with William Shatner, there are two words you would not hear out of my mouth. It would be Star Trek and Captain Kirk. Because there was so much more that he did. Barbary Coast after Star Trek.
You can find the
Scariest
pilot.
face in horror movie history.
Yeah.
Devil's Reign.
No, Halloween.
Halloween too, but Devil's Reign, that scarred me. Kingdom of the Spiders. You can find the pilot to the Barbary Coast on YouTube. I watched it again. Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh, my goodness.
That's a good show, wasn't it?
It was good. I mean, the premise was really, really cool. And again, Hollywood, if you want to remake something, there you go.
Yeah,
I give you the Barbary Coast. Both as a movie and or a television series. Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I remember watching it. I thought, this is pretty good.
Sox has joined us in the chat.
Hey, Sox.
And Shinatsky is here.
Kingdom of the Spiders.
And Gab Stargate is here.
Kingdom of the Spiders allowed Shatner to reunite with DeForest Kelly in that one, I think. I think the both of them were in that.
And the Big Bad Mama, him with Angie Dickinson.
Big Man Mama. Ooh.
First of all,
yeah, you know what I'm
American
talking about.
Psycho 2 is not a real movie. I mean, I've never watched it, never will.
Here's the thing, though. That was his second movie he ended up making with director Big Bad Mama was the second movie he ended up making.
Shelley Winters?
No. Director, producer.
Corman.
Not Bogdanovich.
Roger Corman.
Corman. That's it, yeah.
Corman actually did a movie that he made here in the Midwest, bringing William Shatner here to make a movie. And they got ran out of town before they could complete filming. And it was 1963 when the movie came out, and it was called the...
Not the Incubus.
This is what I hate about getting older.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
What's the premise?
It's about a guy who comes into town. William Shatner plays, obviously.
It's about racism.
Well, it's the implied, but it isn't about racism. They don't put any people of color or anything. It's not like, but it's supposed to be. He comes in wearing this nice white suit, and he ingratiates himself to everyone in town, and the way he talks and everything else. And he slowly begins to turn people against one another. And the Intruder.
I could have sworn there was a black guy in that story that gets blamed for something.
It's called The Intruder.
Yeah,
that's what it's called.
They did a release of it a couple years ago, a special release of it.
Yeah, and that my copy of that movie was one of the copies that I lost when some dude broke into my house a couple years back and stole a majority of my collection. I've never replaced.
I've been there, dude. I'd like to kill people that do that shit, that break into film movies, man.
He sold it for drugs or whatever, and it's just I just like. Hey, man.
Here's something I just found out: that William Shatner's first big major TV series was Space Command. So Star Trek wasn't his first sci-fi.
Yeah, it was a Canadian show, I believe. Yeah.
What was it about?
I don't know. I'm not too familiar with Space Command.
What was it about? Space Command was a Canadian children's science fiction television adventure broadcast on CBC, a government-run fucking TV network, from 13th of March 1953 till 29th of May 1954. The first time the network aired its dramatic series. It was a dramatic sci-fi show.
If I remember right,
and James Doohan's in it too.
Yeah.
Whoa! They were both in it together?
No, wow. I think Shatner took over from Doohan. Doohan quit the show, and Shatner took over.
Only in 1953, and doesn't show how many episodes. Doohan is shown for having been in 150 episodes.
Wow.
So they just
I still remember him from his Twilight Zone episode with the plane gremlins.
Well, but he's also in another one with a tabletop devil that predicts your future.
Yeah. And that's just it. If I was to talk about Twilight Zone, I would not talk about Horror at 20,000 Feet. It'd be that episode, because that episode's fucking creepy.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, Horror at 10,000 Feet. Is that it?
Yeah, but the tabletop, the gremlin, doing all that, that was a creepy episode.
Yeah, it was.
And it's like, that's the one I would talk to him about, is that episode, because everyone wants to talk about the plane.
Yeah.
It's like, there's other things Shatner did. He's the Shat.
Well, not just him. But
and that's the other thing I want to talk about is I have been trying to get this thing started. I need help. That when William Shatner shits on somebody on Twitter, it should be called shatting. Hashtag shatting.
Shatting.
Please fucking get this a thing, because that will put his name into our language. His name will be in our fucking language. So long after he's gone, it'll still be called shatting on someone.
Should we tweet and just go hashtag shatting with the retweet?
I fucking love that idea. I love William Shatner. Even if I don't agree with him with what he said, I just love that this man who's 90 fucking years old just shit on a teenager who thinks they fucking know something.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. That is the one thing about his Twitter account that is glorious, is when when he does that.
And when he did that show, and I wished it had stuck. I wish it had really worked. The show, it was basically called "Shit My Dad Says."
Yeah.
Yes, based on
his
book.
Book, and which was basically just a series of fucking blogs of talking about the stuff that his dad did, and they turned it into a series, and Shatner played him. I fucking loved that show.
Same here.
I loved it too, except the one thing that killed that show was when they had the subplot with the other brother and his wife living in the garage.
Yeah.
It's like, get rid of all that. Just have it between the son and the father. And I loved that Shatner and Lee Majors went at it with each other.
It's really good. Hey, I want to welcome Punk Waddle to our. He just became a member. Thank you, man.
One of us. One of us.
One of us. One of us.
Again, it is getting all the way back to Sesame Street.
Oh yeah,
Sword Punk is here. CJ, what's up, brother?
I have to say that Emilio Delgado did a phenomenal job.
Yeah,
PJO is here. Hold on.
Being
Dork Knight's mom is here. Hi, Dork Knight's mom.
Geek Mom.
Hello.
Hi.
I just want to say that he and everyone else did a phenomenal job in first of all helping me to understand and love education. I want to thank him and his family and everyone in the cast for helping my parents and my teachers out in doing that. You know, the love that I have for education and educators and all of that. Everyone that worked on that show helped to do that. And I wish I had had a chance to meet him. That was always one of my things, was to at least be able to meet a lot of the actors and actresses and creative people that helped entertain me when I was so young. And I had wanted to meet a lot of the members of this cast. And I will tell you, if you Google Sesame Street cast and look at all the famous people, wealthy people, others who have gone out of their way to try to take pictures with these people that have meant so much to all of us, it shows you the power of what they did. You may not know their real names, but it did mean something.
I read that Paris Hilton is a huge Big Bird fan.
Oh,
I'm lying.
That's scary.
I have no idea.
Well, don't do that to us.
She's just
F you, Gary.
Bitch. I don't know if you ever watched that show.
But exactly what Keith was saying. Because of those guys, that we grew that appreciation for the other stuff that we're talking about. Everything that went along off of it. It opened our minds. It opened our eyes. It opened.
That's
our
interesting.
It
Deleted scene. Stephen, who is not talking, wrote in the chat, who's on the show, not talking, mentioned that Delgado holds the record for the longest running series regular by a Latino actor, 42 years. It's true. Thanks for posting that, Stephen. Thanks a lot.
You're welcome. Glad I could help.
That's so white of you to not say it. Post it.
I miss quality television, regular American television.
That's what this show's about. We're quality television.
That's right. We are quality American.
And we will be
television.
bringing down the quality.
What am I doing here then? If it's quality, what am I here?
Look, if you're here, whatever you did before you were here, you're absolved. You're here now. You're part of what
Thank
we
you,
do.
Father Keith. Thank you, Father Keith.
That's right.
Yeah.
Bless you, my child. Bless you.
Bless you. Sanctum Christi per mandare story.
That's my Lutheran Papist moment. You won't get another one out of me.
I just, again, it's
feeling my bony belly with dominoes.
I will say this.
I got hit for that in Catholic school. I got struck in the back of the head with a chalk stick.
The hell you say?
My bullies were nuns.
Penguins.
That's a T-shirt, dude. That is a T-shirt.
I was in my 20s and I needed to go into therapy for some stuff. And the therapist I was seeing, I didn't know at first because she was a doctor, but she's also a nun. And she said that during the thing that she mentioned that she's a nun. And and we started talking about bullies. I said the worst bullies that I remember as a child were nuns. I said, I'm terrified of penguins. That's how much I hate nuns.
Wow.
She laughed, but she goes, you'll find I'm different. I went, I bet you would whack the shit out of me when I was a kid. The things that I would say.
Do you have the same reaction Father Jack does from Father Tit about nuns?
Well, the priests, the priests were our saviors. We would just hope that they would show up because they would protect us from the nuns when they were around. But the minute the priests left, man, it was like, oh shit, it's open season on kids.
Run, dive, Foxhole.
I had
this is the big one. This is the big one.
I was having dinner with Father Weems one day back when I was just before I went in the army. It was like I was 25, and I went through a suspenders period where it was, and I had buttons on them, and one of them said I survived Catholic school. He reached over on that table, pulled it off my thing, and threw it into the trash. He says, "You're lucky you got to go to Catholic school. Survive."
And look what an upstanding individual you became, Gary.
Oh,
I'm USDA prime choice dickhead.
And a big fan of the movie The Blues Brothers.
Oh,
yes, I love that movie.
Oh God, talk about classic.
It's a great one.
My daughter fell in love with that film, and I'm so proud of it.
That's a major dad accomplishment.
Yeah, it is.
Steering our kids to proper entertainment.
Exactly.
I knew a Father Damien too, Stargate. It's actually a very common name. If everybody remembers, Father Damien was also the priest in the series Shogun. And I felt bad for him because he was a character who believed he was doing the right thing, and because he's kind of a villain, but at the same time, he really was trying to do what he believed to be the right thing. And good show. If you've never seen Shogun, fucking find a copy of that series. What a show. You actually get to see Toshiro Mifune in an American series. And he did not speak a word of English.
See, and the fact that Keith did it, you have to watch it. If Keith backs him up, that's the stuff to see.
Yeah,
if Keith doesn't back it up, forget it.
Best line. Hey, Anjin-san. Hey, garimasu. Hey.
It's great entertainment. There's a reason why that became so popular. I think
it was
NBC,
a hit series. It really was.
I think NBC ended up running it again in its entirety for like 2 or 3 years. They kept running that.
Shinatsky, the movie did fuck that name up, Damien. Because you hear Damien now and you think, oh, Antichrist, get away from him. He's a bad person. It's like, I'm the nicest guy ever. What are you talking about?
he killed Patrick Troughton.
And got Gregory Peck killed and also helped murder his mother.
Yep.
I mean, he was a shitty kid.
A little push, there you go.
He went by her and nudged her with his tricycle.
If you end up watching the entire original trilogy, you'll never look at Jurassic Park the same.
Yeah, Sam Neill as the adult Damien. The book was better than the film. I'm sure tell you that. I was disappointed with the film because they left out stuff that was in the book. But it's still, the original Omen trilogy is fun to watch.
Well,
I like Damien Omen too with who was it that played the dad? Another great American actor.
William Holden.
William Holden died hitting his head on a coffee table because he was drunk. Great fucking actor though, William Holden. Jeez. So yeah, it's like he killed Gregory or got Gregory Peck. So basically, he killed Gregory Peck and then killed William Holden. Yeah, Damien was a shitty fucking kid, and then as an adult, he's caused the death of a lot of other people. And by the way, the series based off of The Omen, not very good. Dumb show.
See, Gary turned out a lot better. See, you can just point it there. At least I'm not Damien.
Yes, and by the way, I mentioned earlier my dad's name was Gary, and I'm Gary Jr. But he wanted me to pass that name on to my kids, and I'm like, "Fuck you, no." I've had a fuck fucking annoying existence having to correct people on the pronunciation of my fucking name. I'm not passing that on to my son. Oh, you need to. And I'm like, no, I'm not. And here, I'm going to be even more of a dick about it, Dad. I'm naming my son Sean Patrick Jerry. Spelled Gary.
Oh, yeah.
And so my middle son's name is Sean Patrick Jerry Giselle. Not Gary. So let's see. What was that? The police killed. Yeah, but he caused the death. That's why I said basically he still killed his dad. No, Daddy, no, don't kill me. And he sees the sixes. And you know when you're in a movie theater and I could not fucking make out the 3 6s.
Really?
Could you guys actually see it?
Actually, no.
I had to see it in a magazine. It was either Fangoria or Starlog, where they highlighted it in red. And I went, oh, that's weird.
Don't you miss those? Don't you miss those magazines?
Well, that was our internet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was.
Famous Monsters was definitely
Famous Monsters,
Movie
Movieland.
Top of it. Cinefantastique.
So, yeah.
Oh, Cinefantastique.
I'm sorry, Cinefantastique.
He's still not saying the right, motherfucker. Cinefantastique.
Yes.
Jesus, say the fucking word, man.
Oui,
Yes,
oui, mon patron.
Yeah.
You're like Deanna when she can't say a word. It's so funny. I'm like, you're trying to say this. She cannot say feminism. She cannot. She says feminism.
Feminism.
Yeah, I miss those magazines. So I tell you what, I know. You know what?
Fangoria was the shit, man. When it came to horror.
And what
when
was
they did Cinemagic was the other Starlog publication for independent filmmakers.
Yeah, I was just going to bring that up. That was just you read through
that
all these films that people made.
That magazine helped me make money in high school because I refused to take or sell drugs. So what did I do? I was in the AV club, and I built a magic box from Cinemagic magazine. It was a box that had a mirror in it, and a hole on one end and a hole on the other, where you put it in there, the camera on one side aimed at the mirror, and a projected image projected in on the mirror, and it would record it. So you could transfer film to video inexpensively. Yep. And what I would do is I would buy Swedish porn films. They're all silent, 8mm. No, this is true. It was 8mm Swedish porno films, and I would project them and plug in the video or the audio plug, the RCA plugs, to a record player, and I would put on my own music, Def Leppard, shit like that, AC/DC, and I would sell VHS tapes, and they're expensive to get back then when I was in high school.
Oh yeah,
and so I'd sell those things for $100, a porn film.
See, those Swedish films
to the rich kids in school.
They had to be sound because no one would think, "I'm going to put my hookah into your chukabaka." I mean, I was disappointed.
Well, here's a true story too. Mike Anderson, God rest his soul, he was a good friend of mine. Used to beat the shit out of him in school, punch him. He was like a little brother. We would fuck with him. Jim Woodward, who produces our show, he and I would pick on him. And he just hung out with us all the time. And he kept asking me, bugging me, I want to see one of your movies. I want to see one of your movies. So I said, come over. We'll pretend to study, and I'll put a projector in my closet, and you can watch it. I built one of those wide closets. And so he went in there, and I had the projector in there, and he's watching it. And what he didn't know is I put in one of those Swedish horse movies. And I started hearing this sound like coming from my closet. I'm like, what the fuck? And I'm looking at the closet, and then my dad opens the door, and right when he opens the door, he lunges out of the closet, covering his face, and runs and throws up in the bathroom. And my dad's like, what the fuck is going on here? And I gently closed the closet as I stood up, and I went, oh, lunch. We had, pizza burgers.
And he bought it?
Oh, yeah. My dad didn't know what was going on. All he knew is that Mike came running out of my room, bolting, slammed into him, going down the hallway, and started throwing up in the bathroom because he just saw a woman sucking a horse cock.
Jeez.
Remember when we were talking about Sesame Street and whole
Right?
children's
That segment is over.
Horsecock.
That segment is over. We're now on to other stuff.
Well, that's like those memes I see from Sesame Street and the beads and all that stuff with Big Bird, and it's like, okay, we've gone to a weird area.
Look, Stargate, you think you're dirty? I just said horsecock. So you're not.
He
dirty.
gives me a problem every time I say Blackhawk.
Why do you have to do that all the time, bragging about? Hey, what's 12 inches in white? Nothing.
I beg to differ, sir.
Black.
No.
What was it last one? Hold on. You can get electronic versions of Starlog. Yeah, I've got all of them electronically. Mm-hmm. I got the entire library. And I go back and I love so much because I used to write letters to him, hoping one day one of my letters would get published. Never happened.
That and Wizard magazine.
Which one?
Wizard.
Oh, Wizard.
Of course, I probably should have known better than to send penthouse letters to Starlog. This crazy thing happened to me this weekend, Starlog.
Yeah, I'm sure that that what's written actually really happened. Yeah, sure. The guy
and everybody remember
those situations, right?
Mr. Cattell is actually.
I just completely lied. I did write actual legitimate letters asking questions, and he just never got published. I just like to twist things to where they're fucking weird.
Oh, yeah.
Like what I did on the show yesterday. I'll show it again. God damn it!
The best letter pages ever is National Lampoon's letter pages.
Oh yeah, because I don't
best ones ever.
I don't think Keith has seen this one yet. Let me share my screen real quick. Share screen. This is the video I posted today. Share screen.
Oh, Keith is scared.
This is when I fucked with Ivan Ortega, the guy who made the Last Jedi fan edit. It's really actually a really good edit. It is. It makes the film palatable where you can actually enjoy it. And so while we're talking about it, I was letting him know how, we still talk about this. People go, I talk about it. And it's true. I do talk about it 2 or 3 times a month. I'll bring it up. But here's what I said to him on the show. It's time for Pop Culture Minefield Shorties. Your edit's still the subject of a lot of discussion. Mm-hmm. I know that it comes up with me at least once or twice a month.
Nice.
When I'm talking to people. Of course, they're usually at a funeral, and I'm just standing there going, hey, did you see Ivan Ortega's fan edit of Oh, yes, I'm going to miss your husband, too. Yeah.
Nice. Fucking hell, Gary.
Thanks for watching Pop Culture Minefield. If you enjoyed the show,
stop that shit and... So, yeah, I'm going to get more active into making some of these shorties and doing clips because I like fucked up moments in our shows. And I tried to get one of Steven, but people were talking over each other too much where I couldn't use it. And that bugs me because we do that. We talk over each other. I knew people in the MLP fandom, nothing you say can shock me. I asked, because Memnock, the music artist, Jason T-shirt, talk about him all the time. I met him today. We had a really long conversation today before the show. And it's why I didn't get to promote the show until while we're doing the show. And he says, we were talking about how dark we can be as people because of some of the shit we've gone through. And I said, but I bet you I got you on one thing. He goes, what's that? I said, you ever met a guy who had a kitten bite his dick? And he goes, no. I said, yeah, you have. Me. That's a fucked up story. And yes, fucking hell, Gary. It's just fucking slayed me when he said that. Fucking hell, Gary. Jace is funny. Jace doesn't know how to take me sometimes, and it's one of the funniest things about him. He's such a sweetheart, and he just gets thrown by something I do, and the poor guy has had to witness me be a fucking asshole when I got angry at somebody. He actually watched me go off on somebody. It's just like, I'm sorry, buddy, that you had to see that. But the Dork Knight's here. What's up, man? I'll post the invite again. Hold on a second. Is that it? No,
I
that
think
is
his
not
mom
it.
is still here. And that's not me trying to, I mean, really was here. So.
Here, I'm putting it in the chat again if you want to join us here. There you go, chat. No, you can join us. Fuck it.
I'd love to stick around, but my time is up. I gotta go get
I was so
groceries
tired of you like an hour ago, dude.
Oh, I know.
What was he doing here in the first place, for crying out loud?
I don't know. I was about to make you a mayo sandwich.
Yeah, before you go though, talk about what your episode was today.
Today we talked about it. This month has been 80s month for anime, so today I had Shinatsky on. I believe I'm sorry if I butchered that, but that's what sticks out in my mind. But he came on. We talked about Bubblegum Crisis, talked about some of the things that he's done. We talked about Ranma 1/2, the little funny clip that I played earlier. We played on the show and just had a good time all around.
If you have not seen the Japanese anime version of Starship Troopers that came out in the 80s, I have a copy.
Oh,
I never even knew that existed. That's crazy.
I didn't either.
Yeah.
Neither did I.
Hold on a second.
The more you know.
Hey, how about this one? Somebody tried to do an anime version of Babylon 5, and Warner Brothers and JMS caught that real quick. So
Who
I've
did
only
what?
seen drawings of it, but nobody was able to get away with anything. So,
That would have been fantastic. Hey, what are you going to do?
It looked good.
What are you going to do a 70s one there, Brandon? Get
I don't know.
old parts like you.
That's before my time, and the 70s are not exactly my favorite decade. But then again, I didn't live in the 70s either.
Yeah.
You know,
Hey,
I might
that
go
means
back.
I'll never be invited back on.
I might go back.
I mean, I was
just
born
a
in the
little
70s.
further.
I don't remember them, but
I might go back just a little further and maybe do some Star Blazers and Battle of the Planets and all that.
How many people here actually remember the 70s?
Yeah, no, I don't. I mean, I was born in, like I said, I was born in them, but I don't remember any of it. 80s though, that was my jam.
Oh yeah.
Definitely very 80s music.
I was feeling it.
That was. Where'd he go?
Where'd he go?
We lost him.
Okay.
Oh, boomer moment.
Now,
Wow.
for the rest of this episode, we'll be talking about.
Hey man, I gotta, I feel like, are you hitting on my mom? Like, I feel like are you Keith? I feel like you've been hitting on my mom, dude. Like, I'm just gonna.
I'm the one that calls her Geek Mom. It's like.
I know, and she's Dork Mom, and you're like, you're Keith the Geek, and so I'm like, you're calling her Geek Mom, like you trying to you calling her Mamacita? No, I'm just fucking with you, man.
Oh, dude,
Yeah.
dude.
Anyways, I do have
First
to
of all,
take off.
I just like to. Yeah, Brandon,
I've got
it's
things
great
I've
having
got to
you.
go
man.
do.
All
So
right.
Take care, Brandon.
It is
Bye,
great
bye.
I
having you.
appreciate everything, and I do want to say that for next Saturday, the one, the only, the Crisco Kid, Fat Steven Seagal, is going to be joining me. He and I talked about the show that we were going to talk about before I decided that we were going to do 80s month. So we're going to be talking Trigun, start to finish.
Nice.
That'd be
The
fast.
Crisco Kid. Did you
prepared
come
for
up with
next
that?
week.
I never heard him called that. That was cool.
Oh yeah.
The Crisco
I don't know
Kid.
Yeah.
I don't know who brought that one up, but
Yeah.
Here's Starship Troopers 1988. I'm sorry I had to leave because my shit froze up for a second. But
hey,
I've
take
got
care,
the
Brandon.
video.
Though.
Yeah,
There
man.
you go, Brandon.
Nice,
Just for you.
nice meeting you.
Bandai
We'll see you guys.
presents.
Thank you.
Look, dude. No, hold on.
Oh,
This is the opening. Oh, he left.
we can enjoy it.
Ooh, yeah. I can white guy dance to this shit.
I love that logo.
This is Starship Troopers 1988. That's right. They won.
Is
the
this a series or a movie or animated?
a movie? It's a movie.
Hey man, you know
And
that thing we did the other night with the other video? Like, feel free to If you want to shoot that over to me, then I wouldn't complain.
Oh yeah, that's right. He wanted to see the fan edit, and I have a 4.87 gigabyte size video of it. It's really high definition copy of the movie edit that Ivan did.
Yeah, I could see the nose hairs on Ivan in that video. It's so high def.
Yeah, it was fun having him on. He got to talk about the shit that, because there were things that he wanted to do. One of them was he wanted to redo the entire fight scene between Kylo and Luke, and he choreographed this whole thing. But things went south. There were problems. It caused conflict between him and his best friend, and it was just it took its toll on him. I hated bringing it up, but at the same time, nobody's really ever talked to him about it. I wanted to talk to him about it.
He was a good sport about it. I went back and watched because I had to leave early that episode, and he seemed like a really good sport about it.
Oh, he's a good guy.
You cracked his ass up with that funeral bit you did.
That was spontaneous. That's the best humor I have is when I'm spontaneous and make something up like on the spot.
So one of these things you popped up said, yeah, what the hell does that mean? I got denied. What denied how?
Who got denied?
You just had it up
Monkey
there.
Jesus.
Yeah. What does that mean, Monkey? With your Mr. McMahon avatar thingy?
Hey.
Howdy.
What's up, Shinatsky?
Oh. Hey, I figure since Brandon left, I would take up the spot. And
Yeah, I was wanting him to see the opening to that before he left. I was trying to get him to stay for a few seconds, but he had to go.
Yeah, that poor guy was trying to leave for like 10 minutes, but we all kept yapping. So
You went in for a kiss.
Oh, damn. You saw that. Baby, they called me out. So my girl brought me a drink because she was giving me my morning meds because I'm an old man and I got to take medication. And I turned to give her a
it's the
kiss.
blue pill.
Whatever. Anyway, so I turned to give her a kiss, but she'd already walked off, and then I was like, baby,
She's
but
like,
I didn't want to be
"Fuck
loud
you."
because yeah. And then, I don't think she's
Now he's
mad
got
at
a
me.
hard day's night.
Yeah. Ha, ha, ha. Okay. Well, that makes sense. Yeah, she denied me, but I'll call her out in a minute. And if you really want me to get hot and heavy, Monkey, I'll get us kicked off of YouTube. You know?
I'm not saying Dark Knight is weird, but he likes to take one of those blue pills before he watches Sesame Street.
Hey, man, Muppets do it for me. What can I say? You know? I'm going to hell. I'm sorry, Mom.
I'm going to hell for my fucking joke.
I keep forgetting my mom is in here, and like, oh my god. Sometimes the phone conversations we have when I get off of these podcasts is like, I'll pray for you, son, and stuff like that.
I'm glad my mom doesn't watch me. My dad does, but my mom doesn't.
If my mom was watching, that would be really fucking
Dude, my
serious
mom.
shit.
So the reason I was so
away.
late is every Saturday I'm doing Star Trek with the Salty Nerds, and I'm like trying to get my mom to watch me in there, but no, she's over here watching you guys instead. That's how much she loves you guys. So it's like, yeah. I was like, damn, Mom. All right, I see how it
Mom
is.
approved.
Yeah,
We got to use that.
My
Thank
first
you,
person-
PJO.
Yeah, I like
My
that.
mom occasionally watches, so you know.
I love how my mom's just turned into like I've turned her into this YouTube voyeur. You know, she's like, you know, I've turned her on to so many channels, but like you guys and Salty Trekker are her favorites. Oh damn, bro! Really, you got to put me on blast? Who just shared that?
I did. She posted it.
Gary.
I'm leaving it on the screen for the whole show.
I mean, if you,
You know, I was
about
man.
it, if you think about it, modern YouTube is basically talk shows, but you can tell the hosts they suck.
Oh, Mom, why are you crying now? Like, why is it? My mom and my girl are dogpiling on me. What the hell? Hence, people are gonna think I'm a dick. I woke up at the podcast started at 10 a.m. my time. I'm in Vegas, and I woke up at 9:55. So I just I saw my watch. I hopped out of bed. I threw on a shirt and a hat because I didn't have enough time to do my hair.
Yeah.
Hopped into StreamYard, and like, they gave me 2 minutes of shit, and then we went live, but like that's why I didn't have time. Like I would have, and like normally you've seen her. She, we're good. We kiss. She gets a little needy in the mornings. Ain't that right, baby?
We got major trouble in the chat there. I see
whoa,
salty.
Whoa, Dork. I need to help you out, man.
Hold on.
You said the wrong thing.
That's love. That's love right there.
Oh,
Needy.
Cecilia,
You never say needy, man.
Shaking my confidence.
Love you, baby.
You were born in the 70s, and I want to help you continue to live.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Did you know she has a song? There's a song.
Oh yeah, there's actually a couple songs.
Simon and Garfunkel's Cecilia is one of my favorite
she knows
songs.
the Simon and Garfunkel one, but there was one I heard the other day that I don't remember. It's like a newer band, more like a alt rock band. I'll have to look it up, but yeah, there's at least two. But she knows about the Simon and Garfunkel one because we've played that. I can neither confirm or deny that
over and over again.
we may or may not have actually made love to that song a few times. So.
I don't need to know.
Shit, neither does my mom. Sorry.
Don't do this to Keith. Don't do this to Keith.
See,
we're trying to keep his innocence.
It's not that. I got to explain.
Man, if you want to fuck, the best song to fuck to is the ABC song sung by Kermit the Frog.
Hello, my parents
Kermit the Frog
occasionally do watch. So I got to answer for a lot of things.
My bad, dude. I'm sorry. That was
There's
funny,
a
though.
Duran Duran song for this situation. It's called "Too Much Information."
Yeah, my bad.
Too much information running through my brain.
That's the police, man.
Yep.
So hey, I need to get a clip of her strangling me like that, so I can I think that'd be great to play whenever people do.
Yeah, if it had been larger, I could get a really good HD copy of that.
I don't even care. I just something to like when you do your little and then you play like a funny clip of something. I want that, what she just did to me, as a funny clip I can play whenever I put my foot in my mouth. I can play that.
Welcome, Dork Night, and then I'll.
Yeah. All right. I'm sorry, Keith.
I swear.
Well, we've been going for 2 hours, so what are we going to talk about now
with.
anyway?
I don't know. I was late to the party. I just finished talking about Picard for 2 hours on Salty Nerd. Did you guys watch season? Have you already talked about it? Have you watched episode 2, season 2?
Dude, why
Somebody's
do you
like,
put yourself through that?
Hey, the season's
talking about?
better. The season's better. I hear that, and I'm like, look, man, just because your turd comes out nicely doesn't mean it's a good turd.
Look, man,
it's not a good series.
You know what I think makes this fun, because I was just about to be like, man, we never seem to agree, because I love the Batman. You weren't you liked it, but you didn't love it.
Yeah, I enjoyed it.
You had your issues with it. I'm like, I have Eternal Sunshine of a Spotless Mind season 1 out of my head, because season 1 of Picard was such horrible garbage. And you can watch this and you totally do not need to see season 1 at all. And I love the first 10 minutes of the has everybody here seen episode 2?
I've seen all of it. Yeah. Okay.
So the first 10 minutes, the interaction between Q and Picard was gold, man. That's I've missed that so much. And the only time, because I used to complain a lot about all the cussing in Star Trek now, and the only time I can think of in the last 20 years that cussing in Star Trek hasn't bothered me was when Picard was basically like, "You, I'm tired of your bullshit," because it after 30, 40 years of being harassed by this omnipotent, pixie piece of shit, you would be at your wit's end. You know what I mean? And I don't know, man. I am cautiously optimistic. Matt Vader is cautiously pessimistic. So,
Let me at least say this about cursing in Star Trek. I think it's very appropriate in the movies. Star Trek Generation.
It's on you.
But never the F-bomb. I think
that fucking hubris thing really, really pissed me off. That really...
Saying shit, damn, hell is... just normal parlance.
No need to drop the F-bomb in Star Trek. I should be able to watch Star Trek with my kids,
Exactly.
Well, that's the thing. Current Star Trek, they have no concept of that because in their minds it's all separated. Whereas both Star Trek and all the Star Trek spinoffs, you never really need to do that. You didn't have to. And all the shows could be watched by the entire family.
They want to be Battlestar Galactica remake. That's it.
I feel like it's
crack. It's fuck.
Well, this
you
is
guys
what
know
got
what
started from Les Moonves, because Les Moonves canceled Enterprise because of Battlestar Galactica, the new series.
right when Enterprise was like fucking getting
Even
good
though
finally.
Enterprise had done exactly what he demanded, if you want to keep your show, and they met his
They met it, and he still did it
he still did it because it wasn't Battlestar Galactica.
So I agree with Howard Stern when I say fuck Les Moonves. But anyway,
well,
it's all about the turd. The hell does that mean?
It's all about the base. It's all about the turd.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Anyway, I got it, Cecilia.
What was that?
His name's Les. That is him as a human being.
You're breaking my heart. I love that fucking song, dude.
It's a good song, Simon and Garfunkel. Anyway, no, it's just the thing is that
it's cheap heat. Do you guys know what cheap? Like, I'm a huge wrestling fan. I'm sorry. Does anybody know what the term cheap heat means?
No.
Okay, so in wrestling, cheap heat is like when like a bad guy comes out into the ring and he starts insulting. Like, say they're in Atlanta, right? So he'll start talking shit about the Atlanta Braves or whatever, you know what I mean? Just to get cheap heat. Yeah. And I think them like having somebody drop an F-bomb is lazy writing and cheap heat. It's what I call cheap heat. It's just like a way to like, ooh, we need to dislike this person because she said fucking hubris. You know what I mean? That's kind of how I felt.
You know what? To say lazy writing is a step up because I don't think any of those people were really capable of good writing. Yeah. And to separate it out, I totally think that writing drama is difficult. It's not easy. But when all you've done is Gilmore Girls and other stuff like that, to come into Star Trek to think, oh, it's going to be the easiest thing in the world, you are a complete, don't listen, Mom and Dad, dumbass if you think you could actually do that. And it was borne out.
That is French. It's Dumas.
Dumas.
Oh, I like
you are a complete Dumas, thinking that you could actually do this, that somehow it was easy. It isn't easy. Science fiction, especially television science fiction and Star Trek, it's not the most difficult thing in the world, but it has its own parlance. It has its own way of doing things.
If they would
not understand that.
Here's the saddest part. The saddest part. This is one of, if not the most expensive TV show ever made. Maybe the new Lord of the Rings is going to.
Which one are we talking? Picard still?
Discovery
or Discovery?
Discovery and Picard.
Why are we talking about Discovery? I don't want to talk about Discovery.
I zoned out. What are we talking about? Then I heard Discovery. I'm gone.
Black Hawk is what we're talking about.
Black Hawk. Okay.
I just read this book the other day called I, Michael Bennett, and it was very good. I was just trying to change the subject. Sorry.
But I will say this, Monkey. I don't get what you're saying about Battlestar Galactica. I think military science fiction in literature has been very successful.
Well, look at Wrath of Khan. When I forget the guy's name off the top of my head, but when that director came in, he very much wanted to make it military. When Nick Meyer came in,
aspect of it
exactly, and they took that to this day. You know what I mean?
And what I'm going to say, because I understand what Monkey is saying, he's technically Battlestar Galactica didn't ruin sci-fi. It's everything that tried to replicate Battlestar Galactica. Because by itself, it was a good show. Even though I don't like the last season at all. I don't like where they went. Ronald Moore can do that. He can build up a really good show, and then he'll begin flailing like a drowning person. He did that with that sci-fi show he did for Sci-Fi Channel, where they're in the Arctic working on virologists. Started really strong, and then it got stupid. And then season 2 is just like, what the fuck?
Well, the thing about it is, there are three things you can do. You can screw up royally, which is really what current CBS Trek does. You can create sci-fi, or you can create science fiction. Those are your choices. To create science fiction means that you can do something that is almost on par with the literature or literary origins of what that genre is. And shows like Battlestar Galactica and The Expanse go that direction. Or you can create sci-fi, which is more or less the Hollywood or current version, or the version that Hollywood is comfortable with creating, which is cheap, fast. It's lots of stuff thrown in there.
Okay, I'm listening to you. Like you brought up Expanse.
Yeah.
Which I love. What were you, clarify? What are you saying? You're saying The Expanse is not sci-fi?
No, it's science fiction. There's a difference. There is a difference.
Right. Like, so what were you saying? Like, I'm sorry. I swear I was listening.
Science fiction, science fiction itself really is.
There's a difference.
Oh,
that's right. Like, so what were you saying? Like, I'm sorry.
Where'd that come from?
Where'd that come from?
Baron, you or something.
If you go back, it's basically science fiction was pretty much science fantasy because Princess of Mars.
That's always been the thing. Like everybody, like because the whole. I like Star Trek and Star Wars. People want to have the war, but everybody's always like, "Well, Star Trek is science fiction. Star Wars is science fantasy." You know what I mean?
There's a difference because okay. The biggest difference. Let me try to break this down.
Okay.
Various genres. You're familiar with science fiction. You're familiar with fantasy. You're familiar with horror, mystery, romance. Okay. Hollywood becoming involved in everything, especially in the 1950s, when the term sci-fi was invented by Forrest J. Ackerman. It was during that period that Hollywood would come in and do its own version of all of that. A show like Lost in Space, that's sci-fi.
Okay.
Okay. Because
you mean Voyager? Sorry.
Sci-fi really is just breaking it all down into its base, into the basis of what it needed to be, the very least of robots, ray guns, and girls screaming their heads off. Okay, and Lost in Space was an outgrowth of how Hollywood saw that. Okay. So there's this whole thing with a lot of television shows and stuff that believe in just stripping it down to its very basics and making it sort of like a pop culture version of all that. Whereas shows like Twilight Zone, Star Trek, and others went a different direction. Okay, which is to take literary science fiction and try to make that the basis and the norm of what they were doing.
Another thing that they did, both of those shows you mentioned, Star Trek and Twilight Zone, is they had a lot of allegory for, it was like for political shit they really couldn't talk about, like the first interracial kiss, right? Yeah. They're making parallels to the Vietnam War or whatever it was.
But that's, guess what? That's what literary science fiction had been doing for decades.
Yeah, no.
Okay,
so I get what you're saying. Yeah.
So when you look at the way Hollywood eventually screws stuff up, it's all because they can't do a full-on version of it because it's not, in their minds, entertaining. It's the difference between, say, even looking at something like, say, the film version of Logan's Run, which was the movie that came out and was the big science fiction movie just before Star Wars came out.
Yep.
Now Star Wars is science. It's fantasy. Is really what it is.
It's fantasy.
It's just science. It's just with a kind of science fiction veneer or a sciencey veneer.
No, it's a space fantasy.
Yeah, space fantasy is what it is.
It's really what
science fiction.
I would never call, like, I've had this conversation with friends for decades. Like, Star Wars is not science fiction.
No,
it's just not. It takes place in a galaxy far, far away.
Well,
for whatever reason, they all look like.
Even Lucas says it's a fantasy.
Yeah, it's a fantasy. It's basically wizards. Yeah, space wizards. Instead of you've got lightsabers, but it's wizards.
Instead of wands, it's lightsabers. You know what I mean? Yeah,
and it's all the stuff that you see in fantasy, all the stuff that you see in Lord of the Rings. Taken a different way, which is really the basis of Babylon 5. Babylon 5 mixes parts, the storytelling parts of Lord of the Rings to create this massive epic.
Yeah, but Babylon 5 was good.
Another thing with it is that, yes, there may be applicable allegories, but it wasn't a one-for-one, where nowadays you can tell this is a stand for Trump. It also doesn't help the people go on Twitter and go, yeah, no, this is Trump, this is this is that. So there's
no, that takes
ambiguity.
it beyond. That takes it beyond allegories. So the way the original series dealt with the whatever political issues or issues that America was going through at the time, whatever they wanted to address, it wasn't so in your face. Now it's like we have a goddamn character. Sorry, Mom. We have a character. She hates when I say GD. We have a character in Discovery who's like, we're doing the pronoun thing, you know?
Yeah.
What's her their sorry, what's their name? The person, I was about to say chick, with the short buzzed haircut that had the
Karen.
Karen. Karen. Oh,
not their name, Karen. Oh,
it's not her name, but touche. That was good. Anyway, it was never as in your face. To what's the dude like? Why don't you have the names?
I will say,
yeah. What's your name?
It wasn't always, but sometimes it was. You know, I'm white on this side and black on this one, and he's black on this side and white on this one. We're completely different. That was a very in your face kind of thing.
What? But it. Yeah, but not so much as
it wasn't a constant thing. It was like one of the things that was off, and you can tell it wasn't as good of an episode. People want to try to brag it out how great that was, but you look back at it, and it's like, this isn't that good of an episode because it is hitting you over the head.
Wow, man, this happens a lot more. Like I totally disagree. That episode in particular, with the dude that played, I think he was like wasn't he the Riddler? And
that was Frank Gorshin.
Yeah. I love that episode because it was a way to like address racism, because you got to remember, man, there was still, when that show came out, there were still like coloreds only bathrooms and shit, you know, like when I had
I'm aware. I was just, we're talking about, that's an example of something from that era that was very in your face. The point is they didn't do that nearly as often.
Yeah.
I'm just giving that as an example of, imagine if every Star Trek episode was like that, with how on the nose it was.
Oh, you mean Discovery?
One-off.
Yeah.
You mean Discovery, right? Because that's what you're describing.
STD.
STD. Yes. The STD.
Yeah. There was the funniest. Somebody super chatted in my other thing earlier, where we were talking about Picard, and somehow Discovery came up, much to my chagrin, and then I was like, the dude that super chatted said, I would rather get an STD than watch STD.
There we go.
And what's the acronym for Picard? STP.
STP.
What it is only good for.
Stone Temple Pilots.
Oh, I thought you were sticky toilet paper.
Oh, that's
I was going that way. You know, going back a little bit, because I was listening about the cussing in Star Trek. One of the greatest cuss lines in Star Trek was from Star Trek 3. That green-blooded son of a bitch.
Yeah.
And you know what? And why that's so good is because you can identify that McCoy would say that. It wasn't one of those.
Oh no, because he's Bones, man. You know, he's like, let me get a little snort of that secret sauce. Remember?
Yeah. But I mean, again, it was something that was meant to really be more like what science fiction actually was. Look. A lot of us watching Star Trek now in the 21st century don't understand that Roddenberry caught a lot of flack from people within the community of science fiction who were dogging that show. You know, one of the few people to stand up for him in that show was Isaac Asimov.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I also want to say God bless Lucille Ball. You know, otherwise, you know, who would have Star Trek?
Well,
and drinking
God
heavily,
bless her in the fact that she
his
kept the
wife
company running because of the success of other things.
Yeah,
look, let me make something perfectly clear. Lucille Ball is one of the greatest people within the history of TV, but she wasn't someone that understood it in the way that her ex-husband did.
No. Yeah, that's true. But she approved, and this at the time was unprecedented, much like a lot of stuff she and Desi did with the live or the reruns. And they started the rerun thing, but they allowed Star Trek to do a second pilot. Like that was 100% Lucille Ball, and that had never happened before. So that's why I'm like,
I said that. And I give her all kinds of credit, but ultimately, in the running of that entire company, she didn't care beyond a certain point. If it wasn't directly affecting the shows that she was actively a part of, it's not that she didn't care. Just
dude, I totally get what you're saying. I'm sure she had like all her own shit going on.
She had a lot of other stuff she was dealing with.
She's been credited from everything I've read, and I just watched this documentary the other day on Amazon Prime. I highly recommend everybody watch it. It's called Lucy and Desi. It was really good. And they bring up the Star Trek thing. Like if it weren't for Lucille Ball, there's a really good chance we'd have never got Star Trek. Yeah.
I've heard that. There's a book about Star Trek called Inside Star Trek that you need to read. Not to take anything away from Lucy, but the person who helped to develop that show, Herbert F. Solo, took all of the paperwork and the documents and everything connected with both the formation of that show and during its entire run, and wrote that book. So basing it on the actual contracts, Lucy happened to be there. She probably did sign something, but I don't think she actively understood exactly what Star Trek actively was.
No, I 100% actually agree with you. My thing is what was unprecedented.
Yes.
They make the Cage, and it's too cerebral. It's too quote unquote boring.
Yeah.
But Lucy was like, I think we have something here. Let him try it again. And then that's when they did Where No Man Has Gone Before. Even though that wasn't the first episode that came out, it was the second pilot.
It was the second. Well, and it also caused problems for Mr. Solo, because that's how the book begins.
Oh, okay.
He was successful in selling. They only had enough money for one show, and they successively sold 2 shows. And that dictated the destiny of what came. They decided to go ahead and spend all the money that they had received from NBC on one show.
Yeah.
And that was Mission Impossible.
Which was another Desilu show.
Right.
Yeah.
Desilu was a powerful studio in the state. And, I think we can associate Lucille Ball in this the same ways. And I have a Mel Block, he just passed away. I'm getting that old brain too, with 20th Century Fox, dealing with George Lucas and Star Wars.
Yeah.
I don't understand this shit, but I can understand your visionary process. Let's run with it.
Yeah.
And, it's just being able to identify talent in visionaries, and this is worth taking a risk, which we don't have in Hollywood.
Yeah, and I honestly think, and this just furthers Keith's point, I honestly think because Desilu went under after, I think, the first season of I think she dissolved the business after the first season of Star Trek.
Well, there's a lot of stuff connected. And then her husband, her second husband, was not that. He wasn't as business savvy as he needed to be. And this is all covered in the making of Inside Star Trek, I should say. The Inside Star Trek.
What is this a book or a?
Yeah, this is a book.
Yeah,
and it's a book that it's hard to find, but when you do find a copy, get it, read it. If you are any kind of a Star Trek fan, read that book. Robert H. Judgman and Herbert F. Solo. Look, Mr. Solo's name is on
I just
every
found it.
episode of
Jesus Christ. It's $40.
Yeah.
It is worth it.
Okay.
Because it is the only book written with all of the stuff that I told you.
I'm putting it in the chat. Is this I don't want to waste my money. Is this the right one?
Hey, sorry guys, I had to go away for a second, and I wanted to share something before we go into that.
Yeah.
About why, because we were talking before I left about Les Moonves and CBS and all they're doing. And
you've been gone a minute.
That's why you said the name.
Here you go. Here you go.
Much.
Thanksgiving.
I was actually just making that instead of going to the bathroom. I made that.
At least they are honest.
Yeah, right.
I'll give you the G4 clap. I'll give you that G4 clap.
You know what? I'll do a golf clap.
I'm doing the Citizen Kane clap.
Dorkley, that's the exact book. That is it.
Oh, it is? Okay, perfect. All right. Okay. All right.
That's this clap. That is you motherfucker. You motherfucker.
Yeah. All right, cool.
But
I got some
going
Amazon
back
credit.
into it, going back to the cyber thing, I think part of the reason there's been such a push against military, basically because of Heinlein and Heinlein's politics, and he was not very well liked because he was basically much more right.
Yeah, Tickle Trunk's here.
Than,
What's up, Tickle Trunk? Dadman's here.
Look
too.
at this. See, you guys were giving me shit earlier.
Than a lot of the left-leaning people, especially the hippies. Like you can listen to Heinlein getting his like lifetime achievement award at I forget which science fiction convention, and you can just hear people booing him as he's starting.
Mm-hmm. Who are we talking about?
Heinlein.
Heinlein.
Oh,
Robert Heinlein.
Military science fiction and yeah.
Because he's basically the grandfather of a lot of it, especially all the Space Marine stuff. And a lot of the left-leaning people in science fiction.
Even though he's
didn't like
conservative, I didn't agree with his ideology a lot of the time.
Well, he was a man that had a unique, as he went along, his life, his views, and how they changed, and you can see it in his writings as he went along.
Well, his whole idea of that you should earn the right to vote was like that was troubling. I think you should be educated before you can vote.
Whoa. Hold up. I want to talk about that. I put my food down. That's how serious this is. You have to take a test, a written test, and a driving test to get a driver's license.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to do anything.
I agree with you on that. I think that
I think there should be some.
If you don't understand the basic political system and the structure of government, if you don't know the three,
if you can't pass a citizenship test that like somebody who immigrated
basic
here,
citizenship,
then you shouldn't be allowed to vote. That's just me. And a lot of people call me a right wing nut job for that.
That's not right wing.
I don't think it is
right
either.
wing. How is that fucking right wing?
I don't know.
To want to protect your country from stupidity.
Well,
how
that's
is
not
that
considered right wing. That's now considered right wing, alt right, all that razzmadinger. But going back with
I'm a
with the military
libertarian.
stuff,
I'm not left or right. It just really pisses me off when I get accused of being one or the other.
Right.
Because I'll take a hardline stance on something. Like that's why that's why I put my food down because I
Trey
think
Parker
there should be.
Matt Stone. Remember the shit they got?
Oh yeah.
They're saying, look, man, if you don't fucking understand, it's okay not to vote. If you're stupid, it's okay. Be stupid.
I agree with that.
Just don't fucking vote.
Yeah.
We don't need stupid people voting.
Yeah.
Right. I'm not for one of those run out and vote. It's like, well, no. Do you know what you're doing? You know what you're voting for. That's what I care about. Mm-hmm. So if someone doesn't know, if I have people sit back and say, I don't vote. It's like, good. I don't want you to vote. You're not you don't know anything.
Well, that's the reason why
before you're allowed to vote, you have to know the three branches of government. If you don't know it, you should be booted immediately.
Are you kidding me? That's like that's some third grade shit. No, there needs to be a harder question.
There are people that don't actually know it. There are people that actually make it.
No, I've met them. I've met them.
Let's see the three branches: the windbag in the White House, the windbags in the Capitol, and the windbags in the court system. Yeah. Those are the three.
It's amazing to me that there are people that don't know that they have somehow made it past the age of 19 and they have no idea.
It's like, remember Jay Leno used to have that segment where he'd go out on the street.
Yes, the guy in the street thing. He would do
it reminds me of that.
Simple questions
about America.
Who is the current vice president?
Yeah, that shit used to crack me up because I don't know. Sometimes I felt like they had to plan it, but then I was like, no, I believe it.
I guarantee you,
we're that stupid.
Doing it.
Idiocracy is alive.
Yeah, totally.
We're headed right for it. But I mean,
that's what The Rock's going to be the president, like Terry Crews in Idiocracy. You know what I mean?
but to get back to,
I'll vote for anybody that can bounce their boobs like he can.
to get back to,
sorry, dude, I didn't mean to choke you to death.
It made it come out my nose.
To get back to military science fiction, I have been a proponent of certain books and certain authors, stuff being adapted for Hollywood. Honor Harrington, to me, would be the best one that you could put on film, either as a television series or a movie right now. That is ready to go. And who you would get to play it, I have no idea. But if they did an Honor Harrington television series,
if they don't F it up. That's
if
the
they
big
don't have
thing.
it.
I mean, going back to this military aspect, the one thing that really pissed me off when Next Generation came out, Gene Roddenberry was all strutting around going, Starfleet's not a military organization. It's a military paramilitary organization. And since when? It was military in the original show. And back in the late 80s, our Star Trek group, like the hat I'm wearing, was invited to an air show, a veterans air show.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sitting around there wearing my Star Trek. Oh. I'm walking around this with all these people who are veterans. They're in the uniforms. I got the Star Trek uniform on going, what the fuck am I doing here? And then one guy walks up to me. He goes, I want to talk to you. I go, okay, here it is. I'm going to get it. He goes, for an hour, when I was in Vietnam, the Armed Forces Network gave me 1 hour where the war ended, and that was Star Trek. He goes, Star Trek meant so much to us because in a time where the military was being spit upon, soldiers were going home, getting spit at, cussed at, couldn't get jobs, being run out of schools.
Yeah.
This was showing us in a positive light, and this meant so much. Thank God you're here.
I got to tell you, man, when I was in the military, dude, I had this woman spit on me once. And I said, I paid you $25 to crunch my balls, not spit on me.
So you don't have the little names up. So USS, what is that?
They disappear when I show.
Okay, so Baron, what's your name, dude? You're not Baron, whatever. There's not your real name.
Baron Ormond Tog, which means I don't know what Ormond means, but Tog means day.
All right, okay. Tog, dude, what's your name? Like,
okay, I'll dox myself. Mexican Iron Man has Eric Anderson is my real name.
Eric. Okay, I just call you Eric. That's fine. You didn't have to give me your full name. It's not an interview.
It wasn't. I was expecting something better.
I just wanted to address
that's
you.
why I go with Baron Ormond Tag.
So Eric, were you talking as you as you like you served in Vietnam?
No, I never. No, I was not.
Okay,
Vietnam.
you were talking about somebody else.
It was a veteran from Vietnam that told me this story.
You actually have to pay attention, Daniel.
I tried, Mom. Jesus, I told you. Only my mom calls me Daniel.
I mean, if you see, I look old enough to be a Vietnam vet. I'm going for the old man's home now.
No, I was gonna say, man, I hope I age like you if you served in Vietnam. That's what I was getting at. But yeah.
Oh yeah, I understand. Yeah, well, USS Zarek is the name of the Star Trek group I was part of ran for a while. So, and like I said, we go there and.
Is that NCC 1798? Is that what
1798. It's straight out of the old Franz Joseph technical manual.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So you can tell what type of Trekkie I am. I'm hardcore. Old school.
I actually have over there. We've done show and tell before, as my mom called it. I have the Star Trek, the Enterprise spec. They made like a spec manual. Yeah. I have that, and it's like a hardcover, but it's so old, it's like falling apart. It's not worth shit.
Oh yeah, the technical manual from Franz Joseph. Yeah, that's where you find that name. Go look under the Constitution class. You'll find that in there.
Okay, cool. Right on.
Hey, look, all of that stuff is going back to speaking as someone that grew up in the 70s. All that stuff is really what we had. Star Trek grew out of a deep, deep love. Mm-hmm. And not to say anything against Star Wars, but Star Trek, you had to love Star Trek. You had to. And that's where a lot of this is coming from. What's being produced nowadays has nothing to do with love. It's really about the bottom line for Secret Hideout. They need and want to make more money.
Yeah.
And in order to do that, you have to change certain things so they can increase the amount of money that they make. Because without it, to continue what was done from before means that they're only going to get a little bit of money compared to the mountain of money they're making now. So,
look, but they have so much Star Trek content. So I was talking about this earlier on the other podcast. I want to get your opinion. Yeah. So has everybody here seen the Strange New Worlds trailer that dropped like 3 days ago?
Yeah.
Or teaser?
No.
Yeah.
Can we show it? Like for those, like, because I feel like I'm going to be in the minority here, but it's only like a minute. Like, can you?
Whoa. Let me at least ask you.
Let me get some lead lining.
Let me at least ask you this question about it, okay? You know who Akiva Goldsman is?
Why? Okay.
Do you know who Akiva Goldsman is?
Yes.
Do you know what his contribution to the current Star Trek has been up to this point?
Discovery.
Okay.
Shit, basically. Sorry.
While he and Kurtzman have kind of broken away from each other, and he's doing Strange New Worlds, let me at least let you in on something.
Have you seen the teaser before you go
I
into
have.
this? Okay. All right.
Here you go. I'll share it. I'm going to pause it every 10 seconds.
Yeah.
Well, actually, can Keith finish his point? I don't want him to forget his point.
I want to hear what he says.
Well, my point is this. It has the trappings of being something really, really cool. But given what Goldman has done up to this point to Star Trek, I'm not expecting this to be anything beyond just a dressed up, slightly better version.
Corporate Trek.
Yeah. It's
well, do you believe in the rumors that it's actually going to be a return to episodic Star Trek? Like that's
even if it is episodic, that means it's episodic what we've gotten up to now. You know, it's not going to be anything better than that. If Goldsman were really wanting to be different, he would have fired anyone that had any connection to STD and brought in some real writers. People who have written science fiction.
So the writers are you saying, because I didn't know
the
that.
writers
the writers are the same people from Discovery?
Some of them are.
Control C, Control V.
You guys, you know what? I'm gonna do my real-time reaction, but you're breaking my heart because now you're making me scared. Because I was very like, look at the teaser for the teaser. Hold up.
I hate those. But, yes, I know. This is what's kind of I know. That's why I clicked on the
that's
video.
why I clicked exactly. Look at this though.
Yeah, I'm looking.
Get to him. Come on. Look at that. I have one of those right over there. I'll grab it.
I have one too.
That.
You know, if we're going to do this correctly, let me at least say that that's definitely not the technology that they would have at this point.
No.
But hey.
No, because in the original pilot, it was bulky.
It was bulky and see-through.
Fine, whatever. You know,
both pilots.
Oh, gosh.
What I like about this shot, since you have
yes.
it paused here, is you've got the communicator in front of a fucking
rotary phone.
Rotary phone with the little.
Yeah.
You know, I love
the
that.
old medical what's it called? Pestle.
Pestle mortar.
Yeah.
Yep. And a lamp.
Look at that beard.
I love lamp. Now I feel like I'm watching Hell on Wheels.
Man, that's what they kept saying. Maybe that's the thing. That's what I don't even know what Hell on Wheels is, but that was said like 100
times.
Great
fucking modern Western.
It's better than the Inhumans.
Yeah.
Pike should never have facial hair.
Dude, because here, pause this real quick. This was an argument I was getting.
He's not in Starfleet right now.
Yeah, he I think because in Discovery season 2, they set up the fact that he saw that he was going to end up dying. Like burnt, crippled in that fucking chair. But they didn't show him that actually he'd get to like basically be kind of like in a Nexus life with some chick with those big headed dudes.
Yeah, he's not aware of that yet.
He's not aware of that yet, but he knows like, so I think like that kind of, I think what they're showing is like, this is like a Pike who's like, that fucked with him so much, he retired. And then by the end of it, it's like the Godfather, they pull him back.
Well, you know, his injury is after Kirk's already captain of the Starship.
Yeah.
So it's later in life. He's got gray hair.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So I'm actually really looking. Or going.
Well,
I'm really
so
looking.
this
This is going to be the
Pike.
Pike story. I think this
Even
is going
if
to
he
be.
leaves the Enterprise, I would enjoy a well-written story about him.
Yeah, everybody would have. Look, my big thing with Pike is that Pike was a great guy, but he was burned out. Even when you met him on Star Trek. This whole thing about creating the thing where he gets to see the future, well, that's a nice new Trek thing. But they could have easily have just made it the same thing that it was originally, which is this is a guy who is slowly being burned out.
Right.
Yeah.
And has seen too much and lost too much.
And
he just needed to leave.
The way they're handling the character in this universe is a million times better than the Abrams one, in my opinion. You know what I mean? I did not like.
But don't get me wrong. I liked what's his name? Bruce
Greenwood.
Yeah, Bruce Greenwood. Yeah,
Greenwood.
He was Batman in one of the animated shows.
He doesn't look like Pike. Was my problem.
Yeah,
and I said that to Keith. I was like, I like this film, but why didn't they get an actor that kind of looked like Pike?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but Bruce Greenwood's a great actor.
Yeah.
Look. My thing with the Abrams movies is the fact that it is pretty much just Fast and Furious Trek. That doesn't mean I hate it. Okay, I liked everybody that was in those films, and I love the fact that it's an alternate universe. Okay, at least J.J. Abrams was smart enough to go altered universe. I have no problem with any of that stuff. Now, it's still dumb.
But I agree with
still
Tarantino
dumb,
in the fact that these things still have to happen.
Yeah.
These people, we still need to meet them.
Yes.
So I want every story, because there's no reason, because it's an altered universe, that these stories won't still happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that said, my buddy
This
Brian
has always been the problem. The problem has always been.
Listen, man, like I'm Quentin Tarantino, and like, man, I really want Star Trek to be Star Trek, man.
It would have been cool if his shit had got greenlit, but I heard that that's never going to happen now.
No.
Yeah.
Hey, technically, that was never really going to happen.
No,
it would have been bitching, though.
It was all about trying to get investors.
That's
That's
right.
all that was about.
That's like Straczynski trying to do Star Trek back in about 2005 or 2004.
Well, and then
I would have loved Straczynski if he had done it, because he has a love.
He would have done a great job.
Yeah,
but that's
yeah,
why
he
we
would have,
got-
but it wouldn't have happened. I mean, obviously, it didn't. It would have been great.
But hey, no, we got Babylon 5 out of it. So
Well, no, this was after Babylon 5.
This
No,
is
this is
after
in the
Babylon
2000s.
5.
Oh, this is after Babylon 5?
This
Yeah.
is after.
Oh, 'cause I thought you were talking
do a
about
prequel
He
show.
he
actually
approached Star
the-
Trek and wanted to do
The
Star Trek.
rumors
and
that were discussed were that Straczynski had a relationship with the people developing, Deep Space Nine, which is why there are so many similarities.
Yeah. But after, this was like,
Oh, you don't
I'd
say two space
90
stations where everything
not
takes place
99,
there.
but this is like 2000, 2001. He, along with another producer who was the guy behind the NBC series, that sci-fi alternative history series, the one about the
Dark
aliens.
Skies? No.
Yeah, Dark Skies.
Dark Skies? Yeah.
He and that guy developed their own Star Trek pitch,
Mm-hmm.
and they've since put it online. I mean, it's a great pitch.
I read it.
And it got rejected.
Now, what was it about? Because I don't know.
It was the younger days of Kirk,
It was
Spock, and McCoy.
It was a reboot, basically, of the series. The prime directive was different. Instead of not interfering with culture, their prime directive was to try to find those. I mean, almost like what's out there, what of humanity is out there. Especially with the early age, kind of like Buck Rogers season 2, but probably better written, better special effects, better acting, all that.
And I don't think it was the Enterprise. They chose another starship and another captain, and they were. It was all about expanding the Star Trek universe in a sense.
So guys, we're 34 seconds into this trailer. We're talking about something totally different.
Let's
go
get back to it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, go through. And then
because I really like this trailer. A lot of people don't.
eye candy doesn't tell me anything.
I know. Is this okay? So somebody told me
this looks like Vulcan to me.
Yeah, so I got in a huge argument with Kadish. Push play. It's coming up next. Is that Spock?
Possibly.
Is that supposed? Well, they're
That
saying
looks like
for
his
sure.
ears.
I don't know. It doesn't look like Spock to me, but they're like
That
the
looks
salty
either
nerds
Romulan-
were.
I think that's Romulan. That's
Yeah, I don't
Romulan.
know. Yeah,
He's
Yeah,
Romulan.
there's ears there, but
it's
what-
Romulus.
but I don't know, man. Like, yeah, I was like, they were
That
like,
is
yeah,
not
was Spock.
Peck's,
You were like, blah, 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 blah.
neck.
And I was like, yeah, I
Peck
don't.
has
Yeah,
Peck has a pencil neck.
and is the I know this sounds stupid, but he's got the point. You can't see, but the back of his head, instead of being flat, is like a point. And the last time we saw him, he was, Vulcans do the flat back and the flat front cuts on their hair. You know what I
And
mean?
once again, Peck, the actor that's playing Spock, has a pencil neck.
Yeah, yeah.
Very thin neck.
But
Is he wearing dog tags? It's hard to tell.
I couldn't tell.
No, he's got a onesie on.
Okay.
Visit from the stars. It's always the province of children's stories.
See, that bugs me. I really don't like the narration here.
Why? I thought it was cool they had number one doing it.
Until one day,
It's the whole Imagine
a
dream that's coming
she's-
true.
she's
and
doing
it's
the-
coming for you. Fuck that
The
shit.
ASMR thing. Is that what it is?
I
You don't
prefer
like the-
a more solid
got you.
narration that
You don't-
says,
you don't like the
we live in a
ASMR.
world where exploration is the most important.
In a
Driven
world where
narrative.
exploration
In a
is
world,
wild.
yeah. You know,
People-
not so
and
overhand.
Romulans
I don't like
I will
heavy-handed,
say this.
but I consider the underwhelming nature of her dialogue is also heavy-handed in the way it's done. I would prefer just more like a spoken thing, like imagine Pike giving a speech, and the last image of him is him at that speech, saying something about, now get out there, graduating class, let's go explore the galaxy. That I just gave goosebumps to myself saying.
He's good.
Well, this is the end. This is how I like how
And
they
what's up with the
bookended it.
V-neck and oh,
Right?
God, fucking
Yeah.
hating this
25%
already.
different.
Yeah,
25% different.
20% less collar.
Didn't they do the? Now you're gonna make me Google it. Because the V-necks
None
were
of those
from
were
the original.
strange.
Yeah.
None of those are strange new
No,
worlds.
no, no,
Those
no,
were
no, no,
like
no, 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 no.
worlds.
That style of uniform that you see is a
Uh-huh.
25% different version of the way they redesigned all the costumes for the JJ movies.
Okay.
So it's 50% different now.
But instead of a brown collar, because a lot of people don't know it, that they wore a tunic that went over a black turtleneck.
That's right.
That's why there are some episodes where Spock's is like too long, his
Mhm.
turtleneck, and it would droop weird. But
Yep.
that's what it was. It was a two-piece uniform. The reason why, and the smart reason why, is they could tuck the turtleneck in, so when the tunic would come up when they were getting up from a sitting position, they would just have to pull it down. It is a common thing.
The Picard maneuver.
It's not just Picard. That
Yep.
shit was going on with Shatner.
I know, but they
Shit
call
and
it the
McCoy
Picard
Yeah, I know.
maneuver. Yeah.
But it was with the original series from the get-go, having to pull their fucking tunic
So
down.
actually, I read a thing. They used Velcro in the original series to keep the shirts down, and
They use
for
Velcro for a lot of stuff, like the
yeah,
weapons belt.
and the weapon. Yeah, I was about to say, yeah, the weapons in the communicator. They just basically had a belt with Velcro. They had a Velcro thing on the back of there. And for I have a Captain Kirk cosplay that I do for the charity. That's the original series one. And I actually, I got a big fat belt that I wear. Can you what? Oh, Cece wants to give you guys the middle finger.
Oh, what are we
with,
doing?
with ice.
Hold on.
Oh,
that's
thank you.
sweet.
Thank you, CC.
Okay.
Ooh,
so
what's
so
that?
hey, this is supposed to be, and I pride myself on this. This is William Shatner accurate. Like when I wear, I'll show you guys a picture here. But it's got a V. It's not really a V-neck, but it's got the V. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah.
I see that shirt comes in a V, and I totally understand it. Look,
Okay.
Look. When you read that book, Inside Star Trek, it'll give you
I already
a
ordered
lot
it,
of
bro.
stuff.
Yeah, I just
When you read the book, trust me, you will begin to understand. Okay,
You will understand.
one thing with this whole trailer, I do believe you can no longer call SD or Strange Worlds fan fiction for the simple reason that fan fiction is made by actual fans.
Get a point there. I mean,
Man,
gotta give
I don't
him
know.
that point.
Here's the thing. I'm so salty. That's what I say to the nerds, the other guys all the time. Like, I'm cautiously optimistic. I have hope. Okay,
Yes.
and I like Anson Mount, the guy that plays
Yes,
Pike.
we all
I'm
like
a huge
Anson
fan
Mount.
of Anson
And
Mount.
I loved what he did with Pike.
He did
and
Pike
this looks
correctly.
like
He was the only thing good.
yeah, but this
He
looks
doesn't
like
have
based off of
control
the
over the
teaser.
words.
Well, hold
That's
up
the
though.
problem.
Based off of this teaser, thank you, baby.
She's a keeper, dude. She is
Oh,
a
totally.
keeper.
Oh, totally. No, I love her to death.
What's she doing with you?
Such violence.
Don't tell her that.
I think it's
Nothing, baby. No, they said, "What are you doing with me?" I was like, I
They
put a
didn't
ring
say
on it.
that.
Oh,
One
hold up.
person said that.
You can blame me.
So this is here. Let me see your. I gotta. So
Enjoy the
I proposed.
silence.
I proposed to her.
The
I'll have to show you guys the
silence.
video. At a hockey game, we were on the big screen on the jumbotron, and it was amazing. And like, look, where's the? Yeah, hold up. Can you see? Like,
Wow.
yeah. Yeah, that's why she's with me because I.
Whoa! Have her come in
I
for a
bought
moment.
her
Have
love.
her come in.
Mom, cover your ears.
Hi. No. I want to ask you a question.
She can't hear you. I got to give her the headphones. Hold up.
Give her the headphones.
All right.
Yeah. Now we can see where we want to bum.
Hey, how you doing? This is Keith.
Hi, Keith.
You know what? How long have you known this guy?
2 years.
2 years.
Well, no, our 1 year anniversary is in like 2 weeks.
I've known him.
You know me. Okay.
I've known him 2 years. 1 year anniversary.
I see that you've domesticated him, or at least are in the process of doing so.
He's not fully domesticated.
I'm gonna have to go. You know what? The great thing about this being on the internet, I can go back and watch this later.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can.
Because I don't know what they're saying, but it doesn't feel
No.
right.
Look. First of all, thank you for coming on the show. We really do appreciate having you on. Okay. You.
Oh, good thing. Anytime.
Then guess what?
Take over.
We need to have you.
Okay, guys, I'm getting kicked out. I'll see you later.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Definite improvement right
That's
there.
what I'm
Definite
talking
improvement.
There we go.
So I can watch
You're
this.
breaking my heart.
Here.
You're breaking
my
She fits in so well. You know what? You have an open invitation to come back to this show anytime you want. You are definitely invited. Gary, what do you think?
If you want to kick him out and just hang out with us,
we can do that.
Yeah.
He good. He's got breakfast.
There you go.
He's good.
Do us a
Put it
favor
in the
later.
corner. He's fine.
He's good.
Do us a
God,
favor
he's on
later.
now.
We need you to get put on the full screen, choking him later on for.
Oh yeah, we need that. Yes.
Like, how do we do that? Like, I can do a retake. I ain't got no problems with that.
you don't mind
Over
choking
and
him at all,
over
do
again.
you?
She won't stop. She'll
She's
keep on doing
great.
it.
It will
If
put
if it takes an
Dude,
hour,
we should do a 24-hour loop. Streaming her choking the fucking shit out of Dan.
It'd be awesome.
It would be great.
I love
watch
that her first response to that is like, "That's awesome. Let's do it."
Oh wow!
Total retake on it. He can sit here and just do
We
it.
love you so much.
So look, when
Everyone's
he
here.
comes back
He's awesome.
in here, we can redo it, retake totally.
There we go.
Mm-hmm.
Thumbs up.
So how are y'all doing?
Oh,
We
you're
are
fine.
good. Better now.
I'm actually
Keith,
while
I like
we're
that piano.
sitting here because we've gone way over on this show. We're 3 hours into it. This is now just us fucking talking to each other. This
Do
is what we
it.
do when there's
Introducing,
no
getting
show.
to know each other, right?
Yeah, we just
Getting
hang
to
out and
know
talk. And I need to get caught up. It looks like we have a $10 super chat from
From Mexican Iron Man.
Mexican
Yep,
Iron
there
Man.
it is,
Mike,
yeah.
Hail, my brother from an international mother. Mexican
listening
Iron
from
Man.
the tax bunker in Hilton Head, Star Trek is dead to me. Paramount is run by weirdos, and we're the Latino diversity.
Excuse me? Ya empezó con los latinos. Vea, vamos a hablar de los latinos.
Yeah, it's like
¿Qué pasa?
if I think that the next Star
Hola.
Trek captain
Hola.
should absolutely be yik-yakking all the time in Spanish.
Dude, that'd be awesome. Danny's Google glasses don't work.
Okay,
when I talk to him in
Cecilia, you
Spanish.
got to hear the story because I told this to a bunch of my Latino friends the other
Okay.
night, and I told it to Ivan Ortega. So when I was in the Army, Private U was a Chinese soldier I was close friends with. He was American, but he was Chinese by birth.
Okay.
And I would yell, "Hey, you!" And he would turn and I go, "No, not you, you." And it was just a joke I would do, fucking with him. But anyway, you came up to me. He says, "What?" And I said, "Hey, in a second, I want to go over here next to the Mexicans because there was a group of Mexicans just talking Mexican, yik yak, yik yak, yik yak, yik yak." And I said, "I want to fuck with them in a second. So what you're going to do?" And I told him what to do, which was basically, I speak a little Chinese, just a little. And I said, I'm going to say a bunch of gibberish to you in Chinese. And what I want you to do is say something back to me. I'm going to respond. And when I do, you fucking crack up laughing. And then we both slowly look at the Mexicans.
Oh, okay.
And we
How'd that
did.
go?
So I went, "Hayao booyao, sheshe ni, booyao, booyao." And he like responds. And I went, "Yao, yao, yao, yao." You know, and he goes,
Dabba, dabba, do.
and then he stops laughing, and we both slowly turned and looked at him. The Mexicans were like looking at us because we were speaking really loudly. And as we looked at him, I said, "Not so fucking funny when it's somebody else doing it to you, is it?"
Oh, you're so
And they
bad.
started laughing. They go, fuck
And now
you,
the stream's
Kissel,
demonetized.
fuck you.
Thanks,
Well,
Gary.
when I go do my pedicure and, they speak their language, I was like, what? You're making fun of my toes? You making fun of my feet? So then I start talking Spanish
Hey,
to
boy,
somebody
you
else.
talking about me?
Yeah, like, dude, you talking about me? So then I start speaking Spanish and they look at me. I go, how's it feel? You understand what the hell I'm saying? But no, I get it. It's okay.
That's what I love about Latinas. They can bust balls like no one else.
Oh man,
hot baby.
The guy, because like the guy that was our first week is in AIT was our platoon leader. Got fired right in front of me, and the drill sergeant says, "You, Kissel, you are number one. You're my top dog." And I went, and he hated my guts, man, for like a week. And then after a week, he came over to me at night. It was after lights out. Knocked on the door because we had a private room as junior leaders, and he knocked on the door. Came in. He says, "Hey, yo, man, Kissel, man, we're cool. I fucking get it now. I get it. It's not just because you're funny. You fucking know this shit." And he's like, "What that?" And I turned to my buddy Julio. He's a coach.
You just hang out with Latinos, don't you?
Oh, I grew up with Latinos,
Oh.
and so I turned
Everyone
to Julio.
I work with is Latinos or Latina.
I said, "Why do I feel like he's going to try to kill me in my sleep?"
Now you better
He
sleep
was
with
like-
one eye open when you
Julio's
have
like-
a Latino or Latina. Just
He's
telling you.
like, "Yo, Kiss, man, he likes you, man. It's cool. He's really cool. We talk." And I'm like going, "Okay, can I trust you now?" I'm like really starting to feel like you guys are going to kill me in my sleep. But it was a lot of fun. I love being in the Army. And a lot of the guys in my squad were Latinos. And we had this one guy, Martinez, who I would fuck with constantly. And I would say, okay. He'd say something and I go, okay. And he'd go, are you saying okay or asking me? And I'm like going,
Okay
"Seriously,
or
dude."
okay?
So it was an ongoing joke. I would do it, okay. And he'd go,
Yeah.
and I go, "I'm done with you. I said okay." And just an ongoing fun.
Ooh, I'm
way.
getting a strip show.
Uh-oh.
Oh shit!
Did he take the blue pill? I heard
No,
he takes the blue
took
pill
the red
before
pill.
watching Sesame Street. Is it true?
Yeah. Sorry, mom.
Confirmed.
Nah, yeah. So Keith, that piano, do you play it or is it just like a decoration?
That's CG. It's not real.
I'm sorry.
He virtually plays it.
So hey,
Oh my God, he's
my Pike
in
impersonation.
New worlds.
Squad, we've got to understand.
Why did they hire him? He needs to be on the show.
Who? Who?
Dork. Dork needs to be on Star Trek.
Why am I hearing
I
this
know,
in-
right?
in like?
Cat,
Is that
dude.
you again?
Not me.
Aaron?
No. I'm innocent.
What'd you do?
I'm hearing us. On
Oh, he's
somebody's-
got us on his
him.
phone. You need to.
Oh, turn that shit up, motherfucker.
And I'm getting heat for what he's doing.
Paranoid son
Come
of a
on.
bitch. All
All right.
weird, we're talking
So I'm
shit
gonna
about
pass
you.
The stream's ruined.
The
Go
mic,
home,
it was-
everyone.
Don't
Awesome
forget to.
meeting you
Don't
guys.
forget
Nice
to-
meeting you.
Oh wait, yeah. Hold on. Retake. Y'all ready?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Get that
Hold on,
down
hold
and
on.
get the big screen.
I wasn't doing it. Read the chat. No, I know.
Yeah.
No.
Come down.
Vení para acá, Julita.
Keep talking to them.
No. She means business, folks.
Oh, dude.
I gotta have my
Do not mess
headphones.
with the Latinas.
You gotta
They
have
will
your
mess
headphones?
with you instead.
You better know I fucking love you guys. Jesus.
Even me?
Yeah,
But I hate you, dork.
Take one.
What? How can you hate me? Look, if you don't like me, then there's something wrong with you. That's all I gotta say.
I like you. We just
Yeah.
met.
Yeah, it's oh shit.
Here it is. Hold on.
Oh,
There we go.
Oh god. Jesus.
Okay, I'm going
Christ.
to create a loop and play that for 24 hours straight on our channel. See what happens.
There we go.
Please don't do that.
Your sacrifice has been appreciated.
Oh my god.
Live murder on Pop Culture Minefield.
Jesus. I just had neck surgery, baby. Jesus. Oh my god.
Oh, wow. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
And you'll
it's all
have
good.
it again, God damn it.
Yeah, I will.
Yeah, and you got to be careful with those neck injuries. You can get yourself a priapism.
Whatever you said.
It's a very painful erection.
Oh,
it's true.
I'm glad she didn't hear that because she would have.
I heard it.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
When I was a paramedic,
I love her.
we had to deal with it every once in a while. You would seriously, it was fucking weird. I think we dealt with it when I was a paramedic. I think we dealt with it about 6 times, and all but one were neck injuries.
Really?
Yeah, in automobile accidents.
Yeah.
The one that wasn't the one was, and I've told this one to Keith. We got called because a guy broke his penis.
How do you wait? If there's not a bone in it. How do you break a penis? What does that mean?
Still can break.
Yeah.
It's not a bone, but it can break. Mm-hmm. And what happened was they were in some very vigorous lovemaking where he was in a armchair and she was on top and she did something and bent it and snapped it.
Oh, how though? Okay, so
because he was sitting and could not get out of the way of what she was doing. And she was doing the back and forth thing, not the up and down thing. And she was doing the back and forth thing and went too far back and snapped it. So it was very purple.
Are you okay, Keith?
Oh God! Even hearing that, it's just I know the story, but
that's what
okay.
Causes
so
that,
hold on.
Every single one of us paramedics, when we walked in, we're like,
help me understand this. Okay, that's what kind of a dick normally looks like, right? So you're saying that's what happened.
There is a spongy material.
Is that what happened? You say a broken dick. Is that basically?
I'm going to explain an erection.
Okay.
When the penis spongy material in your organ begins to fill, it inflates and elongates, and it can get really full to where it becomes extremely hard.
Well, no shit. That's how we.
In the most excited state, you can actually snap a penis where the spongy material breaks.
Yeah, but if it's spongy material, doesn't it just go back to wherever? Like
no, it separates from the other half. And
think bubble wrap.
It has to be handled. It has to be done. It has to be surgically reattached on the inside.
Oh my
God! The priapism is one of the most painful things a man can have.
Yeah,
because it is not a happy boner. It is very unhappy, and the blood is coming out, so you get this big fucking swollen area outside.
So the other day I was fucking my wife in the ass. Can we
oh jeez.
And just like that, we end the show.
Demonetize.
Bye, everybody.
That was a Dave Chappelle thing. I'm just trying to change the subject.
Oh wow.
I did something mean like that back in the 80s. I was living in a townhouse. And out in front of our house, there's a road crew, and they're all fucking convicts. And I went out there, and I'm just staring at them. And I just spontaneously said, well, I'm going to go back inside and fuck my wife. See you guys.
It kind of reminds me of the end of Clue, where Mr. Green's like, I want to go home and have sex
That's
with
where I
my
got
wife.
it from. That's where I got it. I stole it totally from Clue.
Such a great
talking
movie.
shit. She keeps talking shit. Oh my god! All right, that's fine. Hey, do me a favor.
She's our mascot.
Please.
That's what she is. She is our mascot now.
Dude, please do me a huge favor. Can you put up on the screen the thing? My reply to 6.
Oh, that huge favor. Okay.
No, you stay away from me, Keith.
The one where I'm like
Dr. Shellyfinger.
I'm scrolling up looking for it, but it's basically where I think 6 said something about her being a keeper, and I replied to that with
what did you say? What was
very
the first
heartfelt. You know, it was very heartfelt. Well, I mean, I know the words "I love her" were in there. I'm trying to look for it, and so I'm not doing a damn retake. She's my heart. I love her. Keeping her till I die. Yeah, it was right after Streaming Elements said, "Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe."
Yeah, we got a lot of that because it does it every few minutes. Gee, I can't find it.
My ex-wife do that blank to me all the time.
Yeah, that one I saw.
It's okay. So scroll up a little, and you'll see it. It's right. It's like it's 2 messages above the one you said you just saw. It really is.
Okay, there's Stream Elements. I see sombrero starships. Oh yeah, she's a keeper.
I see Jesus.
Okay, no, it's underneath. She's a keeper because I was replying to that. It's 2 or 3 below. She's a keeper.
I'm not doing a damn read.
She's my heart. I love
yes,
her.
Yes, that one. Yeah. See, all right.
Oh, I see it. Keep her till I die.
Baby, come back. Oh,
Which
she left. God damn
baby,
it.
come back.
I'm gonna have. That's funny.
You can blame it all on me.
All right, I'm screenshotting this.
I was wrong.
She left. Thank you.
And I just can't live
without you.
Deanna says, "Oh my God, Keith, I'm losing it watching his reaction."
It was heartfelt.
I don't think Keith heard my joke about that.
My guess is Deanna's back because she got Draco to work. My stepson.
Okay.
That night, I came on so late. You guys are running into 3.5. We're doing a.
This is unbelievable.
What's
I
Tom's?
don't ever do this, but I'm having
Tom's
so much
thing?
fun talking to you assholes.
Midnight's Edge. No, we're pulling a Midnight's Edge. We're gonna like an 8-hour stream or some shit. Tom goes for
We're called Broken Penises coming up on Midnight's Edge.
That's true, but my point is they go long and strong, and they're bound to get the friction on. They just do it for hours. They don't care. It's weird. I mean, it's not weird. I guess
It's kind of like the South Park song. Instead of floppy wieners, it's broken wieners. Broken wieners, broken wieners.
So I just got. You guys need to know. My poor mother gets no South Park references whatsoever. She's never seen a single second of South Park. So
I'm sorry, Dork Mom. I'm really sorry. I'm sorry. I'm going to be like Patrick Stewart.
Guys, going home.
So Keith, I have to tell you the one joke. I've been telling it a lot around here. I know you haven't heard it, but it's the 3 words you don't want to hear from a proctologist.
Okay.
Oh God.
Look, no hands.
Yeah, look, no hands. Actually, I like this.
That's
smell.
so dark.
Maybe another one. That smells
Oh
nice.
man.
Hey, I just found this. I'm looking for the picture of me cosplaying in Star Trek, and I can't find it. But I found this. It's one of the few photos I have of the sculpture that got destroyed of Harrison Ford.
Okay,
yeah.
Nice.
It was 14-inch tall sculpture, really detailed, really good Harrison Ford face. And my fucking ex-wife sat it outside in the sun, and it was plastilina.
Oh, jeez.
And it melted. And it's one of the few times I openly cried in front of somebody. I just don't do that shit.
Oh.
No,
this was another one. Here, I'll show you this one. This is one that got me upset too, because this picture is of a comic that I had that was signed by Bernie Wrightson himself to me. I bought that when I was a kid. I had it for years.
How old is this picture of you? You look like my little sister's.
It's 2007, 2008. And I'll show it again.
No, don't.
And that's my
PTSD.
See that Star Trek painting? That's the one I did for Paramount.
Oh,
back there.
Nice.
And that's my dad there on the right.
You draw?
Who just asked that retarded question?
I'm picking on him.
Oh, okay.
I should add, my father used to work on the space
Are you being
shuttle.
sarcastic, or did you not know that?
I'm sarcastic. I know.
Okay. I was about to say.
You were showing me all the wonderful work you were doing on IDW there, that G.I. Joe comic, remember?
I did a G.I. Joe cover? How did that fucking happen?
Wait,
Now
Gary,
who's
do you
retarded?
draw? I had no idea when I saw your drawings that you drew.
I never do that. No, it's news to me.
Oh shit! I gotta add this one.
It's like when people ask me, "Do you draw?" No, I just say no.
Here we go. I talked about him a few minutes ago, and I'm going to add these so you can see who he is. This is the guy who is really like a dad to me. He really was my priest, my baptism, and there he is today. That's Father Gerald Weems.
So, hey man, I don't want to get dark, but you guys got dark earlier with that really fucked up joke, so I will. Mom, cover your ears, but I'm gonna dust up some family secrets here. I never got fucking molested by my priest, and I always took it hard.
Neither did I.
No, because I was like, am I not good looking enough? Like, what's
No,
wrong with
that's
me?
what I said. That got me in trouble with Father.
It's like I was a good looking kid. I was a cute kid, and like bitches tell me all the time, "Oh, you have a bubble butt." Never once did any of my priests try.
Back.
That's an old joke.
No insinuation or nothing.
Bubble butt.
It gave
I love
me.
how Keith is like, why are you doing
this is shit I talk to my therapist about. It's like it gives me like self-worth issues. It's like, why didn't I hear about all these people getting molested by priests? Why didn't I? It's like, so
when I was this age right here, that's me in the middle. That's me in I think that was 1979 or 1980. I was an altar boy with Chris Lindsay one day, and we were cleaning up after mass. Father was in the back taking off his vestments. We were wiping everything down, and Chris starts talking about CNN, this new news channel, 24-hour news channel. It's like, yes,
worst thing to happen to us.
And he's like, did you see the? I said, I don't watch CNN. We're poor. We have antenna TV. And he's like, well, it's this network. I said, I know what it is. I just don't have it. And he goes on to tell me about how they've been covering the story about the priest abuse cases, and that this is just the tip of the iceberg of people coming forward to finally talk about priests molesting them and shit. And I'm like, really? And he says, yeah, they said thousands to maybe millions. And I went, this kid said this. So what, are we ugly? Dude, exactly. I was a good looking kid. So Chris goes, God damn it, man, you're so. And Father's standing right behind us going, what are you boys laughing at?
Hold up. See, now, if I can find one.
You never molested us.
Well, hey, you know what, Pat? Bachman was a good man. I joke. Most of that was like a bit. I'm just joking around. But he helped me a lot. My dad was not, he's a good person now. Found Jesus, but when I was growing up,
I didn't know he was lost.
I know, right? I was like, I didn't, but I'm not a believer, which my mom. I'm
not a believer either.
Yeah. Sorry, Mom. No, because Mom.
I'm not
every time I talk to my mom, the end of the conversation is so depressing because she's always like, "I love you, honey. I'm going to pray for your soul because I want you to spend eternity in heaven with me and not in hell." You need like or something like to that effect. Sweet. It is sweet, but it's also kind of depressing. It's like, damn, Mom.
See you later, son. Hope you don't burn in hell.
Yeah. I love you, Mom. Don't get mad. She's gonna give us some heat now in the chat, I bet, but that's okay. So I shit. I've been smoking weed. I forgot where I was going with that. What was I talking about?
Molestation.
You were talking about the $30 you.
My priest. Yeah, Bachman, good guy. My dad. Like, I don't want to disparage my dad. He's a totally different person now. But back then, he was an alcoholic and he had his problems. And he beat my mom. And then when I got old enough to like stand up for her, he'd start beating me. And he's just not he had his demons. But like he and I are actually really good now. Like I don't want to. I'm not trying to harp on that. My point of that is. Damn, I keep bringing this down. Like I talked about my dead friend a few shows ago. I'm so sorry.
Also was beaten by his dad. That's right, Frank Stallone.
Yeah. Well,
keep going, man. Don't worry about it. It's a story.
Keep going. The story has to end sooner or later.
Tell us about the hope you have for the new Trek series.
Are you fucking with me? God,
no, I'm not fucking with you.
Don't be like that. No, I have tons of hope. Picard, these 2 episodes so far, they end the way a TV show should end. I'm like, I literally say out loud, "Oh my God, I can't wait to see the next episode." You know what I mean? And that's what a TV show should do.
Yeah.
And it really helped wash the terrible taste of season 1 out of my mouth because I fucking hated season 1. Sorry.
Oh, you mean where they killed everybody?
I don't know what you're talking about. I've erased it from my mind. Anyway, and then, but then strange.
The Mass Effect off so hardcore.
Yeah, fair enough. But you know what? Mass Effect was never it was mainstream for gamers, but it was not mainstream enough for the mass populace to see that. So like. And how do you trademark something like that? You can't, you know what I mean? Like it's just like The Last Jedi ripped off Battlestar Galactica. I mean, you can't You know what I
No,
mean?
no.
The
The
whole
Last
running out of
Jedi
fuel
ripoff
thing,
is
that's
straight
never
from
hold
LA.
on. No, the whole running out of fuel thing, that has never happened in
That doesn't
Star
happen
Wars.
in space anyway.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Come on. They totally stole that from Battlestar Galactica. Fight me, bro. Anyway. Sorry.
Well,
forget about the
listen.
past and move forward. You're right, Mom. I'm sorry. Yeah, let somebody else talk. I forgot the point of that freaking story anyway. The point,
Once
so.
again, that's why
Well,
they call it dope.
Yeah,
Me-
yeah,
well,
yeah. Hey, it's legal here. Don't give me shit. And I'm a card carrying patient. So
No, but the absurd thing was that Mass Effect was obviously heavily inspired by like Babylon 5, Star Trek, and Star Wars.
Yeah, but I mean, like everybody does that. Musicians
Yeah.
do that. Like I'm an art. Like, dude, have you seen my? You probably haven't. I was about to say, have you seen my art? Like I'm some big shot. But like all my shit is mashups. So all I do is rip off other people's IP and mash it up. So I did like a Big Trouble in Lego China. I did like a mashup of the.
That's my whole point. That's my whole point. Mass Effect takes from Star Wars, Star Trek, and then Star Wars takes from Mass Effect because the people in it can't decide not to steal from Star Trek directly, so they steal from something that stole from their thing that is their IP in the first place.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
I get the worm Ouroboros, basically.
It's incest. It's just incest in storytelling form.
Yes. Yeah. Totally agree with that. That's a great dude. When you break up clips, that needs to be a clip. What Shinotsky just said. Good shit.
Okay.
Just saying.
I just looked at the time, 3:34.
Well, I do writing, so I like.
You said, wait, you just said doo doo. You just said you were a writer, but then you said doo doo. So I don't know how I feel about that now.
Doo doo.
It's another word for shit.
You said I do writing, like just
I do writing.
I do writing.
You
I do
can
writing.
use double.
Or I write.
You can use words several times. In
You
fact,
can.
one of my favorite exchanges ever in writing is their mention in Transmetropolitan, where it's just he had written an article when this particular politician was elected. It was nothing but the word fuck.
Yeah. Dude, I gotta have my buddy Jason. Speaking of Transmetropolitan, please, I know you guys will love him. I've known him for like 12 years. He and I we started a charity together. Neither of us are a part of that charity anymore. But like 10 years ago, we started a charity, and it was based off of the fact that he was a cancer survivor. And when he was he missed his entire junior year of high school being in like a cancer treatment facility in Arizona. But his parents every Tuesday would go get his pull box and bring him all of his books. And that's what kept him, going like, and he's got this really inspirational story. And he is one of my like best friends on earth. I love the guy. I have the most admiration for him on earth, but, he's a huge, he is a legit comic book. Like he knows everything, dude. Like he's an encyclopedia of comic book knowledge, you know what I mean? And I would love to have him on, but when I asked him if he would come on, he had the stupidest request, and I think I told Gary about this already. He said, I would love to come on, I'll talk about whatever you want, but we have to talk about the movie Rad, because I've always you
did, you told me about it.
He's like, my dream has always been to do a podcast about,
which is a movie I've actually seen back in the 80s.
So and I and Jason made me watch it. It's a motocross, and I'll watch it again. But if you're down, like whenever you got another availability, I know you plan your stuff out, so however many Saturdays away, once we get the Rad shit out of the way,
only
just
about
talk
2 Saturdays ahead. That's
okay. So whenever you're down, we'll watch Rad, have him on if you're cool with this. And but then after that, dude, I know you two will hit it off. I know, because he is just the wealth of it's crazy. The dude is just like deep cuts, man. He knows his shit. Like he's a true lifelong comic book fan, and I love that because I don't know if you guys have watched the Salty Nerds. They just reviewed Mallrats for some other charity. And they were talking about how the way like Brody was talking to other people was like the kind of or Brody was talking to Stan Lee. Those were the kind of, and it's so true. It was so funny. I resonated this when they said it. those were the kind of comic book conversations we were having at the comic book shop with our fellow nerd friends back in the 90s. And this was the first time we got to see it on screen. And that's why Mallrats has kind of become a cult hit. It wasn't famous, like it, did not do well at all at the box office, but now it's like it made all of its money back in DVDs and rentals and Blu-ray sales and stuff like that. But
only took 20 years.
Yeah, right. But still though, but it was because like, I was in high school when that came out. And I was a comic book nerd, and I have literally been stuffed in the locker. That was in middle school, but for reading a comic book at the school that I went. Like I got caught reading a comic book, and I got like, "Oh, you fucking dork," and blah 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 blah, and I get stuffed in a comic or a locker. But now it's like cool to read comics. I wish I was a kid now, right? Like, you know what I mean?
Comics to read now, no.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
No,
I haven't read.
no.
I stopped reading because they got a little too woke for me, and I was like, yeah, I'm good. I got
Except
my
maybe
old
some of the
issues.
stuff Gary works on. I haven't read any yours, so I can't quite say. But just from some of the artwork I've seen you doing, at least
I'm
it's
actually
good.
going to share some stuff with you here in a second. Artwork of mine, because some people, I don't know if they've seen these paintings, and I got paid good money for these. And here we go. I'm going to upload them real quick.
Hey,
I don't think so.
Is that Mel?
Now I'm going to have to get another
here you
set
go.
of headphones for her to join.
Yes, you are.
Yeah.
I'm surprised you don't already have another set.
Here you go. I like this one. It's not my artwork, but I wanted to show it.
Oh,
Every once in a while, I'll post that. And I'm like,
I love that.
fuck yeah.
The pain.
The pain. All right. This is the first painting I did for FXM Star Trek. The battle at Narendra 3.
Wow.
And this is the destruction of the Klingon moon that was shown in yesterday's Enterprise, one of the best Star Trek episodes ever made. And then I did the battle at Wolf 359.
Hey man, you did that in Photoshop?
No, I painted it. It's acrylic.
No.
On
Okay.
illustration
Well,
board.
you're showing
You
it to
said
me.
painting.
So you took a picture. Okay. Yeah, but you
As
can
in
paint.
done with paint.
Really, guys, come on, don't be like that. When my son says, "Hey, Dad, I painted something. I want you to see it," it's always on his Surface Pro.
I do the same thing. These were acrylic.
Okay.
On illustration board.
Okay.
So is this one. This was my second painting. It's huge. The original sold for $10,000 for a charity.
Wow.
Oh yeah.
Then my anniversary reproduction of the painting I did is a black and white illustration that I colored like a comic book. And there's it.
Wow.
Oh wow.
I love the change of the ships in there.
So this one here, what did you use for this?
This was the original.
No.
This is digital.
Yeah,
Black
but
and white.
what software did you use at this time?
I always use Photoshop when I'm doing art.
So, but circa what year? This has got to be early 2000s, right?
It was 2013, I think. is when I did this
2013.
one.
Okay, so yeah, Photoshop was because like when I started in the 90s, man, I used Coral. It was Jask, and then it turned.
This
into
is
Coral.
acrylic on illustration board, and belongs to Michael Beatty. I gave that to him as a gift, and then once again,
So CC, you guys missed
That's the best one.
CC tried to replicate that pose, but then you guys didn't see it, and she walked off. She was like, "Okay, whatever."
Well, the story behind this one in particular that I love telling is when it sold out in 1 month. They sold all 10,000 copies of the signed poster.
Dude, I couldn't even sell out of 100 limited edition prints.
It was
over
on
3 days at a
Sci-Fi Age or Science Fiction Age magazine, and it appeared in there one time and it sold out.
That's
And,
awesome, bro. That's fucking awesome.
I was at a convention, Star Trek convention in Urbana, Illinois, and this
You
guy
can come out to the next one here in Vegas, bro. You can crash at my place. You don't have to get a hotel. We'll get a booth together.
I don't do Star Trek cons anymore.
Oh, you
'cause,
don't?
The risk of running into those Star Trek security guys annoys me. I fucking hate those guys. And it's why I quit doing conventions for a while.
Hey, man,
But
so
this
here-
guy, I have a story.
Okay,
I have an
sorry.
actual story.
My bad.
So this guy shows up in a onesie Star Trek uniform, and he's way too big for this uniform. It is stretched so thin. Keith, do you have to go?
Yeah, I do have to go.
Oh, bye,
All right, man.
Keith.
I'll see you later, buddy.
It's nice seeing you guys. It's
Live
nice
long and
talking to you
prosper.
guys.
Hey,
And
nice
thank
to meet
you.
In your
you guys. Thank
in your
you
Barry
guys,
White
really.
voice.
Yeah. And we want you on the Kings, man. You got to come on the Kings sometime here.
Yeah.
Hop on over.
I'd be happy to. It'd be an honor.
Well,
Keith.
Peek in tomorrow. We'll see if we can get you in, man.
I'll super
see you
chat
later,
guys.
brother. Take it easy,
I
man.
need, hold up. I need this from Keith real quick, please. In your like your deep, sexy Barry White voice.
Yeah.
Say goodbye to my mother for me.
Goodbye, Door Mom.
There you go. Download that shit. Dory.
Yeah, right.
I'll see you later, buddy.
Take
Have
care.
a good one, man.
This guy's wearing a one-piece Star Trek uniform from season 1 and 2, and it's stretched so thin around his fat belly that I can see he's also wearing adult-size Animaroos underwear. And I'm like really freaked out because this guy doesn't walk, he doesn't run, he gallops everywhere. The skip gallop. And I'm at a booth with another dude. The dude next to me is a Jawa actor who also sells art. And so he's there selling art, but he also makes appearances and does panels talking about working on Star Wars. And I make fun of him. I'm like, you're way too tall to be a Jawa. Fuck you. You're no Jawa. But he
filmmaking.
Well, he was a child when it happened. That's why. But anyway, so he sees me watching this guy and he goes, what do you think that guy's story is? I said, I have no fucking clue, dude. That is some crazy shit. And he had greasy hair, really bad ruddy complexion with pimples all over the place. He was he was everything that you don't want to fucking be when you're a nerd. And I'm like, God, that guy's life must really suck. But he seems so happy and he galloping around. Marina Sirtis and Majel Barrett are speaking in Hall 9. Go galloping by. And then finally, at one point, for some fucking reason, nothing was happening. And he locked eyes with me. And I had one of those moments where this must be what it's like when a silverback gorilla is going to fucking kill you. It's like I'm looking at him and I start pressing into the back of my seat as he's coming towards me going, oh. And I'm like, oh shit. So he's galloping towards me and I'm like, fuckity fuck. And he comes up to me and I'm seriously pressed into the back of my seat, my hands on the rest. And I'm looking at him like, okay, what the fuck is about to happen? And he says, did you paint that? And I look up and I'm like, yeah, this is all my artwork. And he says, I have that. I bought it out of Science Fiction Age magazine. And I went, oh, you're one of the 10,000 people that bought it from the magazine. Okay, there you go. He says,
hey man, are you getting sore from all this?
If I go home and get it and bring it back, will you sign it for me? I'm like, yes, I will sign it for you. And he goes, oh, cool. He turns and he gallops away from me. And he was gone for like a good hour.
I like
galloping away. And then I see lights at the end of the hall as the doors open from outside. And he comes back in and I'm like, oh, here, it's about to happen. It's about to happen. And so he sits it and pulls it out of the tube, unrolls it. And he says, there you are. Will you please sign that for me? I'm like, yeah, of course. I'll be glad to. So I grab my paint pen and I'm about to sign it for him. It's already signed. It's a signed piece of artwork. And he goes, what I really like about this painting is that you get the primary, the number of windows and the placement of the windows correct on the primary and secondary holes. So many people don't understand that when you do these paintings, to take the time to do that. I said, well, I read Michael Okuda's tech manual. I've got the concordance by B. Joe Trimble. I said I made sure all my references were done correctly, and I'm glad. I'm happy you really like that. And he's like, thank you. And he rolled it back up, put it in the tube, shook my hand, and then galloped away.
How did you sign it though? You didn't tell us that part.
I signed it with paint pen. I just signed my name.
Oh, just your name. You didn't personalize
I didn't
it.
put anything. No, I don't fucking know people.
Dude,
I don't
always
know how to do that.
See,
and that was And that was the first time we met. Terry and I met. That was the first time.
That was you. It was you. I knew it was you. So the Jawa dude next to me goes, "Did you really read all that to do that painting?" I went, "Fuck no! I used a photograph. Of course it did." Made that guy happy. Made him super happy that I'd read those books. But the fact is, I had all those books and I had read them. I love Michael Okuda's work and his wife, Denise, I think is his name. Denise and Michael Okuda.
Yeah.
I fucking love what they did.
Yeah, they used to be a fun follow on Twitter, but now they're like too political.
When they started getting political, I stopped following everybody.
Yeah.
It's
But
like,
every once in a while, man,
tell you how much I hate Trump.
Yeah, but
please
man,
do.
every once in a while they would drop
Delete.
gems. But like, about 5 years ago, I think I unfollowed them.
Everybody got the Trump derangement syndrome, and I lost friends over it because I told them, I said, I don't fucking want to hear it. Shut up.
I've
Patrick
lost
Stewart's
friends.
a hardcore socialist, and he'll let you know at every opportunity.
Hey man, like you got to separate the art from the artist. Like, let's not talk about that, please. I don't want to.
Yeah, and that's what we do, and I tend to do that. You notice on the show, I try not to get political.
Yeah,
because it's not necessary. Keith is a Democrat. I'm a conservative. And
I'm a libertarian, so I'm right in between.
I'm not against it all. That's talking about the type of behaviors.
15 years, not one argument. 15 years as friends.
Oh shit. We got a super.
Oh, Cecilia gave us a super sticker. I got to go to our channel to see it. Hold on.
You know what my political affiliation
Hey,
is?
baby.
StreamYard does not let us see the sticker.
Really?
Whatever. Like, it's on the screen right now.
Hey, not on mine.
You never.
No, it just says super sticker on the.
That's all it says.
That for any of my other shows. See, my woman and my mom like you guys more than they like me.
Oh, look at that.
She has you at home. She has to be nice to Gary.
Thank you, Cecilia.
So next Saturday. Wait, Saturday?
Yes, it's Saturday.
Every Saturday at 10 o'clock Pacific time.
Dude,
we do Saturday morning fun
So
time.
she's gonna. So here's the thing, because I have to do the salty nerd. She's gonna use my Surface Pro, and she wants to take my spot while I'm on salty nerd, and then you guys can talk shit about me for an hour.
As long as you can get the link. Make sure you get the link.
Oh no, she's got. Are you kidding me? She's a Latina. She's got my passwords to everything, bro. He sends it to me in my Twitter. It's in the Twitter messages. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Deanna knows all my passwords.
You know, she's not even Latina. Maybe it's a woman thing.
I think that really made Deanna very happy. That I'm very open. It's like, here's my passwords. I don't.
Dude, she's got she knows everything. She's like knows my passwords, my PIN codes, like everything.
My wife knows all mine except for my eBay. She ain't gonna ever see that one.
Yeah, for buying toys.
Toys.
Now, this is the kind of asshole I am. Movie and TV actor Josh Becker. You guys have seen him on our show. Back before he had a thing called caller ID, I would prank call him. And I would do different voices. Like one time I did this character I called Raul. Hello,
Raul.
Mr. Becker, this is Raul over at Love and Times. I'm leaving you a message to let you know that your T1000 sex pump is in. That is with the detachable cum bag.
How do you still have friends?
Yeah,
I find it funny when I do it. But my favorite one was when it was live. I got Josh on the phone. And I was like, Pacific Bell Operator 219. Is this Mr. Joshua Bucher? No, it's Josh Becker. I went, Mr. Becker, you have a collect call from Nome, Alaska. Caller, your name, please. I do believe he said his name is Ugnug. Will you accept the charges, Mr. Bucher? It's Becker. And no, I don't know anybody in Alaska. I'm not asking if you know anybody in Alaska. This man says there's an emergency and he needs to speak with you. Will you accept the charges? Why would I accept charges from somebody I don't know? I'm not here to debate that, sir, but it seems to be an emergency and he seems to know you. Would you accept the charges? He's like, why the fuck would I answer? No, I don't want to take the charges.
There we go.
And then I start giggling. And he goes, Oh, fuck you, Gary.
It's so it's so funny how people can't. I was talking to my ex-wife about this. I think you guys have met her. She was on the. I think so. She was on the show the other day. I think. She and I were talking about how when you ask somebody a question, like a yes or no question, for whatever reason. So, for example, hey, do you know what time it is?
No.
Thank you. You know what most people do? They don't say yes or no. They tell you the time. And that was a conversation that we had the other day because it was just like, just people for whatever reason, whether it's, you know.
Yeah, but that's odd because my response would be, yes, it's, and then give the time.
Yeah.
But
no, most
answer the
people don't
question,
say,
'cause I
most
always answer
people,
the question.
I appreciate Shinansky. I hope I'm saying that right, for saying no as quick as he did. Because
it's pronounced Vinecki, not Shinansky.
What?
Vinecki.
What's your real name, bro?
He's
Like the other
just
dude's
being a-
Eric. Like Baron's Eric. I got that. What is your name?
My name is Kobayashi Maru.
Do you hear her
Call the
fucking with me?
Almighty Overlord. I will
Mike-
accept the mighty Overlord.
Mikey Overlord, I can do that. You know what my business cards say? So mad props. I have respect for that. So my business card, my title under my name is Overlord of Operations. Because it's fun.
And I just want to say that it was nice knowing all you gentlemen. This will probably be the last cast, any YouTube I'm going to be doing ever. Because the wife overheard me say about the eBay. And she was at the door there busting my chops.
Oh, hey, at least I'm not the only one getting my chops busted live on YouTube. So that's
long-suffering Mrs. Stagg comes on mine and busts my chop all the time. She's on the
my
team.
girl is
She's on
dying
mine.
laughing in the back. You can't hear her.
Gary, you better save this recording. It may be entered into evidence later on.
Yeah, right. Shit.
So what happened after you found out
Eric,
your husband's
Eric,
eBay
where
addiction? He seemed to disappear.
Gary's in Missouri. I'm in Vegas. Where are you at, Eric?
Minnesota.
Minnesota, don't you know?
Oh, yeah, don't you
Minnesota.
know there? Yeah, Minnesota,
And
yeah.
then, Mikey Overlord, where are you at?
I'm in California.
Cali. Okay, so you're
Or
in my
hell,
time
as I
zone.
like to call it lately.
Yeah. So you're in my time zone, so that's cool. And then is Deleted Scenes with us? I can't tell. I mean, I see his thing, but he's usually like.
I'm here.
Oh, where are you at, bro?
I didn't give you permission to look at my thing. I'm in South Carolina.
South Carolina. Oh, okay. I graduated high school in North Carolina, so I'm very familiar with that area. You ever been to Carowinds?
I have not.
What's wrong with you, man? Do you not have kids?
By the way, I did not
not yet.
give a thank you to Cecilia, so call her over.
Oh, baby, they want to talk to you. Come here.
Yeah, I want to give her my video thank you.
Okay, hold up. Baby. She's coming. She's on. We have like a ranch style wide open floor plan. She's on the other side of the house. Hold up.
Tell her I just made this video.
He said he just
and
made this
I'm gonna
video.
play it
He's
for
on
her
it.
as a
Watch
thank you. This is a
Say
video
hello,
I just
Miriam.
made. It is a thank you for your super sticker. So here you go.
It doesn't matter.
It's all been done before. Nothing matters. We're all.
You know what I love about
And
that?
boom goes the dynamite.
Rock from wrestling. That melted my
I
heart.
could have played this one, but it's like, I don't know her well enough yet.
Well, whatever helps you sleep at night, bitch.
Oh, she'd have been fine with that. You know what? Hey, baby. He said he played the wrong video. Come here. I got to show you the right one. He hit the wrong button. No. Okay, yeah. Hold up. Come on. He hit the wrong
This
button.
is poking the bear.
No,
It's like
this is why I love her. She's a sport. You'll
I'm
love it.
gonna play you two videos real quick. This one first.
I like you. You have balls.
And then this one.
Well, whatever helps you sleep at night, bitch.
This makes me sleep at night.
What, he bores you to sleep?
Yeah. Hey, what was that?
Stop that. It's silly.
What was the one that you showed her I didn't hear with the puppet?
Oh,
what the
this
hell was
one.
that?
I like you. You have balls.
still one of the best movies.
And I got this one because Keith knows that when somebody annoys me, I say this line that Khan said.
You do not need to feed him again. He tasks me. He tasks me, and I shall have him.
And I do. I say that. Keith will tell you. I've said that so many fucking times.
Dude, no, last time you played that, last time you played that, or the first time you played that clip when I was on your show. Not the first time I was on your show. First, you know what I mean? And I was like, I wanted you to keep playing it, and you were like, you said something about copyright, but then you were like, fuck it, and you played the rest of the scene. I love
but I split it.
I love that movie so damn much, and I love.
Khan has some of the most memorable lines in it.
Oh, dude, yeah.
What helps when half of them are like Paradise Lost and just some of the best literature of all time.
Yeah, man, and my buddy Brian and I were talking about this on his podcast the other day. The cool thing is like if you watch, so he actually saw Wrath of Khan and never saw Space Seed, right? And then
you can do that. You can.
But like, so he and I had this conversation, like, and then he goes and he watches. I mean, not because of me. I mean, he did it on his own. Like, probably somebody else told him, or the internet, or whatever. So he goes and he watches Space Seed, and then after he watched Space Seed, he watched Wrath of Khan again, and now he's like, it's his favorite Star Trek movie. But his whole his reasoning for that is because of Space Seed. You know what I mean? Like, and I compared it to, I think I mentioned it earlier, the Rogue One. It makes A New Hope a better movie, in my opinion. It really does, Was that on this podcast or the other podcast?
I don't know. You might have said it here because I've heard you say similar things. But I'm going to play the rest of it real quick here.
Oh, please. Yes.
Here we go.
I'll chase him round the moons of Nibia and round the Antares maelstrom and round perdition's flames before I give him up.
God damn, I love that. Before I give him up.
Of all the Star Trek films, I think that's the one that's held up the best.
Oh, dude, totally. And I cry to this day. I've seen it 100 times. I still cry when Spock dies. Like my girl picks on me. Like like I can't help it. It's just like it just happens, man. Like, and I know he's coming back. You know what I mean? But like it gets me every time, man. Like, it's such a good movie. I love that movie so much.
Great scenes.
Here you go.
Yeah.
So I'm putting the link in the chat if you want to join us. We're not going to be on here much longer because I'm getting hungry.
That's what you said an hour ago. We're at 4 hours now. An hour and a half ago. That's what you said.
But now I'm hungry.
Real quick with Icon, one of my favorite things about it is the fact that you see all those books up there. So you can just imagine he's years
when you're
reading them over and over again, memorizing and fantasizing himself as people like Ahab.
Yeah.
So he is literally he's like achieving his dream, but of course, with it, what happens to Ahab, what happens to all these people, Satan, Lucifer, they all fall, they all fail in the end. But he doesn't care because he's that driven by vengeance.
It's a self-fulfilling prophecy. I freaking love that movie on so many levels, dude. And what you're bringing up is, just another layer of the fucking cake of a movie that is. You know what I mean? It's like, in my opinion. Sorry.
They touch so many subjects in that film.
Yeah.
So many in there.
And I'm also a big fan of the motion picture, the first movie. And a lot of people don't realize when they watch that. And the guy didn't get credit, and I forget his name. That is a retelling of the Changeling.
Yeah.
Star Trek. I think it's first season.
What up, Sil? What's up?
No,
you're soaking all this geek talk in.
I love the motion picture. The problem that happened with
I prefer dork discussions, but that's fine.
It was because of the original series. There was expectations from the original series that was going to be like that.
Well, the relationships were very
is fucking brilliant.
Yeah, and that's the problem. Is the relationships weren't what we wanted. But I think when you go back and you watch it, you realize they've been apart for a while, and they've gotten on with their lives, and they're being pulled back together, some against their will. And it's really well written science fiction. And
Kirk nearly gets everyone killed in the beginning because he doesn't understand the ship.
Kirk is just out of his element now.
Right.
He's been riding a desk for too long. And But the fact is by the end of the movie, the characters were becoming themselves again. So by the time we get to Wrath of Khan, which is a couple of years later, we see that they're all back into who they were, and they're back in Starfleet.
It's not just that. There was a tonal change. There was a style change. There was like Nick Meyer brought that whole, like we talked about earlier, the naval, like military, you know what I'm trying to say? That
Hornblower.
Yeah. Horatio Hornblower thing to it. And I think Kirk
that's
carried
on
on
that really well in 5. 5 gets shit on pretty badly, and it deserves a little bit of the criticism. But the fact is it is a really good character-driven story, and
what does
we
God
get some of the best
with a starship
dialogue between the characters. And yes, that's one of the greatest Kirk moments in the history of Star Trek cinema.
You haven't answered his question.
What does God need with a starship?
The problem,
Jim, you're asking the Almighty.
You're asking the Almighty. I love Bones, man.
The problem with 5 is they
Why does
tried
life
to make
exist?
a search for God into a comedy, and it's not Monty Python.
Well, you know what? That's a discussion for another time. Whoever said that, I want to have a separate show with you, because I could make that argument, my good friend, because I'm a huge Monty Python guy, and I've actually had this discussion before. I can draw a million freaking parallels between the Holy Grail and Star Trek 5, The Final Frontier, and I think it would be entertaining, to say the least.
Run away. Well, I'm starting to get old man brain. I was just going to say something profound, and it wasn't that profound, obviously.
Of course, it's a good idea.
Did I mess you up? I'm sorry.
No, I messed myself up. I'm old. I've been dropped on the head too many times.
Yeah, whatever. I got more white hair on my face than you do, but I also see you also shave patches, so that could be.
Yeah, I got. There's a lot more gray there than I want to admit.
I skipped gray. I went straight to white. It's crazy, man.
Well, that's what it is. It's actually coming out white. I got the white curse. I can be grand off to white. Damn it.
Yeah. I can't even do the thing where I used to just have a goatee, but if you look here, this started turning white about a month ago. This middle part here. So I'm fucked, man. Like,
you are.
Remember,
Gene Roddenberry hated a lot of the movies. He hated Wrath of Khan making Starfleet.
No, he did. No, that was widely known. He did not like the militaristic. I think I finally said it right.
Well, yeah, because Nicholas Meyer and he fought over that.
Yeah,
he wanted to have that. But one of the problems that I had was Harv Bennett, because Harv Bennett was tired of the old crew.
CC, did you hear her? I'm sorry. She do it again, baby. They're listening now. Do it again. No.
Giants.
Yeah, she wants to know if any of you guys are Giants fans.
No,
it's a hard no.
I don't follow football.
All of them said
I'm a Pittsburgh Steelers fan.
So so Keith's a Pittsburgh Steelers fan. Gary, sorry.
I know it's
Packers.
Keith is gone. Oh shit. Okay.
Keith's gone.
Yeah, Sill's a different black guy.
Sorry.
Racist.
Y'all look alike.
Man, that's fucked. Right. Dude, I'm smoking weed, okay? So what which is legal here in Nevada, by the way.
Thank you.
Sil, what's your team?
My team's the Bears, so I hate the Packers guys.
His is the Bears.
The Bears.
I just broke Courtney's heart. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and then Eric, what's yours?
I don't follow American football. Mine's the New Zealand All Blacks rugby.
He doesn't.
But if you did, it wouldn't be the Giants. I think that's
probably
the New Zealand All Blacks.
Oh, that was fucked
New
up.
Zealand All Blacks. Yeah, man.
You said,
"Are you fucking serious?" That's
what's wrong with the All Blacks?
Name?
It wouldn't.
That's their name. The New Zealand All Blacks. Yes.
All right. So then, Mikey Overlord.
How many blacks are on the team?
Hey guys. She's trying to like
one.
No, they got more than one.
Bears, baby. Coming back.
Mikey Overlord, what's your team? She wants to know. You there? He's muted.
It's not the Giants.
All right. Yeah, baby. I'm not a Giants fan either.
Not the Giants.
But they all literally said
the Redskins and but even
so
though
Courtney
I
said something in the chat that made
baseball
happy,
and for football, Pittsburgh Steelers and the Pittsburgh Pirates, my two favorite teams growing up.
Yeah, how many pirates are on that team, by the way? Huh? Tell me, how many pirates are on there?
Oh, that's not going to save you, racist.
So if we're talking football, I'm not like, I never grew up with it. As much.
No, that's a bigot. Just ask Vigilante Williamson. I'm a bigot.
Actually, one of my favorite jokes from an Asian comedian was like, "That's a horrible racist stereotype." Also true.
That probably fits in any background, actually.
Yep.
This isn't racist.
Are you Toby?
That was me doing the voice. Are you Toby?
Oh, that's your. Oh, wow, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I wish I didn't know that now.
Yeah, that's what makes it racist.
Hey, Mata, what the hell was that?
that makes it worse.
What did you hold on? Courtney says the Washington football team can suck it.
You know, like Courtney, hold up.
I couldn't help
you need
it
to put
I knew
Courtney's...
the Redskins because
hold up.
I ate
Courtney
at a
said something that made okay. She said I'd go Giants before I cheered for the Steelers. Throw that up so my baby can see it, please. Pretty please, because everybody else was like hating.
Is that a W
You're asking
for
for
it?
a dead sentence. I'm just
what is this? Oh,
Is that a
Casey.
win for the Giants?
Okay, so
Casey.
I used to eat at a barbecue shop in Stafford, Virginia, and the Redskins would travel all the way down from DC.
I still
It's
need
like
that other one.
48 miles. They would drive
The
48
Commanders
miles just to
theory.
get barbecue at this bar and grill. And it was amazing. I got to meet Mark Mosley, Theismann. God, it was awesome.
Yeah.
I also
That's
got
cool.
to eat good barbecue. Hella barbecue.
Well, you can't go wrong with that.
And I'd say the name of the
Ex-husband
place,
is,
but it doesn't exist
Skins fan.
anymore. They went out of business.
Oh, damn.
So hey, she just brought this to me because it reminded me of that picture you showed.
Hold on, let me see what that is. Yeah, I think he's hilarious. He's like, when I found out he was actually a medical doctor before.
Yeah.
Isn't that nuts? Like, that blows my
And
mind.
he showed up in a music video, comedy music video. And
was in,
I'm like, who is this guy? And he's so fucking funny in this video. And I wish I remember the name of that song. But and
I
then all
love
of
the
a sudden
one
he
where
just started
he's in
showing
a
up in
classroom
movies.
and he just
No, it's
like
in a
puts
bar.
his hands up to he puts hands up and he goes gay and then he just puts them back
Dude,
down.
did you see he was on an episode? I think
Oh,
it
you're
was,
talking about Community.
no. Oh,
He
yeah,
did
he
that.
is.
Gay. He did that on Community.
Duh.
Funny. I'm a Community fan, by the way.
Wasn't it you that recommended so he was just on, he played himself on some Netflix show where Will Arnett is like a detective. I forget the name of it. Have you guys?
It's stupid. I watched every episode and I never smiled.
But did you see the one with him? That's like literally, this is how fucking behind the eight ball I was. So they talked to him about the fact that he doesn't talk about being an actor. He talks about his old doctor thing. And I was like, what? And I was confused. So I did some research on Google. And because of that episode, that's how I learned that dude was like a legit doctor before he was an actor, which is crazy to me. I was like
The problem with Will Arnett is that Arrested Development came out and it says like that's not him acting, that's just him in everything.
kind of like Ryan Reynolds.
Yeah, we talk about that. Some people are just
The Rock?
themselves in everything they're in.
Yeah.
It's like, and I heard Tom Hanks did hear and laughed at my joke.
Yeah,
because I was working on that film with him, where I said this to one of the stunt coordinators, military stunt coordinators. I said Tom Hanks can only play two characters. I said the first one is Forrest Gump, the second one is Tom Hanks. And so it got repeated back to him, and he chuckled, and I was told later, yeah, he thought that was funny, and I'm like, oh,
I got him on that one.
Oh, if you haven't, look up Trevor Moore's Tom Hanks is an asshole. It's hilarious.
He's really nice.
No, that's the joke of that's the joke.
Oh, that's the joke.
Yeah,
he's so fucking nice.
Terry's like, no, actually,
he's so because I poked fun of it another time, and but it really wasn't at him. It was really at Spielberg.
Hey,
But
I want to keep this
Tom Hanks
G-rated
and
because
me
my mom's watching. I'll be back in just a
is
second.
G-rated, I promise.
No,
it's
I'm just
G-rated.
saying.
Why do I want to fucking keep this?
No,
fucking
I gotta.
G-rated?
Well,
fucking problem being fucking.
okay,
adult.
so I have to. I gotta tend to my woman I'll be right back. That's all I'm saying.
After that Giants joke.
Besides,
Well, he'll be back in a few
weed
seconds.
is not PG. Weed is not
Now, if he's-
PG. At least PG.
If
He'll
he's
be back
anything
in,
like
the wife says he'll be back in 10 minutes.
5 minutes.
And we can hear Dork yelling, "What, you're gonna make me do it twice?"
if it's me, it's like Al Bundy, like 6 seconds later, back.
I've got to find this post so I can show it to you.
Now, does she or him wear the horse head mask? That's the question.
Oh God.
They
That
might
tells
both.
us everything.
They might. Well, one might have a unicorn. One might have a horse. The other one might have a unicorn. Which one? The world may never know.
That's the question. Oh man.
No,
Here it
one
is.
of my
I found
favorite
it.
insults ever, though I'm not going to use it against you, but I just always like to say is one of my insults ever is like, look at him and tell me there's a God.
Here we go. I'm going to try to enlarge this so you can read this and on the screen. And I got to scroll down. So let me share my screen. Share. Oh, look at you sharing your screen. You're such a sharing person. Here we go. I'll enlarge it. Adventures in Bad Film Direction, the Steven Spielberg edition, Part 1A, Ignoring Your Military Advisor, who is Dale Dye. Aren't we kind of close together? This is nice shot, guys. Very dramatic entrance. Weren't we taught to never make silhouettes on a ridgeline? I mean, we are literally silhouettes right now. It is the first thing you're taught in infantry training is never make a silhouette.
Mm-hmm.
Then there's this panel. Okay, we're in German-occupied France, so let's walk close together and make sure to talk full voice. Oh yeah, Krauts are totally deaf as fuck. Hey, new guy, stop saluting the captain. You'll get him shot by a sniper. Thanks for the safety tip, Egon. Maybe tell the captain to take the captain bars off the helmet. That'll help make less of a target.
Yeah, you know what's sad? I think one of the better examples of military tactics is actually Forrest Gump.
Oh, no. And Dale was the advisor on that, too. But there, the director listened to Dale Dye. My problem with Spielberg is he's going to do what he's going to fucking do.
Well, he's artsy. That's why. Artsy fartsy.
He is. Hollywood's a shit factory. And he's the king of the
everyone
shit
wanted
factory.
to see that remade. Oh, wait, they didn't.
All right, I better slide before I run out of time here.
Yeah, I'm
appreciate
I was
y'all.
tired of you taking over the show, man. You're always talking to me.
He would not
Go
shut
Bears.
up. I tell
was
you.
just about to tell him to shut up. Yeah.
What's
Go
going to be
Bears in the
funny
chat.
is
Go
we're all
Bears.
going to leave, and Dorknet's still going to be here, not knowing that we're gone. We'll go, hey, guys, where'd it go?
If the pot hasn't eaten his brain by then.
Could be modern art masterpiece, Full Metal Jacket. Yeah, I love that movie. Once again, connected with Dale Dye, my boss. Dale Dye was the real Daddy DA who is in the movie. They cast a black dude to play him, but he's called Daddy DA. And Daddy DA in real life was Dale Dye because that was his nickname.
I didn't know that.
I'm so tempted to just start yelling spots.
He had his eyeball shut out at you.
Like, God damn it, Gary! This isn't about oral sex.
I'm trying to remember, Gary. Was that character in the book? It's been so long
Which
since
one?
I've read it. Daddy DA.
Yeah, he's in the book.
He is? Okay.
Yeah.
It's been so long since I've read it.
Yeah,
I
because
need
he
to go
served
back.
with him, and they all served together. And but it was in Way City. They don't show it, but that's where a sniper hit Dale in the head and popped his eyeball out.
Hey.
And he's got a nice scar here right on the eyebrow. And I've seen it. I'm like, God damn, your eye got popped out. And it didn't kill him.
Mess with you.
Yeah, I work, Monkey, if you didn't know that, I work for Dale Dye. I work for Warriors Incorporated. I'm their artist. I do all of their artwork. I did their logos, cool-ass logos. The first logo was an M4 with a strap and the logo. And then the new one is a futuristic helmet, and on the other half is an ancient Greek helmet. And Warriors Inc. Because they cover everything. They do everything from military history to sci-fi because they did Starship Troopers.
Nice. By the way, I really want an actual adaptation of Starship Troopers and not just what they did.
Look, that's a parody film. You know, my problem is even the animated one I showed earlier, it leaves out the political stuff. It just goes for the action because people are afraid of it. And the fact is, like, just embrace it. It's a fucking story. Stop fucking being afraid of, you know, the writer's politics. I don't agree with him either. But the fact is, it's a great fucking book.
Yeah, I always thought Space Above.
They
and
shied away
Beyond
from the
was
racial issues too, because Rico was South American.
Yeah,
not blonde-haired, blue-eyed.
Enrico. Yeah, Buenos Aires in South America. They're white as fucking candles.
Yeah. Here, hold on a second.
That was done so he could put a blatant Nazi allegory to what's going on in the movie, even though they're wiping out bugs who sent a meteorite and killed a bunch of
You know, everybody says they want a unicorn.
We were gonna fuck with you. We were gonna leave.
You ever had that horn stuck up your ass? Nobody wants to.
Nobody wants to. Yeah, we're gonna leave, Dork. And
sorry, Mom.
Just so you would be left wondering where the hell we went.
Oh God, I'll go back and watch it. It's fine.
I thought it was parents that are supposed to embarrass their children.
Here you go.
Oh,
this
God.
is Warriors Inc. That's my logo right up there at the top.
Yeah.
And
it's okay. It's okay.
And he's got Warrior Publishing. Do they have that on here? Books. Here we go.
Books.
This is Warriors Publishing, and I did the covers to all of these. Well, when it loads, Jesus Christ.
Nice.
I did all the artwork for these. That's one of my best paintings I ever did. That cover.
Dude, I got to talk to you about something. Actually, that just reminded me later, off the air. Sorry.
I love this book. I'm very proud of that book.
Oh yeah, man.
I painted this. This is one of my fucking landscape
Signal on the
paintings.
Hill. Okay. Yeah.
They don't have it up here anymore. Sometimes I just do the cover with a photo. I painted this one. I painted that one. I drew this one and painted it. I painted that one.
Oh, dude. Whoa, stop. Through My Daughter's Eyes. I love that one. How'd you do that? It's like a watercolor? Or
I did a watercolor through Photoshop. I know how to do the techniques and
dude,
get it to do what I want it to do.
I love that.
I painted two versions of this one. This is the one they picked. The other one had Dale Dye in a uniform. But he didn't want that.
Oh, hold up. Hey, Mom, enjoy that steak for me. Thanks for hanging.
This one was really difficult because I didn't like the color on this one. I painted this warmer because it's Central America, you know, down in the Yucatan. And he wanted it this color. He wanted it sunny. And I'm like, yeah, but it's warm, tropical. And it's like, oh, well.
So this is all your stuff.
Dale Dye wins in every fucking argument. This is a friend of mine. He is actually from the 72nd Stryker Brigade. And he posed for this photo for me, and I painted him.
How did, it looks, I wish I could zoom in. Would you just as a fellow art, go back up to the, please. I'm trying to ask you the Black Nights, Dark Days. What technique did you use? Because you say you do everything in Photoshop. How did you?
It's still traditional. I still do the build up. I do a
is that a okay? So is that a photo that you of him that you edited, or did you draw him?
No, I won't. I don't do that. No.
Okay, well, that's Photoshop, man. That's why I'm asking.
I painted him.
I'm sorry. Okay. All right. Cool.
Yeah, I painted all these. This isn't a painting. That's a photo. That's a painting I did.
Well, see, it wasn't an unreasonable question. You're just like, oh, that was a photo.
No, if the author supplies photos, they use photos. Yeah. So it's just a photo.
Well, but photo. Sometimes, like with me, when I get they give me photos as reference, and they were like, draw this photo, basically. Yeah,
that's what I do.
Okay.
Like this one is a painting I did. And what's neat is, the most I ever got paid for a cover is from them. This one, I painted Dale Dye in there.
I mean, there's a comic book artist, I forget his name, but he basically just light boxes like sports.
There's Fahim Fazli. He's been on our shows.
And porn mags for his characters.
Dude, so I feel like such a, what is it? Chasing Amy. I feel like such a tracer sometimes, because like when a client will send me like a reference photo, I'll literally I'll throw it up in like Photoshop or Illustrator. I'll put it like
you're not dating a lesbian, so
yeah. Well, I'll put it like I basically just draw over the picture. Once I get my hard outlines, then I get rid of that layer. And
this is the same guy, by the way. He posed for me 3 different ways so I could paint it.
I went to art college, and that's like what half of the people within some of the classes would sometimes do. They literally just get a photo and then they put in like Illustrator, trace around things, and then turn that into the some.
Yeah, so like
this is actually one of my favorite paintings right here. This one, I sell that when it shows. People like it.
Did I show you my G.I. Joe platoon mashup, dude?
No.
What? Hold up, let me find it.
This was an illustration I did, and you can actually see the pencils on this one.
Hold up.
Wait a minute.
My Chasing Amy story
I'm
is
not
after
saying
dating
which
me.
school I went to. I try to keep it so I can be stalked as little as possible. I don't even like saying that what state I'm in. I'm like, fine,
I
I'm
hated this
here.
cover. I hated it. I hated it. I hated
Hold
it.
up.
It's not what I wanted to do.
My Chasing Amy story is that after dating me, many women became lesbians. So that's the best I can say.
You know what's
so reverse chasing.
I'm sure that's a joke. My first oh my god. My first ex-wife, when she left me for a woman. So thanks for that.
Sorry about that.
Thanks for bringing
You
that
can't see it, but on this one, I did an actual extra illustration for the base of the book to show the military aspects of it.
That was actually a plot in the Clerks cartoon. There was one episode where they did parody Last Starfighter, but it was building pyramids. And the joke of it was that Randall was such a bad date that every woman that he met in that episode that tried to come on to him, he was so terrible, they all became lesbians by the end of the episode.
All right. Can I how do I share my screen? I just want to show you. I just pulled it up. I just want to show you my G.I. Joe.
Just click share.
Okay.
Oh, one of the books I did the covers to is not on here. This was an easy one. I did this in an afternoon because instead of doing a painting, I just did a quick illustration.
Sometimes simplest things are the best in art. Like sometimes silhouettes just work way better than.
So I took, I do mashups. I'll show you another one in a second. Like obviously, so this is Platoon, but with like a G.I. Joe character. You see how like I got his, movable parts, like you can't see my finger anyway, but it's admittedly not my best work, but it is what we were talking about. But I do want to show you one of my favorites. Hold up. Look at that. Tell me.
Oh, that's really fucking good, dude. I'd like that as a poster.
Yeah, dude. I'm trying. I'm about to sell shirts of this in about 2 weeks.
I want to see that as a movie. What do you mean?
Yeah, right.
Like big Legos in Little China.
If you like that one, hold up. Let me see what you guys think about this one. Hold up. This is actually my favorite, but everybody else's seems to be the Lego China. But I love this one.
Ooh.
It's Star
That's
Wars
nice.
He-Man mashup.
I like it.
Yeah. Yeah.
I like that shit.
By the way, if you want a cool little free game, there's actually a He-Man side-scroller beat 'em up that some guys did. It even has they added bonus characters, so they actually has the Thundercats and She-Ra.
So this is a mashup of the John Travolta and Nicolas Cage movie Face Off with Transformers. But I didn't realize this at the time. A lot of people afterwards were like, is this about transgender people? And I was like, no.
I thought it was about electricity and
Transmorphers, robots eating pies.
Right? And then this is my Ant-Man Bugs Life mashup that I did for a charity, obviously for kids.
No, the joke people would say about Transformers in college, they go transvestites in disguise.
And then this is my Kill Bill Final Fantasy mashup.
Bye, Courtney.
Bye, Courtney.
Bye, Courtney.
She came back and she's leaving again. My heart's
All right. Well,
I think maybe Kill Sephiroth would probably be the appropriate title.
Oh, I have a. Do you want to see? Oh, that's. Oh, okay. Hold up. Hold, please. I have. So this is Kill Bill Volume 1, right? Gary, you've seen it. You've seen it, Gary, right? Mm-hmm. You've seen my Kill Bill Volume 2, but it's Sephiroth, right? I showed. I texted you that, didn't I?
Yep.
Yeah. Hold up. Where is it?
Here, while you're doing that, I'm going to show this real quick.
Okay.
This is the book I made the most money on for Warriors Publishing.
Wow.
I did this painting in 1 hour. It's a speed painting.
F you.
And
1 hour?
Yeah, I wanted to
I don't
do a
believe
speed
you.
painting
I
to
don't
see-
fucking believe you. I don't believe you. The ship took 1 hour.
No.
Really?
Look how quickly I did it. You can
No,
actually
that's
see
a
how
pretty
rough
straight
it is.
standard design.
I just went at it really quickly. Even he was like only about 5 minutes.
yeah, no, like I mean, I could
This
tell
was
that
all
was rushed,
speed
but
brushing, and there's no detail. I put no detail in this. It just looks interesting. And so in the end, I did this an hour and I got paid $1,000. So I got paid $1,000 an hour for this one painting.
fucking A, dude. All right, this is my last one.
from
Oh,
hold
sorry.
on, from Tom Hanks' movie. This is one of the production pieces I did.
Which Tom Hanks movie?
No Better Place to Die. They're still producing it. It's not made
okay.
yet.
It's not okay.
And I did some of the
That looked like
production art
Mission
and
Impossible
storyboards.
for a second. Is he hanging on by a string or something? It looks like there's
I'm waiting for you to finish so I can finish explaining it.
Sorry.
This is a scene in there, and everything's true. There's nothing that was faked. It's all real. Everything in this film that I storyboarded, and I cried doing some of the storyboards. It was so emotional doing it. Guys getting killed, real people. And this guy's chute got locked, and he couldn't. They had to cut him loose, and he ended up going right over the wing of another plane and survived. He survived.
Oh wow, he survived.
Yeah, his reserve chute saved him.
Wow.
But this is a very dramatic moment. Tom Hanks wanted to play the officer that's in the plane. And Gary Sinise is involved.
Lieutenant
Tom Hanks
Dan
is the executive producer.
Yeah.
He's really only in 3 scenes in the film, Tom Hanks' character, before he gets killed. And they're all based on real
Spoiler alert.
I was just going to say.
Well, it's based on the fucking book. So,
yeah.
Well, you know how many readers there are in America? Not that many. Like 10% of us.
We're nerds. Jesus Christ, we all fucking read.
Big word thing scared me.
But
I just write. I've written more books than I've read.
Yeah. Who said the thing about Sephiroth? Eat it. Who? Come on.
Not me.
Not me.
I
Wow.
said,
It was Keith.
I said you could have also titled it "Kill Sephiroth" because that's basically the plot of Final Fantasy VII.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But okay. Well, what do you think of this one? Damn. All right. Well,
I think it looks good.
It's fine.
I thought you were asking him. I wasn't going to pipe in. It looks good.
I was like, wait. It's like, wait. Why you? Why? Like,
It's
after
okay.
everything I've said, it's like, let's get his opinion because he can't degrade me any more than he already has.
yeah. Yeah. It's okay. It's okay.
It's okay.
It's okay. It's okay.
It's
No.
okay.
It's okay.
I'm Italian. It's okay.
Forget
That's
about
what
it.
we do.
Forget about it.
It's what we do. It's okay.
William Shatner, I fucked him. Oh.
Who was it that was telling me like it should be a new verb, like to shat on someone? Was that
That's
you?
me.
That
That's
was you.
Gary.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I
okay.
want to start that as a
Dude,
hashtag.
it needs to be.
Share it.
Yeah.
Because when he's gone, it'll be part of our language.
Yes,
Chatting on someone.
It needs to be part of the lexicon. Like, no, it's like, yeah. Okay.
I have
Shut
a
up.
word that I came up with that should be added to the lexicon: dismember berries, because that's basically what all this shit is that's coming out now. It's like, remember, it's like, oh, wasn't that a great memory? It's like, no, dismember berries. This is the thing that's going to destroy all your positive associations in your mind about this particular series or franchise. Oh, you like Jean-Luc Picard? Not anymore. Dismember berries. Dismember berries.
Hey man, like no, season 1, like and I did thing with Salty Nerds when we were just audio about the whole season 1. We fucking hated it. We felt like it shit on the legacy of Picard. It turned him into a shell of his former self. But and I know it's only 2 episodes in, but season 2 has been like fucking a million.
Forget
times
everything
better.
in season 1.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey,
yeah.
You like He-Man? You think He-Man's badass? You think he's cool? Well, guess what? He's gonna fucking die. Then we're gonna fucking kill him again, and probably kill him again after.
Hey,
that.
man, I like the He-Man Masters of the Universe Revelations. Don't do that. Don't do that. No, it was good shit. It was good shit. He-Man's at the end, and if they make a season 2, He-Man's gonna fucking he's gonna smash Hordak next. But all these haters out there, because like if you watch the original, because I was born in the 70s, but like, so I think He-Man came out in 83, so I was like 5 or 6, and that shit was my
Even
jam.
my gay son called that show gay.
Well, no, Adam was kind of gay. I didn't think the show was gay.
No, he meant the show was gay.
I know.
He was making fun of it on our show.
You know what? I'm just going to shut up. It's fine.
Yeah, because all you're doing is make me look at you like this.
He's giving you the stink eye.
I love you no matter what, but goddamn, man. Come on.
Hey, you thought William T. Riker might have been a cool ladies' man? Well, now he's fucking married. His kids are dead. And he's...
No. Just one of his kids are dead. Just one.
Yeah, he only
just
had one kid, as I recall.
Yeah, 2.
One died. 2. One is dead. One is alive.
He died of that rare disease. Let's not forget when I called that guy.
Who did that? Account restricted. Did you do that, Gary?
Yeah. I called a guy mentally handicapped. I was polite. You're a mentally handicapped cunt.
So here's the thing, man. Because so I have a special needs son. My 15-year-old is about to be 16. And if anybody ever referred to him as retarded, I'd probably punch him in the face. But like, I think I did it earlier in this podcast. I use the word retarded, but I never use the word retarded.
Yeah, I've never called somebody who is
talking
with the diagnosis
right
of mental retardation.
Yeah, exactly. Like, to me,
you
that's
don't
like,
do that. It's fucking rude.
No. So I just don't understand why. Like, we don't. It's not like, it's like Voldemort, he who shall not be named. Like, why do we give so much power to certain
people
words?
want to police language, and I won't allow it in my life. I
Yeah.
remember my boss golf clapped me one day when a lady overheard a conversation I privately had with a friend of mine, and I called him a fucking retard. And during the call, she goes, "I just want you to let you know that I'm raising my grandson." I said, "That's good for you, good." And he's autistic. And I went, "Oh, so he has some special needs. Got you. Okay." And I really don't like that word. Oh, what word? That word you used. Oh, the word I used in a private conversation with my friend. And then she was kind of like, am I treading into something I don't want to get into?
Well, it's also like it's also the intention, man. Like, so I've backed off this a lot, and this is going to be controversial, and this might be a good clip, and I'd love to open a conversation about it. But I was raised in Greensboro, North Carolina, and I was a minority. Like, when I went to school, like literally 90% of the students there were black, and 10% were white.
Oh, I thought you were going to say you were the only nerd.
No, actually, there's black nerds too.
Fuck yeah. Some of my best friends growing up, they're all black nerds.
Yeah.
I thought you were saying you were going to say that you were a ginger back in the day.
No, I've been blind, dude. No, actually, it's weird. When I was a kid, I had like Ric Flair white hair. Like, it was weird, and then when I got old, and then when I got older, it got dark. Yeah, like my hair was like, it wasn't white, it was so blonde.
Yeah,
people, you know what I mean?
Like, mine did the same thing because I was outside all the time. It got bleached.
Yeah.
Oh my god! And Bino, you're an even more important minority.
Hey, pink eyes.
Anyway, so I I go to the school, and when you're like, yo nigga, what's up? Hey nigga, blah blah blah. It's like, it's not a derogatory term, and so that's how. that's
it's a
how
word
I was.
that still makes me uncomfortable.
I'm sorry,
Don't like
man.
it.
I
That's
and I
all
know
right.
that's going to get me a lot of blowback because I should have said N word. But my point is growing up in that environment, that's like that. Like that just meant what up, homie? What up,
Yeah,
my friend?
I've heard it.
And then
None
and then
of
when
my
but hold
friends-
up though. But when I moved out to Vegas, right? First time I said it in like a very loving way.
Yeah.
No, I swear to
Shit's
God,
getting ready to go down,
dude. I thought I was gonna get fucking shot, and so like I had to learn quick. Oh wow, man! Like this ain't Kansas anymore. Like I gotta, I can't say that word, and it made me think of Harry Potter. It was like they made that word Voldemort. Like it's not fair. Like I get it. If I was like being a racist piece
the
of
one
shit
word that
asshole, and I was
really-
like, I put the ER on at the end really hard, I'd get it.
So what you're saying is like many, J.K. Rowling made you racist.
Well, it is one of the words that I've always said should be removed. It's like not made illegal, but just a word that we just removed from the
so
lexicon.
here's the
I don't
thing,
like
man.
any variation.
I'm a big Richard Pryor fan. Huge Richard Pryor fan. All right. And so when the ER, like I won't even say that word. Like the one that ends in ER, it like that should be
Ginger.
You ginger.
You know what I'm saying, man.
Yeah. We're using ginger in place of it.
Okay.
The ER will put you in the ER.
That should never, ever, ever, ever be used. That's a hateful fucking word. I would put it up there with like Nazis or whatever, like people that like, like it's evil. Right. But like, you guys got to understand, man, like from I know I'm a fucking middle-aged fat white guy, but I was raised in in the hood and like you look at music, you look at camaraderie, you look at like the way people talk to each other and all this stuff. Like I was raised that way, you know what I mean? Then I come out to Vegas and I like I'm literally giving a dude a hug and I'm like, what's up, man? Whatever. And then I thought I was gonna get shot, you know what I mean? And my son, to his credit, was the one that was like, yeah, Dad, this like you can't. It's like the times have changed. You can't do that anymore because you're white, and that really hurt me, man. Because I've never really. I know this will sound cheesy or whatever, but I think it's because of where I was raised and how I was raised. I never really like, or maybe it's because I'm a Star Trek fan. Like, we're all human. We all bleed red, man. Like, why are we trying to chop each other up into what, baby?
Well, it's the weaponization of race that's taken place over the last 12 to 15 years.
Yeah.
But hey, I want to wind this up because I'm really fucking hungry right now. I'm ready to kill the dog and eat it right now. Yeah, you look tasty, baby. You do. Oh,
don't you dare! Don't you dare!
Only a Gary can call another Gary Gary.
Yeah. Don't call me Gary.
But Gerry one.
And if you were, I don't know if you heard earlier, Shanatsky, that I told my dad, because I'm a junior, that I was not going to name any of my kids Gary. But what I did was I named my middle child Sean Patrick Jerry Cassell. And I spelled it the same way we do, but I pronounced it Jerry for him. And
so real quick before you leave. So my dad is Dale Warren Ballard, DWB, and he didn't want to do the junior thing either. So he named me Daniel Wayne Ballard, DWB. So my oldest son is Devin Willis Ballard. And I was actually, so my youngest son, I was going to name him Hunter Broderick, but my wife at the time, my second ex-wife, was like, well, that's not fair. He should have a DW thing too. So we named him Dorian William after my grandfather, who had died right before he was born. So yeah, instead of doing juniors, we did that. We did we all have DWB as our.
With
initial.
my kids, we're all, because I'm Catholic, and we're Irish, and we have 4 names, all of us.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I'm actually Gary Richard Patrick Cassell. My daughter's name is Zoe Kirsten Moira Cassell. Benjamin's name is Benjamin Brian James Cassell, and my middle son is Sean Patrick Jerry.
And my oldest daughter is Chloe Lucille Danielle Ballard.
Chloe, by the way, is what Zoe got called a lot.
Yeah, no, I know. We had this conversation because I lost
drive her crazy.
I lost that argument. I wanted to name Chloe Zoe, and her mom wouldn't let me. And the compromise was the Lucille, because that was my grandmother's name.
Gotcha.
So yeah. So
it's a nice move.
Yeah.
But I want to thank you guys for coming. I want to thank whoever's still alive. We got at least 9 people watching us right now. Thank you everybody for coming. It was a slow fucking day, and I didn't advertise the show. I should have, but I don't care. I just wanted to
is Mexican Iron Man here? Don't let him hear you.
Neither does anyone at Secret Hideout.
Oh, he likes that about me, that I don't care. It's like I'm just. I
we got to talk, man. We got to get those stickers going, man. Shit.
Yeah.
That meeting was like weeks ago.
And I got to get pins because I want my pin right in the middle front on
I want one of your pins too, bro, but like yeah, we need to talk.
I want that on Matt's hat. I want pop culture.
Oh, he'll do it. Vader? Yeah, Vader.
Yeah, I want my pen right in the middle. But I want to thank you guys for showing up. You don't have to leave. We can still talk for a few minutes after the show. I'm going to play the outro credits. We're going to get the fuck out of here. And so I don't eat my dog. Yeah, you're a beautiful dog. Yummy, yummy, yummy. With that, get the fuck off our lawns and go have a good weekend.
Hey guys, thanks for watching Pop Culture Minefields. If you enjoyed the show, please remember to like and subscribe. And don't forget to hit the bell icon. Remember, you can find us at Pop Culture Minefield on both Facebook and Instagram. Thank you again.
I love this fucking theme song. I really do. I don't know where to find who wrote it. Because my buddy Craig is one of our buddies. Bye guys, thanks a lot for watching. More monkeys, Celia, you're breaking my heart.